The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́. Àyàbá sọ́kè abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́. Àlàyé àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́. Wajua.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
For people, it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another amazing episode of your favorite show on television. I'm talking Flipside on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us for the first time, Flipside is a show that beams its searchlight on some very core issues in the society, especially some of those issues that are barely, given attention to. So on this show, we try to take such issues and, examine them inside out. It airs every Wednesday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we're discussing something that, has become quite a recurring decimal in recent time, especially if you are very active on the social media space. A lot of persons have been talking about feminism and, of course, misandry. Now, today we're going to be examining the major differences or maybe relationships between these two concepts. Okay, are they the same or are they different? And if they're different, what exactly are the core differences? Well, I'm not alone to do this. I've got two amazing women, two super women in the house with me, and together we're going to be doing justice to the discourse. To my far left is a familiar face. She is a marriage counselor and, of course, a teens coach, and she happens to be someone that's really, passionate about equality, basically. Anyway, she really doesn't need much introduction. She goes by the name of Abigail Iwobahi. Welcome on board, Abigail.
Thank you. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for having me.
All right. And of course, seated next to her is a new face, someone who's actually new to the show, but she's not new to the discourse because, it's her field. She happens to be a gender advocate, and I think it's also safe to call her a feminist, but she goes by the name of Precious Okoronkwo. Precious Oge.
Yes, good afternoon, viewers.
Good afternoon, Precious.
It's
How does
nice.
it feel to be here?
It feels nice. This is my first time on air.
Okay.
So it's nice.
And trust me, it's not going to be your last time on air.
Okay.
All right, so let's get talking. Feminism, misandry. Let's clarify the concepts, okay? First off, are they the same? Let me begin with you, Precious.
Okay. Feminism basically means gender equality for both the male and the female. We are advocating for the women and the male to have the same rights. So then misandry, according to what people tell me sometimes.
According to what people tell you?
Yes.
Okay.
What people tell me, they say it's hatred for men. You understand? But there's a thin line between feminism and misandry. But we'll go into that later. But feminism basically means advocating for gender equality for both men and women.
Advocating for gender equality for both men and women. Now, do you think that's realistic?
It's realistic.
Do you think men and women were created equal?
Yes, we are created equal. Just that our physical appearances are not the same, but we are created equal.
Abigail, what's your perspective to that?
Okay, feminism and misandry. Now, when we look at feminism as a movement or an ideology, it's all about fairness. It's simply about ensuring that women and girls are not treated differently or denied opportunities simply because of their gender. So to me personally, I feel that feminism is about giving me what I deserve. not putting me down as a woman. If, for example, I deserve a position, a job, or an opportunity, don't bypass me and give it to my male counterpart because a man is supposed to be above me. So if I merit something, don't give it to me. Make sure that I get my rights and my privileges. So feminism is it's all about fairness. It is about dismantling negative beliefs or limiting societal standards that kind of discriminate against women or put women in a disadvantaged position in the society. Now, coming down to misandry. Misandry has to do with hatred or prejudice. It is about negative attitude, dislike, or hostility towards men. If you call someone a misandrist, it means that such a person kind of shows this hatred or prejudice towards men.
Okay.
But feminism, on the other hand, does not seek to bring men down. It seeks to uplift everyone and treat them as human.
Everyone, or just women?
Not just women. It supports gender equality. When you talk about gender, the dictionary does not define gender as women. Okay. When you say gender is talking about
because
men
I'm actually trying
and
to
women.
Take Oge, Precious Oge,
Yes.
by her definition.
Yes.
She said that feminism is the fight for equality
Yes,
between men and women, and the fight for the rights of women.
Women, yes.
So it's basically for women.
Yes, but in the long run, feminism still supports the rights of men. It does not overlook or feminism is not a competition. It does not mean that men should diminish for women to be in charge. It doesn't mean women are trying to take over the world. Women are just saying, because we are coming from a deeply patriarchal society. There was a time whereby women were not allowed to work. Women were supposed to be seen and not just imagine if we are still living in such a society, beautiful talents, people who are talented, who have a lot to contribute to the society, to go at waste. Okay. So there's a lot that feminists have been doing from time immemorial. So, and I think that there is still a lot of work to be done, because if we talk about negative gender norms, there are still some societies today in Nigeria whereby some practices, cultural practice, kind of affects women negatively. So these are some of the things that feminists are fighting against. Okay. And in the long run, it benefits you as a man, because as a man, you have sisters, you have mothers, and you are going to have daughters. So in the long run, it will be beneficial to both genders.
All right, thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Precious, you said, while defining feminism, that there's a thin line between feminism and, misandry.
Yes.
Does that mean that there's just a little difference between both? And if that's the case, what is that thin line?
Okay, first of all, there is a thin line between feminism and misandry. And in context, depending on the situation,
okay.
Do you understand? From time immemorial, we have been in a patriarchal society and women have been considered less. Do you understand? So when a woman deserves something and the woman does not get it, the woman gets angry and hates men, because most times, not like necessarily hate, I know you're supposed to get angry. Do you understand? Like, I deserve this thing, but you are giving it to a man, because a man, you perceive a man as maybe the man is supposed to be in charge, while I'm supposed to be below. So that's when misandry comes in. Like, it's not like the person basically hates men, but because of that particular context or that particular situation, the person can just transform from that feminism into misandry. Feminism does not necessarily mean that we hate men or anything, but situations whereby we are supposed to get what we deserve, but it was given to a man. Bypass you, you are a woman, you cannot get this. Examples in schools, when we were in schools, in the universities, they feel the females are not supposed to contest for SUG presidents, that we deserve the vice president or secretary.
Is that the reality?
It's the reality. It's a reality. So because of that, we'll be angry, like, I'm a woman, I'm a human being.
I went through the higher institution, for instance, and of course we had, females vying for elective positions. I don't think there was ever a case where women were robbed of, their...
Most times women are robbed in politics too. But let's start from the grassroots level. In universities, how many female SUG presidents have you seen? We've not had most of them.
Is that because women are disenfranchised, or because they just don't show enough interest?
We show enough interest, but we are disenfranchised. We are sidelined. Please go. When men are talking, you're not supposed to talk.
Why should a woman?
Why should a
be beating
woman? A man that stands to pee, you bend to pee. You cannot
got
stand
that
where
right.
we are. Do you understand? So that's the
what they will
context.
say.
So that's the thin line. That's the thin line. It's not, does not necessarily mean that we hate men. After all, I'm married.
Okay.
Do you understand? I don't hate men. But there's a thin line between that. I know I deserve this position, but you're not giving it to me. So that's a
Something
thin line.
to-
So it's very, very...
So what you're saying in essence is it's easy to transition from feminism to misandry.
depending on the situation
Circumstance.
at hand. Do you understand? Depending on the situation. So it's very easy. So it's just a thin line. But misandry has never hurt anyone.
It has never hurt anyone.
Yes.
Now, Abigail, she just made a very bold assertion, and that for me is quite controversial. Do you think, and do you agree that misandry has never hurt anyone? Because the truth of the matter is, if you take a look at what's happening out there, especially in the social media space, there seems to be a very fierce battle between men and women. I think it has gotten to a point where even the men themselves are fighting back, right? Imagine someone saying, for instance, that men do not deserve to live just because they subjugate against women and stuff like that. Now, what do you subscribe to what she just said, that
God.
misandry has never hurt anyone?
I agree.
You agree?
Yes, I'll give my
That it has
reason.
never hurt anyone.
Misandry has never hurt anyone.
Why do I feel like
now,
I was supposed to have a male here? But it's okay.
Wait, we are going to win you today, don't worry.
All right.
Wait, okay, if we go by the dictionary definition of misandry,
Yeah.
misandry is like a myth.
You think it doesn't really exist?
It does not really exist. It's more of an ideology than a reality.
Just like feminism. Just like feminism.
Feminism is a
No,
movement.
it's a movement. It's not...
It's a movement. But
So
let's
you are
talk
telling me now
about...
that we do not have a movement of hate against men?
Please excuse me, Jesus. There is nothing like that.
Okay.
You talk about social media. Social media is not the real world. The fact that some women kind of make some abrasive posts, toxic posts about a man, is that actually the reality of things? It's not the real. How many women? Women hate men, right?
Yes.
Misandry is a movement. It exists.
That's
But
what misandry
every
is.
Saturday, people are getting married.
Well, that
Jesus.
does not in any way invalidate, the assertion that women hate men.
Why will you hate somebody and get married to that person?
I think it's one of the hypocrisies of the world. Okay, let me give you an example
Oh,
of what I'm
God.
trying to say. Just recently, a popular influencer on social
Yes.
media said that the scripture that says God the Father, God the Son is sexist.
Okay.
That why don't we have God the Mother and God the Daughter? What do you make of that? Isn't that misandry?
All right, let me continue with what I was saying
Okay.
concerning
What
the
she was
point
saying. Okay.
that she made. I would say that misandry is more in theory than in reality. Okay, but even if misandry is actually real, maybe some instances in the society
Okay.
where you have women who actually kind of hate men, I would say that misandry came up as a result, is a backlash. It came up as a reaction to misogyny. So it's like a reactive abuse. You know, when somebody has oppressed you for long, if somebody is slapping you, beating you, you will not just stay there now and just be looking. You
fight
come
back.
back.
It's a case of the proverbial
Yes,
goat that was pushed
yes.
to the wall.
It's just like when they will tell you in pidgin, first to do, you know, the pain. Second
When you are
to
pushed
do,
to the wall, you
yeah,
have
the
to
rest.
fight back because you know you can't go through the wall.
It's as a result of years of oppression, discrimination.
Okay.
The thing is that when I talk about reactive abuse, like there are times when somebody will do something to you and you will retaliate. The person will begin to defend themselves. They won't see what you have done. They won't see what they have done. They will begin to see your reaction. Yet it was their action that triggered your reaction. That's reactive abuse. So if we want to put an end to misandry, though it's not common, then if misogyny stops, misandry will also cease. That's just the truth. Because misandry is a reaction to years of abuse. And again, when some people say they tag a woman anti-male or a woman hates a man, most times I feel it's just a woman. She is not actually hating anyone in reality. It's just a woman looking out for herself. She's just trying to apply caution, precaution. She does not want to be a victim.
So
It's just like when you are
even when
offered.
she goes as far as calling for death
Most
Call
times,
him. Did he actually do it?
It doesn't happen
we
like
see
that.
we see a lot of these things on social media.
Online.
Let's
How
not
many
act
women
like
have
this.
done it in reality?
It doesn't happen in reality. It ends
But
on
when we
social
talk
media.
about misogyny, it
Okay.
is in our system.
everywhere.
Religion supports it. It is embedded
Even in
in
the
it.
home.
In the bedroom. It is institutionalized. It is normalized. That's what we are just trying to fight against. Discrimination, oppression. Don't oppress us. That's just it.
Anyways, misandry, feminism. How do you see it? Do you think, it's just a myth, just like Abigail said, or it's something that is actually, out there? Is it something that you've experienced as a person? Anyways, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. We have to go on this very important break. When we return, the program continues. Stay till Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at feminism versus misandry, clarifying the misconceptions. Now, I'd like to ask you this, Precious. At what point does one move from being a feminist to a misandrist?
Like I said before, most times it has to do with the situation at hand. Do you understand? The situation at hand, that's the cause. Because, like I said before earlier, it's my right, but you are depriving me of it. Do you understand? And the society, in generally, favors men. It favors men, even right from the homes. Let's check from the homes. Most times, the male children are preferred to the female children. Most times they'll tell you, okay, this is your right.
Nature, they are not complete.
You are not complete. Then when they are growing up, more responsibilities falls on the female. And the men are just, okay, anyhow you just live, provided you
Boys
have
will be
money
boys.
tomorrow and you will just marry somebody and do this. But the woman see that you, when growing up, you are the one that, they had to tell, don't do this, don't do that, and you're watching your brother making...
But the boy child is also policed. It's also,
It's not
much
as
as-
police as much as the girl child. That is the difference. Do you understand?
Double
So
standard.
when you don't grow up and find out that, oh, the society or even everybody tends to favor the men more than you fight back. Like she said before, it's a reaction. Do you understand? It's a reaction to an action. What you did to me, I will react now. And most when I'm not reacting, you're not saying, hey, why are you reacting that way? It was what you did to me that made me to react. So that's it. So when you are supposed to get this thing, or you are supposed to be treated fairly, you are not treated fairly. I have to react to. I'm very, very angry right now. And next thing you switch to misandry. But that misandry does not mean that you necessarily hate men. We have fathers. We are married. We have sons. Do you understand?
But we've seen several cases, where women went as far as eliminating the men in their lives.
Several.
Yeah, so, when you say they don't necessarily hate men, would you eliminate someone you don't hate?
I think it has to do maybe with how the person was treating that woman. I don't support that, actually.
I think this is where the real problem is. And this is one of the arguments against feminism. I've heard a lot of persons say that feminists lack accountability because it's always about what made them do what they did, what made them do what they did, or what makes them do what they do. You understand? It's always about somebody triggering them. Feminists are do not necessarily believe that they are capable, like inherently capable of doing anything bad.
Until somebody
pushes you, you know
what
that
is
sit on
doing
your
that.
own.
If you want the person to behave, don't push the person.
If I'm on my own and nobody looks for my trouble, I will not fight back. Do you understand? That's it.
Is it also safe to say that men, do evil because they are triggered to do so, or men are just inherently evil?
No, men
men
are
are not.
patriarchal. Do you understand? They believe they are in charge, so they tend to treat you because they feel you are lesser or you are beneath them. Do you understand? That's how they feel most times. I don't know, but I feel that's how they react. Like, you're a woman, you're not supposed to talk to me like that. Something that maybe a fellow man will do to them and they see it like it's nothing. If a woman does it to them, they see it like, I will deal with you for that thing that you did. You're a woman, you're not supposed to talk back at me. So that's just it. So most times, men, once they just see a woman like this, they see you as, I beg, just shift to one side. You are not supposed to be talking where the boys are talking or where men are talking. Most times, even in settings, maybe especially in meetings, family meetings, you see they will say, I beg, madam, don't talk here. Men are talking. When men are talking, women don't talk. Do you understand? So I feel like it's how men have always seen themselves like they are superior to women. So they treat you because of their belief that you are beneath them.
All right, thank you very much, Precious. Now, Abigail, I'd like us to take a look at the religious angle to this conversation.
Okay.
Quite recently, I think it was yesterday that I stumbled on this on social media, where a popular influencer who happens to be, I think it's safe to even call her a misandrist, because much of the posts she dishes out are, misandrist in nature, right? She made a very funny assertion that the Holy Bible is patriarchal in nature, and that it's in fact, I think she even said it's what's the word now?
Misogyny.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for the right. She said the Bible was written to cater to men. For example, she said, why do we have God the Father, God the Son, and not God God the Father, God the Son, and not God the daughter and God the wife? That it's discriminatory against women. Do you subscribe to that? Do you think that makes sense? Do you believe that the Bible or religion generally is misogynist?
Okay, when it comes to feminism as a movement, as an ideology, there are different schools of thoughts and different approaches. For example, you have within feminism, you have those that are radical, you have those that are liberal, you have those that support, that have kind of a strong stance. Different approach exists within feminism. So that the fact that somebody subscribe to a particular part doesn't mean all feminists agree with that particular stance or ideology. So I just want to make that clear. Now, concerning this aspect, I am a feminist. I am a believer, a Christian feminist.
Is that possible?
Yes, it's very possible.
Do we have Christian feminists?
I
I
even agree that Jesus Christ is a feminist.
Really?
Yes.
What makes you think so?
Jesus Christ, if you read through the Bible, he was always talking about fairness, love. There was never a time that, I'm talking about the person of Jesus Christ. I'm not talking about the Bible, scriptures, the apostles. Jesus Christ as a person. So many of his actions, he was talking about fairness, being fair. And he never discriminated against women. He carried women along. Even when Jesus Christ died, the women played a lot of role in his death, even in his resurrection. So he never discriminated. Even Mary Magdalene never discriminated against. When they came to report him and said, this woman committed adultery, what should we do? He said, if you are without sin, you'll be the first to cast the stone. But if it were a patriarchal way, they'll pounce on that woman. So I would say that Jesus Christ is a feminist, the person of Jesus. Now, personally, to answer your question, I don't share that sentiment because it contravenes my belief, my Christian belief, that the Bible. Why would the Bible address? Why would the Bible make some statement?
Would call that, blasphemy. Yeah.
Yes, I don't quite agree with that. But there's something I want to say. Feminism is all about choices. When we say feminism supports equality, it means that both men and women should have the freedom to choose their path. Don't limit anyone. In fact, feminism is broad. It's broad. There are different components and different aspects to it. For example, now, I can choose to become a pilot. I can choose to become a CEO as a woman. You as a man, you can choose to become a stay-at-home dad. Both choices are different. They are not related. But both choices should be respected and not restricted. So that's what feminism is standing for. If somebody decides to, I've seen some arguments on social media that some feminists are not even supposed to be submissive to their wife. Sorry, their husband. Why will you say you are a feminist and yet you are still arguing if women are supposed to be submissive? They will tell you that it means that you are not a true feminist if you are being submissive to your husband. But I don't agree to that. So I feel there are various approaches. Feminism is about choice. So if that's her choice, if she believes, that's her belief, and she's entitled to her opinion.
All right.
You don't force your opinion on somebody.
Okay, so in a nutshell, Abigail just said that she doesn't believe feminism exists in marriage, because feminists argue that a woman is not supposed to submit to a man because both are equal. What's your take on that, Precious?
Concerning the submission?
Yes. Do you think feminists, or first of all, do you even believe in believe that a Christian woman can be a feminist.
Yes,
And
a Christian woman can be a feminist. Religion does not affect your feminism. Another thing, marriage is partnership. Do you understand?
do you believe a man is the woman's head?
Is partnership. I believe marriage
You
is
don't
partnership.
believe a man is the woman's head?
No, I believe marriage is partnership.
Okay. You believe it's partnership.
Yes.
Abigail, what's your take on that?
I think, well, you made a statement that I said feminism does not exist in marriage. I didn't
Okay.
see that.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
to me
You
personally,
think feminism exists in marriage?
Yes.
everybody should be a feminist, whether
Okay.
you are a man or you are a woman. There are some people that are even feminists, they don't know it. The views that they support. Some men are feminists, they may not like the title, they may not want to align with it, but there are some things they do in their own. It represents feminism.
Okay.
There are some men that, when we talk about traditional gender roles, there are some things that some women cannot relate to. If you go to some home, the men cook, they clean. That, like you said, is a partnership. So that argument is not. I don't even think in this 21st century
We should be
that's
arguing
what you should be having
submission.
a submission. In fact, I even think I don't know. It's absurd to me.
You think it's archaic, but
It's absurd to me.
Okay.
That doesn't mean I don't. In fact, I believe in respect.
Okay.
I will respect you as
but
an
do you think
individual.
a
When you
woman?
respect
But do you think
me,
a woman should submit to a man?
Submission does not come up in this age.
No,
I'm sorry.
okay. You think submission is?
It's not
irrelevant
something
anyway?
we start
wait,
talking
in
about.
marriage,
Okay.
you are looking for my man. In marriage,
Yeah.
in marriage, what I'm trying to say is that if you begin to discuss as a man or as a man, you are telling your wife, don't you know I'm your age? You have already lost that age.
Okay.
You're not longer, because I can't imagine as I relate with teenagers. I will not turn on my teenager. I will not say, you don't know how to greet. You don't have respect. I've lost. Me that I'm saying that I have, because there's a way I will approach that
Now,
thing.
let me.
I've
rephrase
lost
the
my
question.
respect by doing that.
I'm actually not saying that a man must demand for submission, but I'm saying that as a woman, do you think a woman should submit to a man, to her
Both
husband?
men
Yeah.
and women submit to it. Even the Bible says submit to
And there are
yourself.
gender roles, like gender roles in marriage.
Okay.
Both of them are submitting
And you do
to
not
each
believe
other.
that the man is the head of the woman.
The man is the head. I agree.
So if
I'm
the man
not
is the
fighting
head, the
that.
woman should submit, don't you think?
Both of them are submitting to each other.
But what about the scripture that says that the man should love while the woman should submit?
Even before that,
loves their
the
wife,
scripture
the
says both of them, both the man submit to yourselves. Before the scripture now say, men love your wife. women
Just like
submit to
Christ
your
loves
husband.
the church.
I'm actually not a
But
cleric.
do men love their wives
I'm
the
not a
way Christ
cleric,
loved the
but
church?
if I understand that scripture very well, I really don't think it's referring to the marriage context,
Okay.
right? When it says submit one to another. I think that's pretty much.
Okay, that particular context
Yeah,
is
that
not related to
particular-
marriage.
If you instruct-
But the other one is marriage.
Yes, that one is marriage related because.
You're just selecting.
You are selecting the one that favors it.
All right, it's still flip side on independent television, and we're taking a look at feminism versus misandry, clarifying the misconceptions. There are lots of misconceptions surrounding the subject, and hence it's important that we, define the terminologies just so we put things in proper perspective. Now we have to go on another very important break. The program continues afterwards. Please stay back. It's still flip side on independent television, and we're taking a look at feminism versus misandry, clarifying the misconceptions. Now, before we went on that break, Abigail, we're talking about the home front
Yes.
and the role that both genders are supposed to play, right? The man is expected to protect and provide,
Yes.
while the woman is expected to submit. Beyond scripture, beyond religion, right? I think these are gender norms as far as culture is concerned, especially in the African context. Now, do you believe that it's a woman's responsibility to submit to her husband? I told you we weren't done with that part of the conversation, so I need us to put it in proper perspective. Do you think a woman should submit to her husband?
Okay. Like, I'll borrow the word that Precious said. She said, marriage is a partnership. So I will still stand on the point I made earlier. Submission should not be something that we should be discussing in marriage now.
singing it.
It's not as if
Why?
It's not as if as a
Isn't it
woman.
demand from the woman?
You said we should remove from the religious aspect.
Yes.
That's what you said.
Even within
So,
the cultural context.
now, if we should remove that, so why should you be demanding that a woman? Because sometimes the way some people define submission is like be subservient to me. Now, okay, let's not just speak English. Some practical examples. There are some women that might say, okay, I want to go back to school. I feel it is in my best interest to be educated. Then the man will not tell the woman, I don't want you to go to school. The woman is expected to submit, even when she knows that it will be beneficial to her to go back to school. Or it may also be that she was working before she met the man, and the man tells her, I don't want you to, because these are some of the areas where people have issues with. Submission is not just about I came back from work, you didn't greet me, you didn't. No, that I don't think these are some of the issues. Okay, I want you to stop working, and I want you to focus on the children, grooming the children, raising the family. The woman would
Taking care of the
the
home.
woman would be like, I don't want to stop doing that. I don't want to stop working. I want to keep on working. Then the woman will be tagged unsubmissive because she does not want to yield to the demands of the husband. So I think that marriage should be a partnership. There are some conversations that couples, intending couples should have before marriage. How do we handle issues like this? Because sometimes some people just expect that anything a man tells you, you just agree to it, even if that thing does not go well with you. Even if you know that someone will tell you, when the man tells you, just listen to him first. In the long run, it will agree. There are times that over a lifetime, the man might not change his mind forever. Like this issue of work, I know of somebody that the woman was working and the man told her just for a while, let the children grow up, let them be around maybe when they've entered secondary school. From secondary school, they entered university, and now the woman is regretting, like, when she sees her friend,
she does not have a life.
She studied, she was a lawyer, she law profession. When she sees some of her, she went for a meeting. Okay, somebody said she went for a meeting sometime, and she could not even dialogue with her colleagues. She was not even she does not even know current issues, because why? She has used all her years to train the children, that she doesn't even know much about what is going on in her profession. So these are some of, when we talk about submission, I think it should be a mutual agreement. Marriage should be a partnership between a man and a woman. If you know that this thing should be in the best, I believe that husband and wife can come together and dialogue, reach a kind of
consensus,
a consensus or a compromise concerning issues. If you know that this thing will be beneficial to your wife, why don't you allow kind of pursue that particular thing? Don't just limit her. Some men are just intimidated by the idea of a woman, maybe a woman doing better than them.
So are you saying
or a woman
that if a man demanding for submission is insecure? Is that what you're saying?
No, I won't say a man demanding for submission is insecure. I won't say it's insecurity, but I feel that there is a fundamental problem already going on that is making that man to demand.
So what you're
for
saying
submission.
in essence is that the issue of submission should never be brought up in marriage.
It can be brought up, but
so who should submit to who? Because it seems like you're not answering the question in clear terms. Who should submit to who?
Who should submit to who?
Yes.
Like I told you, I said it is a partnership between both of them.
So
Depends on the
both
issue.
should submit to
each other. Simple. Okay, let me add to what Abigail said.
Okay.
Aside that, okay, for example, he said a man is supposed to provide and protect the woman. Let's come to a situation whereby maybe the woman now is out earning or providing more in the home. Do you tell the husband to submit to that woman? Because she's now the one carrying everything.
Okay, I think the question you're asking will be based on the assertion or the impression.
Yes, that because
that
if
submission is conditional. But that's not the case here. I don't think submission is conditional. It's not dependent on whether the man provides or not.
No, she said because you said the man is supposed to provide and protect.
Protection and provision is are the man's responsibility, just as submission, is the woman's responsibility, right? What I'm saying is, the question I am asking is, are you saying that a woman is not supposed to submit to her husband just because they are partners?
They are partners. Submit to each other. As simple as that. No more, no less.
Okay, no more, no less.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at some more very interesting angles to this conversation. Does foreign aid empower? Okay, sorry, I think that's a very this one actually says, can negative personal experiences with men lead to misandry disguised as feminism?
Yes.
Because a lot of times,
it's true.
most of the people we call feminists, most of the people we see as feminists are people who have had a terrible experience with men in the past.
Yes, it can, depending on the person.
Do you think that's justified or justifiable?
Depending on the person, maybe what the person suffered. It might not be one man, it might not be two men. It might be maybe different men, and she decided.
So some of the people going about calling themselves feminists are just victims of heartbreak.
Not all.
Not all.
I said some.
Some, yes.
Not all.
Okay.
Like there's some of them, yes. Some of them is due to what they experienced in the hands of men. That's when they decided to be like that. Do you understand? So, but it's not all. There are some women that growing up, I say, no, right from time me, I just want to be a boss lady and everything. That's their way. Do you understand? Then some people, it was due to what they experienced in the hands of men, and they decided that no, I will not take it anymore. And they find that most of them, it's not because they were not submissive. You find out that some of them were so submissive, Do you understand? They were very, very submissive. In the long run, the men they were submissive to treated them like they were nobody.
Okay.
So then I decided that, if I get that opportunity again, I will never try it. That's how they became feminists. And like you said, feminism is different beliefs. Do you understand? My belief might be different from your belief. Do you understand? A person's upbringing, a person's societal upbringing, a person's environment contributes.
Okay, shapes their
shapes their decision. A feminist in America is not the same as a feminist in Nigeria. Because I grew up here, it's because of what I experienced. That's what made me become a feminist. And those ones, when they talk about them, you'll be like, I don't understand your own context. But feminism is broad. It's very broad. It depends on everybody's choices.
All right. Now,
okay,
Abigail.
So in addition to what
she said
concerning this question, I think like the experiences the woman has had, maybe she has had lots of broken relationship, it can actually affect understanding. It can affect if she will become a misandrist in comparison to being a feminist. The another thing I would like to say is that there are some times that it might not even be as a result of her experience. It might not be as a result of her experience, but it might also be because over the years in the society, there's a way the society operates. So that can also influence our choice. So sometimes not as a result of maybe broken relationship. It's not all the time it's as a result of broken relationship. It might even be as a result of maybe our upbringing, the kind of home. You know, there are some things that you see in the kind of relationship between your parents. Then you tell yourself that when I grow up, this is like how I want to live my life. So sometimes, and when you talk about women, 18 men, a woman being a misandry, just like, yes, that's the word there's something I was trying to get. It's just like, for example, a woman that has been battered, like she has seen a lot of experience some kind of bad things from men. Let's say she'll start asking herself, what is the probability of me meeting somebody good? So let me just conclude that all men, that's the reason why some misandries generalize. They will tell you all men, they will not want to make any exception. It's just like when you offer someone a tray of apples and you tell the person that most of these apples are bad, what is the probability of that person picking a good one? The person might pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the person will just conclude like, it's like all of them are bad. Let me just stay put. I don't want to even try my luck. So sometimes as a result of that, that's why some women become misandries.
All right, thank you very much, Abigail, for that amazing analysis. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. We shall be going on another break. When we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. It's the final lap of Flipside today's episode. Now, I would like to ask you guys this question, and of course I'm directing this at you, Abigail. Do you think that misandry could negatively affect genuine feminist efforts?
Okay, yes.
And in what way?
I would say yes to that. You know, when we talk about advocacy for women's rights, advocacy for women's rights crosses the line into misandry when it makes generalization or negative generalization about all men. When you make statement like all men, you just make that kind of hasty generalization that all men are the same. Now, misandry actually can actually kind of truncate the activities of feminists, because one thing I would like to say is that when we keep on using this kind of negative words, boys are, all men are, you understand, when we keep on making such generalization, boys, we grow up, they'll begin to think that it's in their nature, it's inherent for them to be violent or to be the kind of morally suspect, you understand? Because people will tell you that it's always men that are doing this thing, it's always men. So as a result of that, they'll grow up with that mindset that this is what is like a script that the society has written and handed over to them. So they have no other choice than to follow it. Even when they do something that is wrong, the excuse that they will give is that they said all men are like that, all men are violent, it is in my nature. So when we continue to use such language, or we continue to say that all men are the same, men are toxic, men are trash, men are, understand, it does not give for the boys that are upcoming, the ones that are still growing up, that are still young. They begin to say, okay, this is something that is normal for me to do. And it kind of causes this resentment or division or alienation between both genders. So
That aspect of feminism, that kind of aspect that has to do with misandry, it has a way of truncating the efforts.
All right. Precious, what's your take on that? Do you think misandry is a clog in the wheels of feminism's progress?
I will not say it is, but like Abigail just said, most times men have been conditioned to, okay, all men, like she said. They will not believe that this is how they are supposed to react. Misandry does not necessarily truncate feminism. Do you understand?
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily truncate feminism. Feminism is advocacy for equal rights, equal everything.
And misandry is outright hatred for men.
Yes.
Which is more in theory.
Which is more in theory than in practical, than in reality.
So if feminists think they are fighting a just cause, don't you think they should be bothered that there is a group or there is a section that is
like
out
we said,
to,
it's just a theory.
There are not much.
It's just a
people
theory. People that are doing that, and most times, and these things end in online banter.
Yes.
You think so?
Yes,
You think
it ends in online
We need
banter.
to talk about that aspect of social media.
life? Because people have real life stories to tell.
Yes, but most times this misandry, it doesn't go beyond online banter. That's what I see. It doesn't go beyond that. If we check real life misandry and feminism is open, like it's everywhere. But misandry, how many women will you see that are necessarily misandrists? They are very, very few. So I will not say misandry is suffocating or pressing feminism. Like I say, feminism depends on choices. Those people, most of them, they did not become misandrists because of they became misandrists due to one or two experiences. I will leave them aside. Maybe some of them, they need therapy to heal. Do you understand? As time goes on, they will understand what the real feminism movement is.
All right. Finally, though, this is actually the very last question. Do you think there are, real male feminists exist, Abigail, as we begin to wrap up?
Okay. From what I've observed, because I don't know the mind of everyone, but it seems that this movement, feminism, is more evident online than in reality.
Okay.
I've seen men who started out as, I told you, like, feminism is gender inclusive. It does not just remove men from the picture.
Okay.
Yes. But there are some men I've seen online, most especially online, I don't have real life that I've identified as that they've called, like I mentioned earlier, I said some men are feminists because of their actions. It shows they support the ideas of feminism, but they may not really call themselves feminists.
Because it means feminine.
But some of the things they do, the way they support the equality of women, you will know that this person is because of their actions, but they may not carry that tag. But online, I've often seen men who started out as feminists trying to support women's rights, but along the line, their true colors
just came up.
Begin to show. Some of them are even some of them are even toxic.
They were probably not genuine after all.
Yes, they were not genuine. Some of them are just looking for, they just want
to. That's what we say, social media validation.
Yes, one thing I noticed is that when women support a cause, that thing is likely going to move on. Some of them, they have built followers over the years, and the followers they had were women who supported them. Now that they have attained that, they are not revealing the true colors nature. They are not even speaking against the women that they were supporting when they started. You know, most of these people online, we didn't really talk about that aspect of social media. Most of them are content creators. Like all these things we see online, all these men are
beyond online banter.
It is for
clout.
Like they are just throwing controversy just because they want to gain more engagement. I remember there was a time I made a post on my Facebook page. I said something. I said, unpopular opinion, the children of single parents are doing exceptionally well. That post, I had lots of engagement because people thought I said single parent, but they thought I was talking about single mothers.
They thought you were
people that have never commented on my page. I'll be posting about teenagers, you understand? Nobody will comment, but this one, they were just arguing. So most times, anybody that is using social media needs to understand that the algorithm favors content, prioritize content that kind of brings about more engagement. So people will naturally want to post controversial stuff just to elicit your response.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, ladies. It's been an amazing show so far. I want to say a very big thank you to you for doing me the honor of analyzing this discourse with me. We've been talking about feminism versus misandry, clarifying the misconceptions. I'm hoping that the next time I call upon you, you will do me, the favor of being with me. All right, it's been Flipside on Independent Television, and I really do hope that the notes have been taken so far. Feminism is a good thing. It's a good cause. Okay, misandry is not a good cause. There is no reason to hate any human being. There is absolutely no reason to hate anyone. Okay, go about demanding for equal rights or whatever it is you're demanding for, but do not hate anybody. Okay, because we are all, we are all one. God created us as humans, and we must look out for one another. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a blessed day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I get over? Yes. Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, not here. Where's it? My dear. It's comment c'est papa que voici quoi voici
ça m'a toqué
ici
oh ça m'a toqué
Wayagi makpome samane Wayagi makpome samane
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
The caliber was in a cocoa, the wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Echo one as ever. Ever here, not the little way as ever, my former. I will wait in it. A joke. Jonah will. John Apollo put. John Amuria, one, Barry Boba, but John Way, Gathered in and I had the way. Barry Grant, no matter look at
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best. Certainly the best.
Nigeria's political landscape is currently heating up as the All Progressive Congress, the APC, and the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, are gearing up for the highly anticipated National Convention. Hello and welcome. This is This Morning on ITV. I am Nuoluwakpo Stevens right here in our Benin studio. And I also have Harry Iboje joining me this morning. Good morning, Harry.
Good morning, Anu. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. How are you doing today?
I'm good. And you? How was your night?
Oh, well, great, amazing, blessed. So a lot of things to talk about, especially in the political terrain right here in Nigeria. But before we even move over to that, which is going to shape the basis of our conversation this morning, there's something going on as regards PAR. The conversation has been on for as long as I can remember, but just Tuesday this week, the Minister of PAR, Adebayo Adelabu, came out to apologize to Nigerians and say, you know what, I am sorry. The federal government is sorry for all of the hustle, all of the bustle as regards the PAR, the poor epileptic power supply in Nigeria. And you know what, give us 2 weeks. Give him 2 weeks categorically. He's going to fix the PAR situation. Would that even work? Or those are just political, you know, theatrics?
Well, someone once said that
Nigerians seem to be so obsessed with apologies. And, you know, it's one of the reasons why someone could just make a very terrible blunder and do an unthinkable thing and then come out to apologize. And as a matter of fact, Nigerians usually demand for apologies like their lives depend on it. And the big question is, do apologies change anything? Will an apology restore things to status quo? I think these are questions begging for answers. And you see, I really do not have a problem with the fact that he came out to apologize. It's actually a noble move, if you ask me. But the question is, will these actually bring about the desired change? Now, he's promising that in 2 weeks' time, the power situation will be stabilized. But the question is, should we also take him for his word the same way Nigerians are, you know, probably taking the president for his word, you know, when he said that if he's not able to stabilize the power sector, you know, in his first tenure, that he shouldn't be voted for the second. Well, I
so
guess
basically what you're saying is it is not just the Minister of Power who should be blamed for this, the federal government in entirety.
The federal government in its entirety.
Well, he actually admitted that the blackout has deepened hardship across homes, businesses, schools, and industries amid the scorching dry season hit. Now, have you been going through any of this hullabaloo as regards electricity, or perhaps you're one of the band-aids? But even the band-aids are currently facing heat.
It's actually funny that you would ask me that, because I guess...
Well, you don't look like someone who's going through it.
Well, we really don't look like what we've been through. I guess that's the story for the average Nigerian, or the story of the average Nigerian, rather. Nigerians are very resilient people, and you know, they've come to grips with the reality of what they're going through. So one of the things I believe Nigerians are known for is the ability to adapt to every situation. And the power situation is something that has been, you know, that has lingered on for so long.
Of course.
As a matter of fact, it's even it's actually a shame that we're still dealing with the power situation at this time. You know, at a time when the rest of the world has moved on to, you know, bigger things.
Of course.
You know, and it's actually really shameful.
Indeed. Well, in 2026, let's move over to Lagos, where Patricia Gabriels is on. Maybe Patricia doesn't really face, or you don't get to face any of the epileptic power supply in Lagos. It's just a smooth ride for you, Patricia. Good morning. Welcome on board.
Good morning, Anu. I mean, I guess it was here in Lagos. And then just like you said, I heard and I saw the minister apologizing and asked that we should give 2 weeks. The question is, 2 weeks. I mean, what happened with all other months or the weeks past that they couldn't fix it? Are we sure 2 weeks is enough to fix whatever the problem is? It is terrible here in Lagos. I think in my house, I haven't seen the NEPA light for the past 3 days. I have been on generator, and we all know what the petrol price is as at now. So it's very, very terrible, and it's affecting me too. Like Harry said, look like what we passed in Nigeria.
Okay, Patricia, but I mean, 3 days is really small. In some towns and cities, for over a month, there's been no light at all. But then again, just as you said, would 2 weeks even amount for anything? And let's not forget, the same Minister of Powers, there's been feelers that he wants to contest for the governorship position, the governorship seat in Oyo State come 2027. And when asked if he is going to do it, he just shoved it off and really did not come out straight. A clear case of a politician in particular. And then he said we should give him 2 weeks. That is from now, when he said it on Tuesday, up until perhaps over March 31st. But let's not forget that the federal government, the president in particular, has told all political appointees who would want to contest for the forthcoming election in 2027 to vacate their seats, resign, right? So are we going to be seeing him resigning is the question. Now, there are a lot of those persons who have even called for his resignation. Would that even happen, Patricia?
Well, like I said, we should give him 2 weeks. I know it might be he's preparing to resign to prepare for the governorship election, and that he will do in a few weeks' time. So if he does that, he's going to be escaping the 2 weeks, and then he leaves us in this dilemma that we are right now in the light issues. But like the president said, that's the right thing to do. If you know you want to contest for an election come 2027, you have to resign and then go face the politicking, do not disturb us. Okay, your work and your ranger says 27 or your election. Anyway, Anu, hopefully he might resign because he has so much interest in contesting, but he should come out truthful and plain to let us know if he's resigning and leaving us in this dilemma, because there's a lot of hardship going on with the light issues in Nigeria. A lot of businesses are complaining, especially those that are into frozen food. You know, they are complaining that they spend so much money in petrol, and so it's not good for business.
Okay, away from that, gentleman and the lady, let's react to another major conversation. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, said on Monday that a former acting accountant general of the Federation, Chukwunyere Nwobuku, has been convicted and sentenced to 72 years imprisonment for fraud involving 868.46 million naira. The Commission disclosed this in a post on its X handle, noting that Nwabuku was prosecuted before the Federal High Court in Abuja on charges bordering on money laundering. Now, he was appointed acting accountant general of the Federation in May 2022, following the suspension of Ahmed Idris over an alleged 800 million naira fraud, but was removed a few weeks later. Well, this is Nigeria. I'd love to get your take on it, Harry, before we move over to Abuja.
Okay, it's actually a funny one. Funny in the sense that he appears to me as someone who life gave a chance to, to prove himself. And then instead of towing a different path and doing something different from what his predecessor did, he chose to, toe the same line. Now, what you just read actually states that he became an acting accountant general because his predecessor was suspended over the same money laundering issue.
So are you saying it's a Nigerian thing?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be.
Oh, it's a man thing because a man and a man.
Now, don't even go there. Thing. Don't go there, because I know you're trying to be sexist. I don't think it has anything to do with gender. We've seen several cases of women, also being fingered in, money laundering cases in the past. If you really want us to go that route, but
I know, right? You're the wrong person to have that kind of conversation with, but just go ahead.
But you see, it actually, like you said, I think it's a Nigerian factor.
Right.
And it's sad because I'm not saying that we don't have loads of genuine and honest Nigerians out there, but it's unfortunate that a lot of people cannot stand the temptation. They cannot fight the temptation of money, or should I say financial misappropriation. Okay, one of the ways to know to assess a man's integrity is how he handles the temptation that comes with being in the midst of money. And it's really unfortunate that he couldn't learn from his predecessor. He found himself there and he told the same path. It's really sad.
Oh, well, this is Nigeria. Well, let's move over to Abuja. Perhaps Charity Tanku has something different to say amidst all of our conversation that we've been having here this morning, from the money laundering case, 72 years. I wonder how old he is now and how many years he even has to spend on earth. That's like a life imprisonment. Charity, good morning. Welcome on board. Charity, if you can hear me, please go ahead. Okay, we'll get back to Charity shortly. Let's move over. All right, let's move over to Lagos. I'm sure Patricia is still on. Patricia, you want to react to this. What was your first reaction when you heard this particular story? Because it's been in the news for a while now. Tell me.
Okay, I'm going to start by addressing Harry. We have a few women that have been fingered for money laundering or, stealing from the cooking pot. A few women, but it's mostly with the men. And you begin to ask yourself, what exactly is wrong with Nigerian men, if you allow me to say that? What exactly is wrong with them? They just suspended someone and put you there, and you came and did the same thing. But the question now is, why just him 75 and 72 years imprisonment? If we decide to start giving them or jailing them, I'm sure almost every Nigerian leader and those in top offices will be jailed for more than 72 years, because it's all the same story every day. He has 72 years. He's the one paying for everybody. If you
Right. It's really a sad one. And then there are those who would ask, is this just an isolated case, or it's a real fight against corruption? Because over time we've seen the leaders, we've seen politicians, corrupt politicians who get to steal, siphon money, both either the male or the female. We've seen it happen over time, and sometimes they just run and fly away with it. I remember the current EFCC boss did say that if he doesn't get Yahaya Bello, he's going to resign, and he's still here in office. Oh well, this is Nigeria, as I would say often. Now, moving back to you in in Lagos, Patricia, what are we expecting from your end this morning? Please go ahead.
Okay, so today we're going to be looking at the internal crisis in PDP. I mean, we all know that the elections are coming very closely, and then all talks on politics this period. And so we're looking at crisis in and asking, is led grouping over PDP structure? And what is the future what does the future of PDP come to 2027 elections? Is it that PDP, in quotes, is going to be completely still have the structure of PDP? Right now we have just the governor of Oyo State who is standing and saying, I'm still a member of PDP. I mean, it's just a few of them. Now Wike's structure is leading, and then the court has asked that they should take over. I don't know if PDP will still be standing by 2027 election, or it is swept under the carpet, or PDP will come out to run for offices like every other political party. So that's what we'll be talking at from Lagos.
Of course, I'm sure we're looking forward to that conversation, and let's just hope that the convention that will be coming up this weekend would bring out something tangible from both the PDP and also, of course, the APC. You're quite good, the PDP in particular. Moving back to Abuja, Charity, are you on? Please go ahead with your take this morning.
Well, what we have from Abuja this morning, we shall be taking a look at the fuel crisis in Nigeria and how this has affected every other that and
Right, we'll get back to Charity in just a moment. But right here in Benin, Edo State, Nigeria, our main conversation this morning is as regards the Nigeria's electricity sector, Nigeria's energy sector, if I'm to put it that way. Matters arising. How long too long are we going to continue like this? We'll have our guest join in the studio and also virtually from Lagos State, Nigeria. And we'll also turn our attention to politics and take a critical look ahead of the APC and the PDP convention slated for this weekend. Will it even bring out something tangible, especially with the PDP faction? Yesterday, Nyesom Wike, the FCT minister, came out to say there are no faction in the PDP, just angry buddies moving around. We'll talk about all of this and more right after this break. Welcome back. It's now time for us to look at what a couple of national dailies have in stock for us this morning. We start off with the Daily Independent newspaper, leading with the major headline in business news that says Nigeria's oil output hits 11-month low despite reforms. Subrata says raises fresh concern over 2026 budget expectations. Other interesting headlines on the Daily Independent newspaper. Civil servant gives federal government 7 days over 70,000 naira wage allowance on page 7. I like the sound of this though, but would he work and see the light of the day? Another conversation entirely. On page 6, ADC will build a safer Nigeria, David Mark assures. Court faults Erufai's 1 billion naira rights suit against ICPC, IGP, others. Still on page 6. Capital importation hit $6.44 billion in the fourth quarter of 2025, up 26.6 year-on-year on page 7. PDP crisis. Turaki, Wike camps begin high-stakes reconciliation moves. Well, other interesting headlines this morning on the Daily Independent. Articles criticism of OPL 245 deal. Okay, so I think that's all on the Daily Independent newspaper, Harry.
All right, let's now shift our focus to the Guardian newspaper. And on the Guardian newspaper, the screamer here is saying, concerns as consensus plot robs parties of internal democracy. Concerns as consensus plot robs parties of internal democracy. And you'll find that on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper and above the masthead. This one here says, travel agencies decry NIB yearly loss to foreign airline sanctions. Travel agencies decry NIB yearly loss to foreign airlines sanctions. And that's on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. And next on the Guardian newspaper says, Nigerians borrow to survive as 30% and below 100,000 naira. Nigerians borrow to survive as 30% and below 100,000 naira. That's a rather worrisome one.
That is really sad.
It is really sad.
And now the civil servants are demanding for a 70,000 naira wage allowance.
It's sounding like they're asking for too much.
Remember last week we had a conversation with NLC. Also, they're making their own demands for 154,000 naira minimum wage per se, if that would work.
And I mean, just like you said, if that would work, we actually do hope it will work.
Well, it can work for a country where someone would steal 100 and something billion and million naira, and then an average Nigerian is actually scalping for food.
It's sad.
It's really pathetic.
It's really sad, and it actually says a lot about the system. And let's move on to more interesting headlines on the Guardian newspaper this morning. Union Bank status unchanged, says CBN despite court ruling. Union Bank status unchanged, says CBN despite court ruling, and that's on page 4 of the Guardian newspaper. Let's take a look at some other very interesting headlines. NBA Showore Bika over abuse of courtroom etiquette. I mean, it's funny how, some of our elites, pay attention to frivolities when there are more serious issues to, attend to. NBA Showore Bika over abuse of courtroom etiquette, and that's on page 5 of the Guardian newspaper. And then this right here says 50% of executed projects vandalized, abandoned, and that's coming from the NDDC. 50% of executed projects vandalized, abandoned, NDDC laments, and that's on page 7 of the Guardian newspaper. Now this one here says PDP leaders open to peace pact, assure Nigerians of 2027 readiness. PDP leaders open to peace pact, assure Nigerians of 2027 readiness. You want to know more about that? Get yourself a copy of the Guardian newspaper. And then finally on the Guardian newspaper this morning, $6 billion CapEx gap may stall higher oil output push, crude delivery to Dangote. $6 billion CapEx gap may stall higher oil output push, crude delivery to Dangote. And that's all on the Guardian newspaper.
Well, let's turn our attention over now to another major headline this morning. Let's see what we have next on the screen. The Vanguard newspaper, perhaps. Let's see what the Vanguard newspaper have for us this morning. We'll start off with the major headline on the Vanguard newspaper. Harry, you want to take it from there?
The Vanguard newspaper. Okay, let's rather the Vanguard newspaper is actually saying, as a major headline, East War, Middle East War rather, business closure and job losses loom. Business closures and job losses loom. And that's as the result of the Middle East War. NECA, NLC, LCCI, ASBON are the ones saying that. The Middle East War, business closures and job losses loom. We actually do hope it doesn't get to this point because, you see, the war doesn't seem to be coming to an end anytime soon. But we're praying that, you know, the powers that be, the US, Israel, and of course Iran, you know, are able to come to a negotiating table real soon.
Okay.
You know, of course, we saw yesterday that Trump is proposing, or should I say, is projecting an end to, or should I say, a suspension of the war for 4 days.
Away from the Vanguard newspaper, let's look at the Daily Trust newspaper this morning. The Daily Trust newspaper is leading this morning with a security headline. It says, 11 soldiers, police officers killed in Kebbi ambush. Rather sad. That's the major headline on the Daily Trust today. And on the front page of the Daily Trust, you have pictures of an accident that did happen right there. It says image from attacks on soldiers, policemen, right there in Kebbi State, and it happened on Tuesday. Well, many feared dead as pit collapses in Kanu on page 6. The truth about OPL 245 by Attorney General on page 5. Misinformation, distrust, discouraging youth from voting. Who was speaking? Amo Peter on page 10. Well, other interesting headlines this morning. 2027, Congress's clear coast for Tinubu on page 4. 3 killed as violence erupts in Nasarawa community. Court orders final forfeiture of $13 million linked to Achimugu's firm on page 5. And finally, on the front page of the Daily Trust today, after 8 children, woman gives birth to quintuplets on page 6. Some would say in this economy. Well, it's actually a good news, but then again.
Well, some news come with, you know, some good news come with a little touch of, should I say?
Of Nigeria news.
I guess so.
Okay, well, we get to wrap up the newspaper review here. We'll leave it here for you for today. Do well to pick up a copy or two, maybe of any of the national dailies to stay abreast with what is going on in the country at the moment. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to look at our major conversation for this morning with our guests joining live in the studio. Please stay with us. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, on Tuesday tendered a public apology to Nigerians over the crippling and persistent outages witnessed in the last month. He admitted that the blackout has deepened hardship across homes, businesses, schools, and industries amid the scorching dry season heat. This comes as the minister announced that he left the door open on his political future, adding that his immediate focus remained to address the country's electricity challenges. There have been speculations over his continued stay in office amid a possible entry into the Oyo State governorship race. Nigeria's power sector is one of the most critical and most challenging in the country's economy. And also to let you know that despite having large energy resources, electricity supply remains unreliable for many households and businesses. Now, joining us this morning to look critically at Nigeria's energy sector, I have with me in the studio Idris Zakari. He is a public affairs analyst, joins live in the studio. And also joining virtually from Lagos, Nigeria, I have Olumide Tonyibo. He joins live this morning in Lagos. Thank you so much for joining. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, welcome on board. Now, let me quickly start with you, Idris. What was that first reaction you got when you heard the tendered apology from the Minister of Power?
Thank you. An absolute delight to be here. Thank you for inviting me once more. I have very serious problems with people who make promises and apologize later, even when all of the necessary indices to achieve that result was available, made available to them. One of the very vocal promises of the present administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was that they were going to give Nigeria power in 4 years. He was very clear on it, he was very direct on it, even when there were a lot of other complicated areas, you know, the Balablu. You can have a lot of bad things to say about the president, but one thing he said clearly that is documented by every conscious Nigerian is that if I do not give you power in 4 years, vote me out in the next election. He didn't ask that I'll come apologize, he said vote me out. You know, and to implement that his agenda for power, he brought in an Adilabu from Oyo State, your state,
oh, wow.
to drive that process of ensuring that Nigerians had power. Almost 3 years down the line, we are now approaching an election year. What we are getting is an apology instead of measurable progress in reasonable time. No one asks you to solve all the problems overnight, but we expect that if you find yourself in public office, you should be able to tell us that in the last 3 years, we've moved from point A to point B. What we have actually had under Adelabu is a reversal from where we used to be. In fact, I think they are taking us even beyond 1999, because as a young child, as a young person in 1999, you can count the number of hours that there will be power. But in 2026, you hardly even see power. A lot of Nigerians have gone off grid. Most Nigerians have set up solar systems in their house for those that can afford it. Those who cannot afford it have bought bigger generators to power their fridges and everything else. And those who cannot even afford that are now relying on the improved version of I Better Pass My Neighbor generator. Children are having to deal with heat rashes. You just need to see newborn, go to the hospital. Like I always say, I speak for the common man. I'm not here to push establishment narrative. Go to the hospitals in Benin. I am in Benin. Go to the hospitals in Benin and see even newborn. Go to the pediatric unit of major hospitals in Benin and see the problem with power in Edo State and of course in Nigeria. You can take it step. I went to an A-list restaurant yesterday in Benin, and for the first time in a very long time, they didn't have power. It was a dark place, and the place is built in such a way that there's no windows for ventilation, so they depend solely on the air conditioning system. So since it didn't work, people were fanning themselves and eating their food. This is where we have found ourselves. You don't want to talk about the street lights. You don't want to talk about, you know, some of the critical businesses are folding by the day. Even an A-list Nollywood artist came out yesterday to now publicly complain.
So it's touching everywhere.
It's touching everywhere. And you know, you can stretch that from power to energy as a whole. And one of the lame excuses he gave yesterday, the one I find most annoying, most disgusting, was that there was trouble in the Middle East. And upon that premise, Nigerians cannot have power. I can tell you for a fact that as we speak, Iran still has 24/7 power supply. Iran all the bombs are dropping on has power. UAE, the one people call Dubai, is actually not Dubai, it's UAE. Is the capital the capital is actually Abu Dhabi, but Dubai is the most popular city, just like Lagos is the most popular city in Nigeria. UAE, that is caught in the crossfire, has 24/7 power supply. Saudi Arabia has 24/7 power supply. Israel, that is one of the fighting states, has 24/7 power supply.
Okay.
We don't even need to talk about the United States.
Okay, so what are you trying to say? But even before we go there are those who, I remember someone asking yesterday that why is Nigeria one of the most African state who is going through all of this electricity shortages and the fuel shortages and all of the,
it's all power shortages
we have been seeing. But just to add a follow-up question with what you said, with a lot of personnel seeking alternative power supply, even the federal government, the presidential villa in Abuja has cut off from the national grid and has opted out for solar panels in Abuja. Shouldn't that be worrisome for Nigerians?
We can go on and on. A president who promised you power, it's like a man has promised to marry you, not you now, a girl. Okay. A man has promised to marry a girl. And the man before has done another wedding with another girl, publicly announced. And you are still waiting for him to come and marry you. You are living in a fool's paradise. It's the same. The president promised us power supply in 4 years. 3 years down the line, the man has disconnected from what he promised to fix. And he has now gone solar. He has now gone off grid. We call it off grid. He's done the off grid component at humongous amount. Over 25 billion they spent over a period of 2 years to completely disconnect Aso Rock, the seat of power, not Tinubu's house, Aso Rock, our seat of power, from the national grid. I like to stretch this argument further. You see the cost of fuel now. Fuel has gone up to 1.4 in some places, and they tell us that because they are fighting, that is why fuel has gone up. I'll ask you this question: do you think fuel has gone up in Saudi Arabia? No, it's the same. Fuel has not gone up in UAE. Fuel has not gone up even in Iran. Fuel has not gone up in Israel. So why is Nigeria? But fuel must go up in Nigeria because these guys are fighting. This is the same Nigeria that has a huge refinery in Dangote, that has crude oil in our backyard here. We are here in the south side. Edo is south side. We have crude oil here. But we cannot take our crude oil from the fields of the Niger Delta, process it in Dangote, and give our people fuel. Dangote has to import from outside the country to feed his refinery. And Nigerians are exporting and stealing. That's why you hear crude oil theft. You and I cannot steal crude oil. Crude oil can only be stolen by people who have the capacity to steal it. And there is no ship that can come into Nigeria without the express permission of the Nigerian government. Add 1 + 1 together is equals to 2. You and I now know who is stealing the crude.
All right, thank you, Idris. Thank you very much for that amazing analysis. Now, my question goes to you, Mr. Fatoyinbo. All right, now let's address the speculations about the Minister of Power trying to, or planning to run for governorship in his state. Now, do you think that has anything to do with these issues that we're facing? Do you think he's distracted by his political ambition, or it's just a reality that that he's dealing with?
Yes, it's a great pleasure to be here. So I am of the opinion that the plan of the minister to contest for the gubernatorial position in Oyo State, of course, it's a distraction. And thanks to Mr. President, who has stipulated that anybody who wants to go for a contest or any elective position in his cabinet should resign before or on March 31st, 2026. So I believe, by and large, it will be a distraction, and that's the point that they should all resign if they have the ambitions to actually solve that. But looking at it, it as a way, it speaks to his capacity as a person. Because will it be apology that will be given to the Oyo people when he is failing to do some basic responsibility? The best apology should be to resign. This is not the first time the minister is saying that they will ensure that the government, they are able to generate at least 6,000 megawatts. He said that in 2024 when he was inspecting the Calabar power generation plant. He mentioned that loud and clear in 2024. And that is still the same promise that he's making at present. So that is ridiculous. In fact, it shows lack of capacity and competence to say the least. The best apology should be to resign immediately, because power is a foundational issue. The Constitution stipulates that security and welfare shall be the primary purpose of government. So, and power has every tie with welfare. So without welfare, then what are they doing in the government? So that's my point. That's my opinion regarding that. We look at hospitals, healthcare, they can't survive without power. We look at businesses, they can't survive without power. As much as they failed to deliver that major primary assignment they have, then I question why they are still in power. Of course, if he becomes the governor of Oyo State, of course, he will have to take charge and also meet up with some of these responsibilities. If he's offering apology at this point in time, since when he has been in office since August 16, 2023, and we are still dealing with apology right now, then I think the question of his capacity per se in the real sense of it. Though I'm also of the opinion that perhaps because it's not from the power sector or it doesn't probably have the technical know-how of how the power sector works, maybe that probably affected. But I always have this opinion that there are some critical points in governance that need experts. A minister of power should be someone who has been in the power sector for quite a long time. So power is not something that you can just give to anybody. It needs insider. Beyond the political will, it is essential that they know the technical know-how, they know the insider stories of how they can make things work.
All right. Now, some persons are also insinuating that, the elite, the president, or should I say the presidency, do not have the interest of the common man at heart. So they are attributing this to a lack of empathy on the part of our leaders. What do you make of that? Do you think it has anything to do with empathy, or they are just genuinely, incapacitated to handle the power issue?
I think it goes both ways. It goes both ways. If they are empathetic about the situation of the common man, the current minister of power should actually resign and be probably pushed to somewhere that is better fit. If they want to achieve the best result, they know the route to go, which is to appoint someone who is capable, who has the technical know-how. That's the only way they can show their empathy, not by apology. Apology doesn't solve any issue. Will apology fix the power issue? Will apology generate megawatts? Apology doesn't do anything. It only shows lack of initiative. Because they are not just coming to power. Perhaps if they are saying in their first 6 months, they are saying, okay, bear with us, we are sorry, we are working on it. This is over a year, this is over 2 years. So if we are still on the part of apology at this point, then they are not being empathetic, especially regarding this power issue. I don't know about all other issues, but as far as power is concerned, they need to do better.
Okay, thank you so much, Olumide. Now let's get back to Idris here in the studio. There are those who would blame the 2013 privatization of power sector in the country and say, okay, it didn't just start from now. We've had the privatization of the power sector, and that has been one of the major issues. And let's say the DISCOs and the GENCOs and the transmission company, the TCN, who were given the duty, the mandate to carry out and to ensure that they provide electricity fully, have not really been doing their job. And then there's also the conversation of the federal government owing debts now worth 6 trillion naira. Just a couple of days ago, NLC did say that the money should not be paid to whoever because they do not feel that the right thing has been done so far. And also, just to marry everything, during the course of the press briefing being done by the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, he did state that the reason why we're where we are at this point is because of shortage in gas supply. You want to go ahead?
First of all, you talked about privatization. And it is not you and I and the gentleman by the side that privatize power. It is government that privatize power. If government has privatized power and the privatization is not working, whose job is it to reverse it? Is it for me to discuss it or for them to do what they need to do to give Nigerians power? I usually avoid the technical discussion on issues. You know why the technical discussion is immaterial? Because there are people in the power ministry very well resourced, compensated and paid to deal with the technical details. What we want to see is results. So if I am discussing the technical details for them, it is free consultancy, and I no longer do free consultancy for politicians. Let them handle the business of power and give Nigerians power. You mentioned there's the second part you mentioned about
as regards
debts.
Debt, yes.
Who is owing the debt, Anu? If you and I are owing power or BEDC, what happens? They immediately disconnect you. If you bypass, they bring police to your house.
So you're saying they should apply the same approach to...
The question is who is owing? Aso Rock is owing.
Okay.
Most of the big ministries you hear, they are owing. Most of the police commands are owing. Most of the state government houses, see how irresponsible these people are? A government house of a state where the governor stays will be owing electricity bill. But me, the common man, cannot hold. And because they are owing, I cannot get power. I want you to process that for a minute. Aso Rock, government house, where your governor stays, local government headquarters, police station, military command, ministry of power is even owing. All of these key sectors that are supposed to drive the economy, government sectors for that matter, that have allocation, refuse to pay light bill and use the leverage they have because they are government to ensure that they are not disconnected. But if you and I, with our small businesses are owing, they must disconnect us and we must suffer for what the government is doing. We have very irresponsible people occupying public office. And for that gentleman that is planning, he has become Minister of Darkness in the Federal Republic and is now planning to go to Oyo. I rather say that Oyo people should vote for Anu instead of voting for that person.
Oh my God. Well, if that would even work, you know, if he would even get the tickets for Oyo governorship come 2027, is also another conversation to talk about. But we'll quickly take a short break. And when we return, we move over to the final laps of the conversation. Please stay with us.
Well, it's great to have you back. It's still This Morning on ITV, and we're still right here in our Benin Center. Now, my next question actually goes to you, and we're actually wrapping up this conversation with this, Mr. Olumide Toyinbo. What do you think Nigerians should expect going forward in the light of the current realities, especially with the apology that the Minister of Power just tendered? What should Nigerians expect going forward?
You know, we've been Nigerian for this long, so this is not the time to lose hope. So it's just to be optimistic that they will be able to solve the issue. Because if we lose hope now, to what end? So it's just to be fast-fair and see what they will do within 2 weeks, as promised by the Minister of Power. So within 2 weeks, he promised that within 2 weeks, there will be improvement. So we can only hope, because right now, I don't think we as Nigerians, we've entrusted them with the power. So if they are failing us, it's up to them. The joke is on them, not on Nigeria. So we can only look for alternatives, pending the time there will be the resolving of all of these issues. So we can only be optimistic. That's the only way forward.
Okay, and moving back to you, Idris, right here in the studio. He did emphasize the 2 weeks ultimatum that the Minister of Power asked for. Would that even work for someone who has been in power since 2023, had like almost 3 years to fix it, and now you're demanding for 2 weeks to just put an end to everything? Would it work as we...
He has had 3 years to show measurable... I didn't say fixed power, because that's a very generalistic statement. Now, it might not be possible to fix power in 3 years, but he has had 3 years to show reasonable progress or measurable progress in reasonable time. He has successfully reversed us, put us on the reverse gear, and is running at 100 kilometers per hour. This man who has had 3 years and did nothing is now asking you for another 2 weeks to fix what he could not do in 3 years. I align completely with the Speaker from Lagos, Barrister Olumide. The man has to resign. But let me tell you the 30 cents he's using for Nigerians. He knows that in 2 weeks, he's going to be forced to resign his appointment because he has to go to Oyo to run for governor, which I am already warning the Oyo people through. And this man is Minister of Darkness in the country.
He's Minister of Power.
He should no, it's Minister of Darkness. Do you have power? You are using generator. You say it's Minister of Power. Where is the power? is minister of powerlessness. Don't let him come and take over your state. He will do the same there. But if you do not listen, it is now up to you. And then we stretch it further. So if he knows he's leaving office in 2 weeks, why is he promising 2 weeks? So that you no longer blame him. So that whoever comes there will have to inherit that promise. This is the sense they are using, and this is what Nigerians will not continue to tolerate.
Oh dear, well, we can only wait, hope, and, pray for the best. I mean, hope is all we have and all we have currently in the country. We take a short break. When we return, we move over to talk about the upcoming convention with the PDP and the APC over the weekend. Please stay tuned. Nigeria's political landscape is heating up as the All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, gear up for their highly anticipated national conventions. These crucial gatherings are expected to shape party leadership, redefine strategies, and set the tone for future elections. But beyond the headlines, questions remain about internal unity, past struggles, and what it all means for Nigerians. The PDP National Convention is built for March 29th, while the APC convention is scheduled from March 27th, that's tomorrow, to March 28th, right there in Abuja. Today, we take a closer look at the stakes, the players, and of course the potential impact on the country's political future. And we still have our guests here in the studio. But let me start with Barrister Olumide. What do you foresee would happen, especially with the PDP camp? Let's start off from there, because we've seen several factions. Even though yesterday the minister of the FCT, I was going to say PAR now, the minister of the FCT, Samwike, came out to say that there are no factions, just angry persons moving around circles. Barrister Olumide, please go ahead.
Yes, I would agree totally with the FCT minister. Of course, currently the substituting judgment favors, of course, the FCT minister's faction of the PDP. So the contention now is just for the other warring parties to align with the current judgment of the court regarding the situation of the PDP. So I see that with time, the people who are aggrieved, they will gradually align with the substituting, the current, the judgment of the court. They will move towards the weakest faction of the PDP. But the question is of what use is for the common man, because when we look at the political interest in this country, it's always about selfish interest most of the time, sincerely speaking. So at times when it comes to political party and all of that, I'm always tongue-tied to talk about it, because at the end of the day, they are all the same, PDP, APC. So the best thing is just to be hopeful that in the coming days, there will be reflection of what they want to do for the common man in the country. So that should be what we should really focus on, because the common man often do not have a say in most of the happenings in the political party, or who will end up being the flag bearers of this political party. Because at the end of the day, it's all about selfish interest. So we can only be hopeful that whoever will emerge as the candidates and all of that, we have the best interest of the country at heart.
Okay, I hear you, Barrister Olumide. I would love you to also give us a background story to what is going on currently with the PDP, with the conflicting court judgments. We saw what happened late last year with the one that happened, the convention they had in Ibadan, and how it was nullified by the appeal court. And now the appeal court told them to go settle their differences amicably and have a reconciliation movement. That's number one. And also, will this common convention unify the party, or do you see a possible further division amongst political appointees there?
Thank you. For PDP, honestly, at this point in time, it's just for them to reduce cohesion and position themselves as a viable alternative, which I don't see happening at the end of the day, because currently the judgment of the court is in favor of, the substituting judgment is in favor of the weakest cabinet, and we know the situation of Wike in the current, the honorable minister in the current administration. So it's more or less PDP, APC coalition, honestly speaking. So, and there's there's a limit to how far the warring parties can go. I mean, the other faction at the other side of the Wike's faction. So there's a limit to what they can do because they are running out of time, and even if they have to go to court, at the end of the day, it may end up being academic exercise. But in my opinion, the faction that will present the flag bearer per se would be the Wike's faction, and the best thing is just for them to settle their differences and make sure that they build cohesion so that they can be viable alternatives, which I doubt to a large extent.
All right, Barrister Olumide, thank you very much. Now let me come to you, Idris. What do you make of the FCT's remarks that there are really no factions in the PDP, they are just aggrieved members? I mean, of course, factions are usually made up of aggrieved people. So, what do you think?
Discussing the issue of PDP is tantamount to flogging a dead horse. The PDP under Wike's faction is an extension of the APC. Wike is a federal minister under the Bola Tinubu administration. Wike has thrown some of his friends like Seyi Makinde, who they both all left PDP together in rebellion to what I consider the PDP's mortal sin that led to his eventual demise in 2023, giving the ticket of the PDP to Atiku. 5 of them left. Wike, the man from Benue, the man from Abia, the Makinde, and one other person. I think maybe Enugu, I can't remember. They all left. He has now thrown some of those gentlemen, like Makinde, prominent among which is Makinde, under the bus. So Makinde is now a stranger in his own house. So it is Makinde's enlightened self-interest to look for his political expression elsewhere. We all know that in Nigeria, nobody wins Wike in court. It's public knowledge that nobody wins Wike in the Nigerian court. I don't know. You are the journalist. Go and do your findings. If something is not happening too consistently, all the case Wike takes to court, he wins. Does that not tell you that something is happening? Is in my mouth you want to hear it? All right, so it is not my concern. PDP as a whole is a waste of precious time. PDP is gone. What they are doing now is the 40-day fidaus of PDP. And you know, for you to do that 40-day fidaus, you must have done the initial burial, which is the one, which is the interment, the one you commit to Mother Earth. PDP has been committed politically to Mother Earth. So it's the fidaus we are doing now. Nigerians should look elsewhere. There's nothing happening there anymore.
Maybe we shouldn't bury them before they die.
They are already, it's the fidaus. I just told you now.
Let's wait till after this convention. But let me ask this. You know, there is a school of thought, or should I say there is a section of people who are saying that that Wike, the FCT minister, is, while still in the PDP, is working for the APC, you know, which pretty much gives him off as a saboteur. What do you make of that?
This public knowledge, Wike has never pretended about it. Wike has told you clearly that his agenda in the PDP is to use it to support the president, which, according to party constitution, amounts to anti-party activity.
And how come?
But like I have mentioned earlier, Wike wins all the cases in court. Take Wike to court now for anti-party activities. The court will charge you for charging Wike. They will charge you for hate against the minister. That is what is now happening. We can discuss it all we like, but like the lawyers will say, rep ipsa loquitur. The fact of the matter speaks for itself. Thank God we have a lawyer as a co-guest, so he probably understand. He knows what I have just said. So there's no need wasting time debating it. Like he rightly pointed out, what is the interest of the common man? The interest of the common man is that as we speak today, 140 million Nigerians are multidimensionally poor. What that means is that beyond not having money or not having sufficient money in your pocket, you also do not have proper access to power. We discussed power earlier. You don't have proper access to healthcare. You cannot travel on your roads. You cannot put your children in proper schools. You cannot even find expression politically because the opposition now are being stifled. So the interest of the Nigerian mind is to find a way to express and a way to assert that the population, the people are the ones who employ. We employ the politicians. The politicians do not employ us. We own the politicians. We pay Tinubu salary, 3 of us here and others, pay Tinubu salary and pay all his bills. He doesn't pay our bills, and to that extent, Tinubu must answer to us. Finish.
Okay, moving back to Barrister Olumide. Now let's go over and talk about the APC convention slated to kickstart from tomorrow, March 27th, and run through to March 28th. And I hear that today they'll be having a press briefing right there in Abuja. But as regards internal democracy, how do you think the APC has really fared in, you know, the build-up to all of this?
Well, currently, the APC is I would say, is the bride of the moment. They are really enjoying the moment. So, and I don't see that changing anytime soon because of how we can see that most of the governors, they are now in APC. And I'm sure that they have the mechanism in place to make sure that they are still unified fully because they will not want to lose the second term, and they will do everything to make sure that they put things in order to win the second term. And quite interestingly, that may not necessarily translate that they have the best interest of Nigerians at heart. So the best thing is now for Nigerians to scrutinize their intentions so well and perhaps get the best alternative if they must. But if they are still able to withstand the entire storm, I don't see them coming out crashed. They will be very unscratched because I am of the opinion that they've been able to capture the necessary mechanism, the necessary resources, the necessary manpower to get power again in the coming electionary year. Whatever that will translate to for the common man is the question we should really be bothered about, because they have to make it plain to us what are the plans, what are their plans, especially regarding the power sector that we talked about, regarding the general welfare of the common man in the country, because the prices of things are skyrocketing. So what are their plans to make sure that the cost of living is reduced and the standard of living is increased? That should be their main focus. But to them, till the end of the convention, we'll see what comes out of it.
Okay, well, even before we make our main focus to be as regards the plans that they have for us, if whether or not they have any profitable plans, the National Convention is the one currently on the front burner, at the front burner. And then the others would say with over 33 governors in the APC camp, it's going to be a smooth ride for them. But then again, during the course of this week, we saw some persons from the APC camp also coming out to complain, saying they weren't given that fair right to also participate with the screening that was going on towards the National Convention. Now, the question is, do you see the party imploding anytime soon? Now, mind you, we have a master strategist in the person of President Bola Tinubu, who would perhaps be able to curtail all of the things that might eventually come out.
If we are to compare the last electionary year to the coming one, we will know that the APC will come out very strong out of it, because at the end of the day, they already have it all planned out. All the aggrieved party, they will find a way to ensure that they are incorporated back into the party quite well. And those ones that are no more interested in the party, of course, they have the right to exit. But I don't see the party exploded like anytime soon, because let's look at it. They have the knife, they have the yam, so they know what they will do regarding it. Before we know it now, all the people worrying, all the people who are having issue with the decision of the party, we see them aligned. That was what happened in the previous electionary year, that people we thought were major contenders for the presidency, they ended up stepping down for the current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I see that playing out again, that they will be able to settle their internal rift and they will forge ahead from there. They don't mind people who are being adamant against the party's will. I see them probably leaving or taking the GOP. But I don't see any issue for APC at present.
Now back to you, Idris. Taking a look at the current cracks, the current crisis in the PDP, do you see that manifesting also in the APC, being the ruling party?
You know, like you rightly pointed out just now, APC now has 31 governors and counting, because we know that some are coming. Maybe there will be 33 by the end of the week. However, there is a little portion of scripture that says, surely they shall gather. But because they have not gathered in my name, what did he say will happen to them? They will surely scatter. Because the APC as a party has done Nigerians, the common man, I always say I speak for the common man, because the APC have done the common man grave injustice, because we thought we had it the worst under the Buhari administration, and in 3 years of Tinubu, he has surpassed 100-fold of the pain and penury of the despair of the Buhari administration has been meted on Nigerians. If you stretch it backwards to 2015, the Jonathan era is now like nostalgia. It's now like the beautiful time we once had that may never come again. And they have now visited that kind of injustice in Nigeria.
Was it really a beautiful time?
It was a beautiful time when you now compare it to today. Then it was seen as Jonathan's government was corrupt, Jonathan's government was inept. Fuel hit 97 naira during the Jonathan administration, 2012. And Nigerians poured into the streets of Lagos, Abuja and elsewhere, including Benin. And Jonathan was forced to rescind this decision. Fuel, 97. How will you explain to a child in Nigeria today, maybe a Gen Z who was maybe 10 years old, 12 years ago, that just 2012, yeah, fuel was 97, but we are now having to buy it at 1,400 naira. How will you explain to a young person that dollar was 120 naira to a dollar just a few years ago? Just like our parents were telling us there was a time dollar was bigger, naira was bigger than the dollar. It seems like a lie. But I have witnessed both now. I can tell you for a fact. I was a university student in the Jonathan era. Dollar was 120. If your brother who lives abroad sends you money, then you will go change it. It will just be small money for your hand. Today, dollar is 1,300, 1,400. So if these people have not done well for Nigerians, the only option they have, and this is important, is for them to come together the way they have done and show to the Nigerian people that they are united.
Okay.
That is the only card they have to play.
So you're saying that the united front they are putting up
yes,
now is
it's a show to Nigeria to convince Nigerians that you have no option. We are united. We are in charge. Like the barrister said, we hold the knife and we hold the yam.
Does that imply that they are not really united?
They may seem united, but I have told you, scriptures has explained it clearly, and I'll repeat, I'll reiterate for the sake of emphasis. Surely they will gather, but because they have not gathered in my name and in the interest of Nigerians, what will happen to them? They will surely scatter. Make of that whatever you want.
Okay, let's go back to Barrister Olumide as we tend to leave the conversation here because the convention we kickstart for tomorrow for the APC, and of course the PDP would be happening on Saturday on the 29th of March. In one sentence, what should be the biggest takeaway that Nigerians should look forward to in the forthcoming national convention from both parties?
To me, I would say the party leadership and the flag bearer for the national and state elections. That would be the major takeaway.
Now, same question back to you, Idris.
Major takeaway. Nigerians should take the country. What's my concern with PDP and APC? Nigerians should take their country in their own hands. In the next election, use your tongue to count your teeth. In the next election, look for those who represent your enlightened or your best interest. Politicians will convince you of everything, but it is all pointed to their interest. In your own mind, what is in your interest? Light, food, water, electricity, and all the other things that are necessary for you to have a dignified existence. Pursue that in the next election and pursue it aggressively.
So what's your advice for people who do not believe in the process anymore? People who believe that their votes do not count?
Yes, if you do not believe in politics, politics believes in you. If you are not interested in politics, politics is interested in you.
Okay.
If you do not believe that your vote counts, that's exactly what the politicians want. If you do not believe your vote, the moment you abandon the political process, they hijack it. So it is either one way or the other. You either take charge of the process or you allow the politicians to continue to have it and then continue to lament in your bedroom and on social media. It is up to you. It is up to you. The decision is yours. We can't force that. They say you can force a horse to the river, but you cannot force it to drink water. So it is up to you. That decision is for you to make.
Well, the race is on already, and just as you had, at the end of the day, it's up to Nigerians, it's up to you to do the needful come 2027 with the parties gearing up for the National Convention. Hopefully next week we'll see the outcome of everything, and hopefully Nigerians are looking forward to a heat-free convention, especially from the PDP and most likely from the APC as well. This is where we get to leave the conversation here, always an unending one, but I really must thank my guest joining live from Lagos, Barrister Olumide Toyibo. Thank you so much for being a part of the show this morning. We'll see you again another time.
Thank you very much.
Also, Idris Zakari, thank you so much for your great analysis.
Thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be here. And like I told someone, this is where it all started. And I'm always proud to be back where it all started. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks for being here.
Of course. Well, that's our bit this morning right here in Benin. We'll take a short break, and over that we move over to Abuja and of course Lagos. Please stay with us.
Wow.
Going on right now.
You can say it again.
Yes, unstable power supply, high running cost of generator maintenance, and that is why we need to have that conversation right now, because recently I was just having a conversation with a frozen food and drinks vendor, and it was really heartbreaking because after going several hours of power outage, most of our stocks got bad, you know, and it was really unfortunate because also developed a fault. So she did not just lose sales, she lost stock. Why we're having energy covers, because we need to generate so to keep our business running, to keep our homes lighted, and to also power communities. And that is what StarTimes is offering. We are not just into the pay TV business, we are providing solar energy solutions to Nigerians right now. So we are powering homes, we are powering business, we are also powering this.
So why StarTimes Solar?
You can say that again. Yes, I would recommend StarTimes Solar because StarTimes as a brand has been in Nigeria over 15 years. We're a trusted brand, we are reliable, and reliability into solar energy solutions. We are providing its package for Nigerians. Our solar home systems includes a hybrid inverter. We also provide a high performance lithium batteries, and solar panels are monocrystalline. This is a top-notch premium package for Nigerians. We also provide 3-year warranty on our inverters. We provide 5-year warranty on our batteries. We also provide 10-year warranty on our solar panels. Wow. So StarTimes has been Nigeria for a while. We're trusted, and we're bringing that ET Nigerians, and you need to start.
So what's out?
Okay, basically what we started.
What is that thing that is giving StarTimes Solar and leverage, yes, and edge?
Yeah, so apart from the product, it's a high-end product, it's very reliable, it has a long span. We are also giving our subscribers, we're also giving customers free audits. So the first step in purchasing a solar home system is knowing what you power, how much you want to power, how many hours you want to power, and we are providing free energy audit for our customers. So once you indicate that interest of, oh, you want to buy StarTimes solar, we send our engineers to your home, to your business, or to your community, and we take a power audit, which it is free. Our warranty, our warranty is really good as well. The solar panels come with a 10-year warranty. We stand out there. Our batteries come with a 5-year warranty. We also have a 3-year warranty on the inverter. We also have our after-sales service. We do. We also provide nation delivery to customers.
What are the packages? The solar packages?
So, like I said earlier on, buy for homes and communities. So we're starting from the 3 kVA package. The 3 kVA package comes with the 2.5 kilowatts battery, which comes with 4 panels. We also have the 5 kVA package, which comes with the 5 kilowatts battery and 6 panels. We also have the 10 kVA. So it depends on your needs and what you power, but we provide 3 kV to any size of your
okay, you know, when people are listening to that will come to the mind is payment. Is there any special payments plan?
Okay, that is also where StarTimes stands out. So apart from the one-off cash payments that we have also provide an installmental payments plan. So what StarTimes has done is we've gone into partnership with some banks like Access Bank, Lapo Microfinance Bank, Stanbic IBTC, and for our customers that are unable to make the one-off cash payment, you can visit any of these banks. If you don't have an account with them, this is an opportunity for you to open an account with them, and they will provide the payment plan for you.
Well, our viewers would like to have your contact number. How can we reach you?
Okay,
for this fabulous packages?
For inquiries, if you have questions or you want to make any purchase, you can reach us on this number via phone calls and also WhatsApp. 081 723 97880. So I'm going to take it again.
Call the number again.
081 723 97880.
Thank you very much. Your final word?
My final words will be, why don't you let the sun pay your bills with the StarTimes solar?
I love that. Why don't you let the sun pay your bills? And as it is, we have lots and lots. We have too much sun in Nigeria.
Exactly. Nigeria has been blessed with sunlight almost all year round. So it makes sense to turn that to natural sun into reliable electricity.
Well, thank you very much, Stephanie Aka. We've been talking about StarTimes and its wonderful and fabulous packages. Like I said earlier on, good to see your face once again. You are watching us out there. Please do yourself a favor, rush to the nearest site. Your locations.
And so we have offices all over Abuja. We have an office at Eldoret Close in Wuse off Aminu Kano Crescent. We also have an office at Area 11 opposite FCDA. We have an office at Arab Road in Kubwa, Maraba close to the Ori Bucket. So basically the number I just called out, it's working. You can just give us a call or you can send us a WhatsApp message and we're right there to attend to you.
So there you have it. You don't have to travel too far.
Yes.
There is always a StarTime nearest to you. We'll be discussing lights, television packages, bouquet and everything. 2,100 Naira, you can pay for your subscription, and also with as little as 15,000 Naira, right, you can buy a bouquet and enjoy beautiful StarTimes. Thank you, part of the plan.
Always a pleasure.
To see you again next week, right? So please do not go away. By next week Thursday, we're coming back here again to talk about StarTimes and energy and everything that has to offer. It's been this on TMI from Abuja Center, and as we go on break, we'll be linking you up with the studio.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us, for just joining you onto this morning on ITV. And back here in our Benin studio, the conversation currently all over social media and also online as well and offline is as regards to what Nigerians are currently going through with the insecurity, and not just the insecurity, the hardship biting currently in the land. Yesterday, we saw a prominent entertainer come out to voice out and say, you know what, it's also hitting deep here. So apparently it's going around and everybody is feeling the heat. Aside from the current heat wave we're having in the country, everything now, it's really a whole lot. So how would you, scale through all of this? How have you been scaling through? What is the way forward? What should the federal government do? Has governance taken the back burner in Nigeria as we speak? Of course, you're aware that it's all politicking right now in the country. Moving forward, what should be done? That's the big question, Harry.
What should be done? Like I said much earlier on the program, Nigerians are naturally resilient people, and I really don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because, when you're so used to suffering, it eventually becomes your identity.
Are you saying Nigerians are suffering?
Well, they are. Isn't it obvious? I mean, the average Nigerian on the street is suffering. I mean, it's so clear to everyone, even the blind can see that, the average Nigerian is living in penury, and it's unfortunate that there doesn't seem to be any ray of hope, with the way things are going in the country, with the politicians so engrossed in politicking and, preparing for the next election and all of that. It goes to show that the interest of the masses is, takes the backstage in the scheme of things, and it actually leaves the average Nigerian to their fate. So the only thing we can do right now is just look up to the Creator and hope that things. We've always hoped, and we'll never stop hoping.
Creator, really?
Absolutely.
Oh well, what do you make of the NLC stance in all of this, the Nigeria Labour Congress? I mean, there should be one body that should speak for the masses, that should speak for the plight of an average Nigerian. But over time, a lot of Nigerians have classified them as toothless bulldog who only come out to vent, to rant, but we do not really feel and see their impact. Do you think they even have any stance or any part to hold grip in this, waging war, I would say?
Well, to begin with, it's been a long time since we witnessed a nationwide demonstration, or should I say a strike action, or a boycott of government, in the system. And it actually goes to show that even the NLC might be compromised, because a lot of times it's about what they are benefiting, okay? And if it doesn't affect them personally or affect their families, they don't seem to pull their weight. We don't even feel their impact, okay? So for Nigerians that believe that the NLC, is a toothless bulldog, well, they might have their reasons for having that impression. It's the onus now lies on the NLC to do the needful and to prove them wrong.
Okay, so just before we move over to Abuja, I hear Charity is on standby. There have been ongoing demands by Nigerian civil servants and of course the labor unions for a higher minimum wage, with figures around 70,000 are frequently mentioned in negotiations. I mean, just this morning on the front page of the newspaper, we did see that the civil servants, the association is giving the federal government 7 days to implement a 70,000 naira wage allowance, which is quite different from the minimum wage. Charity, your take on all of this, really?
Well, my take as a Nigerian is that it is 70,000 naira wage, and whether 70,000 minimum wage or 70,000 naira wage, as it is now, it is not even enough to take home with the current situation that we are in, because let's not even talk about the fact that according to statistics, about 62% of Nigerians are living in poverty. We're talking about 139 million Nigerians living in poverty, and we have a sizable number of those people as civil servants who are under government pay, and even those ones are still suffering from this abject poverty, because even if you pay a Nigerian worker 140,000 naira a month, with the current situation, where will that take that person? If the person has a family to feed, has a wife, has rent to pay, especially in Abuja here, you can only but wonder what will that do to that person. For me, as far as I'm concerned, that is not even enough. And the funniest thing is that we...
Okay. Okay, Charity.
Politicians to see
Thank
the
you so much.
elites
We'll get
are
back to you
throwing money
shortly. Let me
around
move
so
over
much with
to
and our politicians
Patricia
are
in Lagos. Okay, great. So whilst we're still trying to regain connectivity there, there are those who would say that with what is going on right now in Nigeria, it seems to a lot of Nigerians that the federal government, not just the federal government, the politicians, government officials are disconnected from reality. Because oftentimes when you hear some of them speak and react to a lot of concerns that have been put on the front burner by Nigerians, you begin to ask yourself questions. Are these people even living in Nigeria? Are these people having a fair bite of what is going on? I hear that there's a bit of water shortage in some parts of the FCT, coupled with the electricity situation in the country. Water that is a natural gift from God. It's really alarming, really.
Well, we might be living in the same country, but we are living in two different realities entirely. It's pretty.
And why is that? Is even
the reason isn't far-fetched because a lot of them have access to these amenities. In fact, they have them in abundance. The power we're talking about is not a problem to most of them because they have solar power. They have, in fact, even the current situation of power in the country does not affect them the way it affects the masses. Because it's the masses, it's common sense. It's really not rocket science. You understand? The reason is you have to be there to understand. The masses can relate because they are right, in the heat of it, but they are operating on a different level entirely because most of these amenities, like I said, are at their beck and call. So when every time they have a chance to speak to the issues, they sound disconnected. They can't seem to relate because it is not their reality. You understand? So that's basically why you see them sounding the way they do most of the time because they are not, in the shoes of the masses.
Okay, well, it's an ongoing conversation, and I also did want to talk about the issue regarding the rice-so-crazy that we see, where every single time we have an issue, give them rice, light situation, rice. It's more or less like a rice government, that some persons would say. But we'll keep the conversation going and on and also burning as we move over to our Lagos Network studio, where Patricia Gabriels is on. Over to you, Patricia.
Led group has taken over the PDP structure. What is going on with PDP? Do we still have PDP in Nigeria? Do we still have members of the PDP, the party, still put together, or it is divided, or it is dead? Those are the few things we'll be looking at this morning. And to do this with me is Mr. Ideho, I got that, as is Andy Shonstrap. He will be discussing all of this with me this morning. Mr. Charles, you're welcome.
Thank you once again. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you.
And then I know we're starting off a little bit late, and probably Lagos area. Thank you for finding time to come. Let's just go straight to the PDP crisis.
Yeah.
I just said something. Wiki's led group is taking over. Is that true?
Oh, that's true. the reason is that Wiki appears to be ahead of them all. He actually poured the aspiration of the National Executive Council or National Working Committee of the party. There was a lacuna. So, and you can't have a lacuna in leadership. So what Wiki did was that he had to put people in place as a caretaker committee. So they were his men and women, if you will, that he quickly put in place to run the affairs of the party for a while, pending when they will go for national convention and elect new party. So and that the people he put in place were able to, gain roots in the areas where they have their position. So that's why it's very difficult now to uproot Wike and uproot his men. Whatever you do, you have to go back to him. I think sometime last week, even Sule Lamido even said that they've done all they could, but it just seemed that everything pointing back to Wike. So PDP, look, if you must move forward, let us reconcile with Wike and see how we can work with him. Not only Sule Lamido, even they called the federal appeal calling the burden. Also, part of the judgment after the judgment, he also the judge telling them, please go. What you need to do is that go and reconcile so that you can have a way to now become a vital opposition in a democracy. So whether I like it or not, Wike is the one that is or his fashion, as you call it, the one that is winning, and then everybody is now being told to go and reconcile. Then Taminu Turaki's fashion, they've been. Taminu himself, Turaki also came out to say, well, they've made some inroads. They're also talking with the Wike-led fashion. So whether I like it or not, the Wike-led fashion is ahead of them.
So, Wike is a strong strategist.
Well, he is. I mean, I think I told the master strategy he made was to have installed his men as the caretaker committee, amongst the caretaker committee members at that time when there was when of the last end I think it's the National Working Committee expired. So he put them there, and then in the party we knew they get to the money. So that's why it's very important. When you go left, they have she define of Wike in a manner of speaking for them to make any heavy. But even if they are going to be everybody is going to be going. It's not pretending. Wike wants the president
Staying with us, this is This Morning on ITV. A lot of things to talk about this morning, especially here in Nigeria. And let's not also forget that the war in the Middle East is still on, and we are currently in the 4th week, with how it has impacted the world and how it will continue to impact the economy of the world. That's a conversation that has come to stay. Amidst all of this here in Nigeria, whilst we're still trying to grapple with insecurity, the living cost, the means of living in Nigeria, the average means of living for Nigerians. We also have politics moving forward, coming pretty closely in 2027. Just as we did talk about the other time with our guests seated with us here in the studio, when we did rub mind with what we should be expecting come the national convention for both the APC and of course the PDP. But there are those who would actually say that the ADC is also there, and it seems to a lot of Nigerians as another alternative route aside from the PDP, who has still at this point not been able to put their house together and their house in order. Now for the ADC, there are a lot of permutations and expectations from them. Would they be able to give Nigerians that strong alliance that will or would be able to defeat President Bola Tinubu in 2027 or take him off the seat? Because clearly it is glaring that for the APC it's going to return back to the president, and he would definitely be recontesting again in 2027. Amidst all of this, over the weekend we saw what happened in Kano State between the Peter Obi, right, and the visit he had to Kwankwaso. We saw how a lot of persons that the Kwankwasia group were chanting Peter Obi, and of course Kwankwaso was there as well. And a lot of Nigerians say, hey, okay, are we going to be seeing another alignment? Now, mind you, moving back to the 2023 general election, when both parties had the ability, right, and the opportunity of coming to work together, but we didn't see that. And a lot of Nigerians now are saying, don't you think it's rather too late for you to do what you have to do? But at the end of the day, never say never, because, I mean, 2027 is here, and we just have to make do with whatever that we have. Harry?
Well, as for whether the ADC is a formidable third force, is actually not in question, because if they weren't, then the incumbent party, which is the APC, and of course the PDP, wouldn't be running helter-skelter. For example, we saw what happened, in Edo State quite recently during the, I think the inauguration of the ADC, and how some thugs, allegedly from the APC or from wherever, invaded the space and of course, attacked some of the people there. It actually goes to show that indeed the ADC is a formidable force, and it's a force to, it's a force to reckon with going forward in 2027. But the question we're going to be asking as we approach 2027 is, will this force remain formidable? Will there not be cracks like we're already seeing in the PDP as we speak? Of course, we also understand that there is a faction of the ADC even as we speak, but can they put their house in order, just like you said? Because a house divided against itself, just like scripture says, cannot stand. So the big question we're asking is, will they remain a united front in order to be able, to wrest power from the, incumbent forces? So these are the questions that Nigerians are asking.
It's interesting to see how everybody is now telling and talking about the Holy Book. I remember we had Idris here who was vehemently on that, and then you now, and then some people we think you're all churchy. But anyway, formidable, is the ADC really formidable is the question? Because there are those who would say that, oh, it's just a group of failed politicians, in quotes, persons who are looking for just selfish ambitions, with likes of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who has been running for as long as I can remember, because he wants to be the president. And we also have the like of Amechi, Rotimi Amechi, of course, who we did see at one time in Nigeria. He was the minister of the transportation right now, trying to get which particular one. And we saw what he did with the railway system. And recently, one particular one had a disaster with it. Another person did say, oh, we can't even see that substandard substantial thing that you did whilst you were in power, and you want to be part of governance come 2027, if that would even work. Just recently, one of the chieftain of the ADC, having his own thoughts and premonition about this, did say that he believes that Atiku Abubakar is the best person to clinch the ticket of the ADC if it's going to move over to the north, that he feels that Atiku should go back to the helms of power because he has the capacity, he has the experience and all. But would that even work? Mind you, with the rotational government that we get to operate here in Nigeria, it is the time of the South. That is why a lot of persons now are saying that if it's for the president, anybody who would want to come against him has to be from the South. And at this point, I think it's just Peter Obi and Rotimi Amechi maybe, and others.
Well, I totally understand your sentiments, and I share them as well. But you see, when the desirable is unavailable,
right,
the available becomes desirable.
Of course. Okay, so we'll end the conversation here, thankfully, and we'll see how things goes eventually. 2027 is here, but we'll quickly take a short break, and we'll move over to newspaper update.
Top of the morning to you, and thanks for joining us on the AM News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. The recent hike in petrol prices has sent shockwaves through the transportation sector in Benin City, with drivers and passengers alike lamenting the soaring costs of fuel and diesel. Joe Baisiagbon has more.
Transport is too much. Because of this, people don't go church now. People don't go market as before again. In fact, the stress is really too much for us.
Many passengers in Benin Metropolis have expressed their frustration, saying that fuel price increase has led to a significant rise in transportation costs, with some fares increasing by as much as 100 naira, which has placed a heavy burden on commuters who are struggling to make ends meet.
Everywhere is hard now. Obviously, nothing. Where would they enter? 400. Now they say it's 500.
With fuel prices ranging from 1,300 naira to 1,400 naira, the impact of the hike is being felt across the board, with commercial bus drivers, delivery bikes, and personal vehicles also affected.
The high cost of fuel now, transport need to increase. Like my route now, Goodwill Trade Fair Park. We now, the union, the people there, the community there, so we could not increase. So we increase, they go even make trouble with us. And whereas they buy this thing not up to 1,000, now it's 1,400. You can now see. We don't have anything to take home now. No take home.
Passengers and drivers alike are calling on the government to intervene and provide relief to the poor masses who are bearing the brunt on the price increase.
The government really need to do something about it. It's not really easy for us. Mostly this school run of 18, so for parents, it's not that easy.
The situation of this fuel don't become so critical for we. No passenger. We don't know how who we will cry to.
As the situation continues to unfold, residents of Benin City are crying out for relief, and it remains to be seen how the government will address their concerns. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Operatives of the Edo State Security Corps have arrested one Friday Ede, a commercial bus driver, for allegedly stealing and attempting to sell a vehicle belonging to his employer. The suspect reportedly absconded with the bus at Dawson Junction for over a week before he was intercepted along Aho Road while trying to sell parts of the vehicle. Crime correspondent Jola Adeojo has details.
What began as an act of goodwill turned into a distressing experience for the owner of the commercial bus, Pastor Tom Edosa, who said he entrusted his vehicle to the suspect based on trust and perceived dedication to work. Pastor Edosa, who had been searching for his missing vehicle, explained that he had no prior relationship with the suspect, but occasionally allowed him to use the bus to earn a living. According to him, on Sunday, March 15th, he assisted the suspect in loading the bus as usual and expected his return later that day. However, both the driver and the vehicle went missing.
Because we work for that dancing there. They follow me, they do things. As I travel one day, I can't give a motor. I can't spend 2 days. I come by, I can't give me money. So I can't collect the motor. With that, now I just use trust. This one, that day, I just come. Now I can't drive, come meet her in the morning. He said, you will go work on Sunday. He said, yes, say go work. That's okay. I can't even, and you're supposed to carry me go. Now I say, okay, passenger, your food grand. Now I help and load the motor. I can't give him 3,000. Say, take buy for me for carry you to go. He can't say, okay. In the evening, bring motor come. He can't say, okay. In the evening, I go there, they say, just a load, come on. And so I tell wait, after 11 in the night.
The suspect, Friday Ede, who was apprehended while attempting to sell part of the vehicle, including the fuel tank, after allegedly selling one of the doors, reportedly confessed that he carried out the act to raise money.
What did make you carry and come? What did you want to do to the minibus?
Carry and come and book a place.
Okay, one sell am. Okay.
I don't commot the door self about 2 years.
Okay.
So one year said it was. So if you know waiting out
The suspect has since been handed over to the police for further investigation and possible prosecution. Jola Diojo, ITV News.
And moving on, member representing Ovia Northeast and Ovia Southwest Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Omosade Gabriela Igbenedion, has condemned the reported cases of sexual harassment of young girls during a recent festival in Ozoro, Delta State. She described the acts as disturbing, unacceptable, and a violation of human dignity. The lawmaker stressed that cultural events should promote unity and heritage, not expose women and girls to abuse. Right Honorable Igbenedion called on security agencies to investigate the incidents and ensure perpetrators are brought to justice. She also urged community leaders and event organizers to strengthen safety measures to protect women and girls at public gatherings. Residents of Benin City are grappling with intense heat as temperatures rise, with strong and unfriendly air heightening concerns over the negative impacts of climate change on daily life. Patience Osarogiwa reports that experts has, however, asked government and the public to work together to address challenges.
Climate change is not just a global conversation, it is a reality being felt across communities, affecting weather patterns, food supply and livelihoods.
Nigerians and many people in the tropical regions of the world used to enjoy good weather nurtured by rain. But in the past few years, reverse has been the case, leading with less rain and hot weather. In Benin City, residents say the hot weather affects planting season, sleep patterns, which has become increasingly unbearable, especially at night, threatening livelihoods and food security. The scorching sun forces many to seek shade and consume more water to stay hydrated. Experts attribute the rising temperatures to climate change worsened by too much emission of fossil fuel from industrial consumption, deforestation, testing of nuclear weapons, and vast deployment of bombs by weary nations. Poor waste disposal, especially in urban centers such as Ramat Park, Ikpoba Hill, New Benin, and King Square, also contributes to environmental pollution and worsens climate conditions.
But is there another thing? When I say hotter, the weather is hot. There was rain yesterday, but today now, you see the weather now. Everybody's looking for shades to hide. Cold water every time. To help myself, at times I pour some on my face.
Presently, coping with the weather is something else. Sometimes I came outside at night, and even the breeze in the night also get hotter.
The weather is really telling on everybody. Like myself, I don't sleep at night. We open window to receive direct air.
We need to drink enough water. It's very hot. Things have changed. We don't even know dry season and rainy season now. You'll find out that in the month of January, it is rainy, which is supposed to be a very dry month. The next day, the heat will be extreme.
An environmentalist, Professor Gideon Imelue, recommended collective action, urging both government and individuals to plant more trees, reduce pollution, and adopt clean energy solutions. Professor Imelue warns that prolonged exposure to extreme heat can cause dehydration and heat exhaustion, advising residents to stay hydrated.
Every opportunity we have, we should plant trees. The standard organization should also be involved in terms of some of the things that they are leaving, they have discarded from abroad. You see them, they push them here. They are not standard enough. You see motor that is smoking. Now we don't even know what is dry season again. We don't know what is rainy season. Things are going somehow. So because of radiation, you have to drink water. That will give you the balance that you need.
For many Nigerians, the impact of climate change is becoming harder to ignore. From Benin, I am Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
And that's how we wrap things up on the ITV News for this time. Many thanks for watching. I am Harry Igboje. TMI Socials is up next. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upoma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Youth Perspective on Independent Television. I am Joy Obaisiagmo. And as you know, on this special program, we talk about societal matters, actually from the youth perspective. And today is no different. Same line, right? Today is no different. We're talking age gap in relationships. Yeah, age gaps. I'm not doing this conversation alone. I have pretty ladies here with me in the person of Patience Oduwari Asemuta. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me, Joy.
And of course, I also have here Julibert. These are familiar faces, actually. So thank you very much for always coming around.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, so firstly, let's understand age gap, actually. Patience, what do you understand by age gaps in relationship? Like, a lot of persons will be wondering, what is actually, how did we come about that topic, actually, age gaps in relationship? Do you understand it?
Yeah, age gap in relationship is something that is very important, you know, that, well, I say partners now, or people, prospective spouse look into before going into a relationship.
Okay.
Because the age gap in a relationship will determine how they treat each other. The age gap will determine their level of understanding. The age gap, because, you know, for example, a 20-year-old lady who is into a relationship with a 50-year-old man.
Oh, that's
you
a
see
lot
the
of
age gap. So, you know, the level of understanding of the 20-year-old girl is quite different from the level of understanding of the 50-year-old man. So these are, the gap is so much that while the other one is talking from ancient and modern,
yeah,
the other one is talking from Gen Z.
Down below.
Down below. So you see, these are age gaps that.
Yeah, so we're beginning to understand the topic, actually, age gap. Gilbert, do you understand it?
Of course I do. I understand it. And I feel one of the reasons why young ladies, they like being in a relationship with someone who is
older men.
Like older men, people with that are 15 years or 20 years older than them is because of, I think they feel older men are more emotionally matured. And also the obvious reason, financial
gain.
Yes.
let me
because people are going to make those comments. They'll be like, why would a young girl choose to be with a man that is old?
Yeah.
It's obviously because of the benefits, financial benefits. That's some reason. Emotional maturity and financial gain.
Well, not just ladies, actually. We see on social media on a daily, even though it's not very common, that young guys also do go for older women. So that brings us to the next question, actually. Patient, what do you think is the most misconception about age gap? You know, like we understood age gap already, 10 years and above, very, very obvious gap.
Yes.
So it has to be a concern, right?
Yeah.
Do you think there's a misconception of that? What do you think is the most misconception about age gaps in relationships?
Thank you very much. That question is very, very, very critical. You see, you know, there are so many misconceptions about age gaps in relationship. For example, you know, some people feel it's a transactional thing, like she said earlier. They feel, oh, because of the financial gain, the other person tends to stand to gain. So that's why the person is in that relationship. So that's a misconception.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the person feels, oh, because I'm with somebody who is much older than me, that means it's because of what I want to gain. So transactional.
So you are saying that there are people that enter into relationship where
genuinely,
where I like to take this example actually from the male perspective of, part of it. Younger guys going for older ladies.
Okay, I have a reservation.
So you say that it is not obviously or not always because of the financial gain.
Yeah, I want to talk about that young men. Because sometimes, I think 2 days ago, somebody was telling me about this, that there are men who are now prostitutes. Well, I say prostitute now, these ladies they call prostitutes. I don't, there's something they call them.
Sex workers.
Yes, men. I said, you don't mean, the person started telling me, giving me examples, that there are men that most, I'm sorry if anybody may be offended. They said most of them, you find them in gym, where they do
house.
Gym houses. That you see them there, they are there, they are trained. He said, in fact, most of the people you see in gym, the way
just to attract.
Most of them are just there to look for women. I said, you don't mean it.
Oh.
Person was not giving me example, real example. I was shocked. So, but I think that's perversion.
Oh.
You know what? On the side of the woman, it is understandable. I'm sure, you know, because like you said, misconception, some people feel is transactional, some people feel is manipulative. They feel when the lady that is younger is in a relationship with a much older man, she's being manipulated by the older man. That's a misconception. Because I know that there are some, like I say in quotes, some that you know understand themselves, because it's a question of understanding. That you know the relationship will really work. But like I said in quotes, but that's one of a young guy who doesn't want to walk. The young guy goes to the gym house and you are looking for married women.
But the truth
you are looking for people that are doing well. You know, they said there are some men now they have told their wives not to go to the gym anymore because of these men.
So now what's the reason for these men going to the gym? Obviously because
they want to
the benefits.
And
those women, they call them
on the
sugar mommy. Yes. Right?
Yes. So on the side of the lady, it's understandable, emotional intelligence.
So it is not understandable on the side of the man.
At all. It's a perversion.
Why is it not always fair to the other gender? Why do you think so? Because
okay, me, I disagree.
Okay.
I feel the misconception here is, one of the misconceptions is when they say, okay, love conquers all, like it doesn't really matter if the person is 20 years old, or 20 years old, other than a girl. I feel that one is a misconception, because something we should put into consideration is the stages in life. You see, these two people, a girl in her early 20s, those people, they are in that stage of life. You are discovering yourself at that point, Abby. You are exploring, you're making decisions, you're making mistakes, and all of many things. But someone in his early 40s or 50, you see that person, he already knows where he is in life. He has made those decisions. He has a lot of experience. So when you combine those two together, there's going to be imbalance, a lot of challenges, in my opinion. So I feel that is a misconception. And one thing too, when they say, oh, age is just a number. Age is not just a number. Because age is more of its experience.
So
it's social influence, financial, like the experience you gain in life. That is the age. So when you bring these two things together, these two different things together, there's going to be imbalance. Trust me. Because a girl will get to a point, you see that man in his 40s, to get to a point where he will stop doing things that the girl like. You see a girl in her early 20s, she wants to exploit. But this man now is more of stability. He is not ready for those kind of lifestyle. Yes, he has passed that stage. So, and I feel the girl will be restricted in a way. He's a man, you have to listen to him. So when he gets to that point and you are restricted, you feel left out. Some people serve in a relationship, they will restrict them from making friends with yes. You see them isolating themselves, like their social life ends when they end up with men that are older. It will look as if you're not having, like, you're looking up to somebody of a higher status, not someone you can actually reason with, communicate with, have that free
like Gen Z going for the other generation.
It's like an older, more like you're dating someone that can give birth to you, more like a father status.
20 years age gap cannot actually give birth.
You think so?
Well,
20
do you think
people
that
in
age gap actually do you think that because of the age gap in relationship, that the relationship is prone to having issues, recurrent?
That is why, first of all, if a 20-year-old girl decides to settle down with a 50-year-old, or you want to be in a relationship with a 50 or 57-year-old man, you must have, you count your cost. You count your cost, sit down, count your cost, weigh it. What do I stand to gain in this relationship? how do I manage this man? Do you understand what I mean? Okay. Because if you just sit down and say, oh, let me just be in the relationship, you will have issues. First of all, what do? First of all, remove that age. Don't see yourself, because if he's in a marriage relationship, because now we're talking about relationship, we are noting two things now. Is he in a marriage relationship or just an ordinary relationship, like they are dating? If he's in a marriage relationship, the both of them must have sat down to, think about what they are about to, enter into. And first of all, to make that kind of marriage work or relationship work, first of all, see yourself as mates. I tell you, that is the only way. If not, they'll be having this disparity, this.
They'll be ready to be nurtured.
Yes, because the person now becomes like your mother. That will, hey, stand up, sit down there. Oh yeah, Yeah. But if you see yourself as mates, as partners, the other person will not want to lord over the other person, because you and in so doing you won't have issues, because you see this person as my mate, as my friend, as somebody that will not make me shrink. When you are in a relationship with somebody that is older than you, you tend to, oh, sorry, sir. Okay, sir. It's not supposed to be so. Do you understand? And so for you not to have issue, you must see that person as your your mates. I
think it's easier for ladies to see their partners as an equal person, but it's difficult for a man to do the same thing. Exactly. Most especially when the man is the one financing all everything, paying the bills.
What do you think can work in terms of power dynamics, like you said, how to live together so that there will not be recurrent issues?
Because in terms of power dynamics, I think it will be difficult, in my opinion, since the man, for example, it's only natural for the older man to dominate in a relationship. Since he's the one paying the bills and he's the one that has a lot of experience, there is high chances of him influencing the lady more, most especially when he has the finance. But to overcome that, to make it a little bit balanced, I think it's important for them to, as the two individuals in a relationship, they should have financial independence. If you're a woman, you should have your own money. Because if you are too independent, if you are too dependent on your man, trust me, your voice will not be heard in a relationship. Okay, so it's easy. Yes.
So, Gilbert, are you saying that at this age and time, a younger girl will go into a relationship with an older man, like way older man, even though she's financially stable and independent?
Okay. According to my sister here, she said huge age gap is not a big deal. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's not always because of financial issues. So, me, I disagree though. But let's assume, okay, yes, you are with this person for the real reason, because you love the person genuinely and you have money, then yes, you should be with the older man now. But come on, let's be honest about everything. Let's not deceive ourselves. If you're financially stable and you're a young girl in your early 20s, I don't think you would want to be in a relationship with someone who is in his 40s or 50s.
Well, Patient, do you think that
if a girl like that is in a relationship with a person like that, means yes, she's in genuinely?
I have a separate question for you. Because do you think that a way younger man that is financially stable, independent, we go for a way older woman?
Yes, there are some men. You see, like I said, it's perversion. There's somebody that
they just like it.
Yes, the person told me. He said, I can never date a woman who I am older than. I said, yes. I said, what? What did you say? He repeated it. He said, there's no attraction. He said he's not attracted to somebody who's older than. He said he's only attracted to somebody that is older than him. I said, you don't mean it. So this person the woman is dating. Because when the day I just saw something, I said, I was actually thinking, maybe the younger he was the younger brother of the woman. I said no.
But do you think that's actually the right thing to do?
It's like I said, it's not natural. It's not natural. It's not good.
Yes.
It's
exactly.
Because
it's not meant to be like
that.
It's
not meant to be like that.
Because it's supposed to be the other way around.
Yeah.
The girl younger and then the man older.
Don't get me wrong.
And another thing.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you. Okay. If the age difference is not that large, like probably 5 years older, 3 years older, I don't think.
When you talk about age gap, we're not even talking about 5 years. Like 10 years and above.
To me,
it's a gap. Why?
I don't think it's reasonable at all.
For a man to do it, it's supposed to be a man older and
another thing I've come to discover is this, and thank God this is a television program. You see, I discovered that nowadays some men, they don't want to work.
Okay.
Yes, and it's, you know, that's one of the reasons for this age gap relationships. Some men, they don't just, you know, sometimes those days you will see that they will say women just be housewives, be at home, let the man go and work and bring money. But now what you see nowadays is that the man is sitting down, folding his hands and not doing anything, waiting for the woman. In fact, the man is gymming and is you know, is
making himself very strong,
preparing himself for. I don't want to say some things here.
He's
preparing himself to date a woman who is much older than him, because he wants to suck the woman. He wants to be able to you know, extort from her and what. So I think
obviously that's
if
not
it was a woman,
you
say, oh, she's a gold digger. But now I think that term is also, you can use that for a man as well, because you can see some men, they are financially stable.
Yeah.
But they don't have a lot, but yes, there's financial stability. But when they want to settle with a woman, they will prefer to settle with a woman that has money than them.
That's way
when
older.
they see a young girl that is passionate about her work, but the capital is not there, they don't even consider it. They'll be like, oh, this one is a burden. But yet, she's passionate, so she's not someone that is lazy, that doesn't have a skill. This is someone you can build with, but no, they don't consider it.
Well, but nowadays, if you turn the table around, do you think a girl will want to settle for someone that is passionate and not someone that can actually, you know,
take care of her?
Take care of her. Of course. So I think obviously that is.
Of course. Finance, like they will say finance is part of what makes the romance sweet. Because without finance,
there's no romance.
There's no romance. But when the man is okay.
Yeah, we'll take a very short break, and then when we come back, we'll continue with the conversation. Don't go nowhere. So welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is Youth Perspective on Independent Television, and here we are still talking about age gap in relationships. And then when we talk about age gap, you know what age gap is? When the other spouse, the other partner is older, like way older, like 10 years older than the other person. That is a very huge gap, and it is something that should think about it first. So let me get back to my guest actually. Moving forward, Patient, have you ever been approached by someone that is way younger than you are, and how did you handle it?
Yes, no, I was very angry. I was.
Oh wow.
I was shocked. I was surprised. I was even trying to find out, is this person normal? You know, I just saw somebody chatting with me. I said, oh, what's this?
Oh, digital age. It happens more now, right?
Do you understand? Yes. Only for me to find out that it's one small, small boy. I said, do you know me? He said, yes. So we started talking. So I now discovered that he said he doesn't mind. He said he doesn't mind. But the more he was saying that, the more I was getting angry.
Oh, you're aggravated.
So I have been approached by younger people, and I don't just have a flair for it at all.
It's not something that should be done.
It's not something that should be done to me.
Yeah. So how about you, Gilbert?
Of course, I've been.
Well, your question is: have you ever been approached by an older, like way older man? How did you handle it?
Way older man. I think that's
like
it's a norm for ladies.
Yes.
Everyone experiences it. Of course, we are approached by older men, and for me, it's a no. Like I can't handle that. We're going to have struggle if I'm dating someone who is 10, 15 years older than me. But if there's few, like, let me go back to someone I'm older than.
Okay.
If there's few age gaps, I don't mind. If it's someone I'm 10 years older than, yes, that's offensive. But I won't be offended. I'll take it as a compliment because maybe it feels I'm young.
Oh, wow.
Say, oh, really? Do you know how old I am? But I'll politely decline him and advise him, because why would someone who is a teenager, you see all these boys that just graduated from secondary school, they feel like they are big boys now, they can approach anyone. That can be offensive. But if it's someone like that, I will advise you like, this should not be your main focus right now. You should focus on yourself than chasing women. Like, why are you chasing a woman? Are you ready to settle down? Are you ready for the financial?
Yeah, but you guys know that time and time again, we've seen on social media older women getting married to younger guys. I don't mind. I like using that example a lot. So yeah,
older women getting married.
Yes, older. When I say older women getting married to younger guys, I mean the woman would be like because the woman would be like in her 30s, in her mid-30s, and then she'll get married to someone that is just 30 years old.
In her mid-30s, that's fine.
Like
that's
35,
fine. 35, 30, that's fine, because you see some guys, there are some guys in their early 20s, mid-20s, they think and reason maturely like someone in his 40s. Like, if you're talking to them, you feel as if they've had a lot of experiences. But there are also some guys in their 40s, they still think like a teenage TikToker. You know that they don't really.
Why do you have to use the
like
TikToker
that
example?
It happens like that. So I'm not sure it's a big issue. If the age gap is just 5 years, it's fine.
Well, what do you think, Patience?
A younger lady is considering into a relationship with a very much older person who is not married. If she loves that person and she feels that they can make a good couple together, let her go ahead. But she should first of all, like I said, sit down to count her cost. And if the man is ready to take care of her, because in that kind of relationship, what I advise is that the man should be very rich.
Exactly.
The man should be very rich. Like that money will do a lot of things. I'm telling you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will round up today's episode on Youth Perspective. Thank you very much for always staying tuned. I remain your host, Joy Obaisiagbon. Until next week, bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. the inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader. ITV, certainly the best.
issues arrest warrants for PDP factional chairman Turaki. VP Shatima Tinubu task force strengthening power sector. High Court declares restrictions on Esama of Benin hosts international cyclists aboard for their course. Lagos gets new police commissioner. Hello, good evening. Thank you for joining us on the Network News on ITV. I am Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network. And joining me in the Network Center is Oloije. Oloije, good evening.
This evening.
And from Nigeria,
Harity, good evening. It's a very good evening for you from Lagos. How is Abuja?
Abuja is fine, thank you very much. And moving forward, our story will be starting with the story from the Federal High Court in the Federal Capital Territory, where it issued a bench warrant for the arrest of a factional national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Kabiru Turaki, as over his failure to appear for arraignment in a criminal case instituted by the police. The trial judge, Justice U.P. Kekemeke, held that Turaki had no justification for his absence in court and consequently ordered his arrest. Turaki, a former Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs under President Goodluck Jonathan, is being prosecuted by the General of Police on a one-count charge of allegedly false information. The police agent dated 2020. Case had earlier come up on January 28 for arraignment, but was stalled due to the defendant's absence despite a prior court order directing him to appear. At the proceedings, the prosecution urged the courts to issue a bench warrant against the defendants for failing to honor the summons. However, defense counsel informed the courts that Turaki's absence was due to a petition written to the chief judge of the FCT High Court, transfer of the case judge citing evidence the court. Ruling on the issue, Justice Kekemeke held that the filing of a petition does not hold criminal proceedings unless there is a directive from the chief to that effect. The judge subsequently looked at the prosecution's application and ordered that the defendants be arrested and produced before the courts for arraignment. The federal government has directed civil servants working within the Federal Secretariat in Abuja to work from home on Friday, March 27, 2026, ahead of the National Convention of the All Progressives Congress. The directive was contained in a circular issued and signed by Abdul Garba, Permanent Secretary, Service Welfare Office, for the head of the Civil Service of the Federation. According to the circular, all access roads leading to and around the Federal Secretariat complex, phases 1, 2, and 3, will be closed from Friday, March 26 to Saturday, March 28, 2026. The government explains that the measure was necessitated by the use of Eagles for the APC National Convention. It's further directed that workers in affected places should stay off-site on the specified day. The government also tasked heads of ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure strict compliance with the directive. The directive comes as the aid prepares to hold its national convention at Eagle Square, Abuja, a major political gathering expected to attract delegates and supporters from across the country. The convention, which will be held on Friday, is a key event where party officials are expected to deliberate on internal matters and set the tone for the future activities, including preparations ahead of the 2027 generations. The Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, said the admin President Bola Tinubu remains determined to reform and strengthen natural power sector. As State House correspondent Harata reports, the Vice President stated this Thursday inaugurated the new Nigerian Electricity Liability Management Company in Asokoro district in Abuja.
Speaking at the inauguration, Vice President Kashim Shettima noted that while the promise of every nation rests on its dance, Nigeria cannot afford to gamble with energy security. He says what the Tinubu administration out to achieve requires a commitment to data-driven decision-making, intelligent use of technology in asset management, and stronger partnership with both local and international stakeholders, underscoring the crucial role the Nigerian Electricity Liability Management Company play. Power sector team as firm represent the nation's commitment to confronting the burden of yesterday so that they do not mortgage the possibilities of tomorrow. He noted that the Tinubu administration stands that power security is the ultimate foundation upon which national progress must stand.
I believe its role will become even more strategic. It will help to resolve outstanding legacy liabilities. It will assist to optimize stranded and underutilized assets so that they can be repurposed, restructured, or monetized for the benefit of the Nigerian people. It will also help to stabilize the market as reforms in tariff, regulation, and liquidity create unavoidable transitional pressures.
For his part, Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu stressed that the decentralization and liberalization of the power sector are anchored on the Electricity Act signed into law by President Tinubu, which is a landmark legislation that now allowed 36 states of the Federation to participate actively in providing power to Nigeria. For his part, Chairman Senate Committee on Power, Senator Enaya Abaribe, represented by Senator Oyelola Ashiru, says the new complex will save the government fund previously spent on rent, thereby underscoring President Tinubu's administration's commitment to efficiency. From Abuja, Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
Chairman of Visitors Group of Barrister Kenneth Imas has urged Nigeria's state culture united for granted. Not grateful. He made this known at the Cultural Day celebration of Visitors Academy and College, Gwarimpa in Abuja. So Ludope Ogunteme tells us more.
Academy and College, Gwarimpa, showcase Nigeria's cultural diversity through vibrant performances by nursery and primary pupils, alongside striking traditional display by college students representing over 300 ethnic groups across 6 geopolitical zones, emphasize the importance of cultural awareness among young Nigerians. Speaking at the event, Chairman of Pacesetter Schools, Barrister Kenneth Imaswabu, urged Nigerian leaders to recognize and prioritize culture as a vital tool for national unity.
Culture is attitude, character, way of life. Attitude of saying the truth. What we are teaching children of Pacesetters, let's write and redraw and remake the country. Let's begin to do this work. You must be patriotic. That's what we're telling these children. Let's redefine our culture.
Co-management and fathers celebration they aim to instill through it.
We all started from somewhere. We have a family, so you cannot leave the family and automatically become somebody else. You have to always imbibe that aspect of culture and appreciate your background.
And as we all know, culture shapes character, teaches respect, promotes tolerance, and builds unity.
after teaching them orally or theoretically, if you don't make them practicalize what they are teaching, there will be discrimination. It's all about uniting and bringing children together to understand the roots of their foundation.
Some students share their perspectives on the culture they represented.
I like not just knowing their culture, knowing another person's culture.
I'm very happy that I'm able to represent my people. You know, our culture is very large. We have the largest culture in Nigeria.
You know, it's good to learn about another culture once in a while. So it was a good experience for me to learn about other cultures and states.
With over 300 ethnic groups and more than 500 languages, each with distinct traditions and values, Nigeria cannot afford to overlook the role of culture in fostering national unity. From Abuja, Tolulope Ogutime, ITV News.
And that will be all from the Abuja Network Center. Now I hand you over to Benin Network Center with Oloyiji. Over to you.
Many thanks, Charity, and a warm welcome to our Benin studio. We start out with this report that says Edo State High Court on Thursday declared unlawful the restriction of human and vehicular movement during the state environmental sanitation exercise. Justice Isoke Uwame Erame, in a landmark judgment, ruled that the enforcement of a stay-at-home order between 7 and 10 o'clock in the morning on sanitation days violates citizens' constitutional rights. In its discussions, the court held that such restrictions are instituted with Section 41, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, which guarantees freedom of movement. The court found the measure to be the breach of Article 12 and 13 of the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. Justice Irame consequently issued a declaration that the prohibition of movement during the sanitation period is unlawful and unconstitutional. The court also granted a perpetual injunction restraining the Edo State government, its agents, officers and privets from restricting or interfering with the movement of persons or vehicles within the state on account of any environmental sanitation exercise or related regulation. In addition, the court awarded 200,000 naira to the applicant at cost for instituting and prosecution for acts. In a momentous event highlighting the intersection of advocacy and health, a team of international cyclists have visited the Esama of Benin, Gabriel Igbenedion, at his palatial garden of Eden residence in Benin City. The team, wearing T-shirts boldly inscribed with Ride for Autism, is part of a nationwide campaign organized by the Giyaye Chukwu Foundation, in a non-governmental organization dedicated to raising awareness about autism and promoting support for individuals on the spectrum. Pius Isogo has details.
The cyclists, comprising doctors, physiotherapists, nutritionists, and other relevant professionals, embarked on this extraordinary journey to spread awareness and promote inclusivity for people living with autism. According to the team coordinator, Mr. Kanyechukwu Tabo Okeke, father of an autistic artist and cyclist who is also riding with his son, said the journey, which commenced from Enugu through Awka to Asaba, with a stopover in Benin en route Lagos, is to create awareness on autism.
To shine more light on autism in Nigeria and to increase awareness. My son is a 16-year-old boy living with autism. He's a Guinness World Record holder. He has held the he has the record of having the largest painting in the world, 12,380 square meters. And the reason why we have been able to achieve that was because at no point in time did we hide him. I did not allow the stigmatization associated with neurological disorders that other parents go through to affect me or my wife. What we did was to come out, and by the time we came out, we sought for help.
Mr. Okeke commended the Esama of Benin for his unwavering support for humanitarian causes and his role as a father figure to many. He described the Esama as a highly revered figure, noting that his contributions to society continue to inspire their mission.
We were so excited, even when we were coming, that we are coming to see one of the most prominent African leaders that we have, not just Nigeria, but African. because it's the Asama of Benin Kingdom, and Benin Kingdom, it doesn't stop in Nigeria. So we are so happy with the way he has prayed for us. He has in fact opened the road for us now going to Ondo, and he has given us his blessings. And so we know for sure we will get there, get to achieve our aim, and come back to also come and say thank you again to him in a big way.
The Esama of Benin, known for his philanthropic gesture, warmly welcomed the team and praised their efforts in raising awareness about autism. He expressed admiration for their dedication, stating that their journey reflects the power of determination and the importance of drawing attention to issues affecting the most vulnerable in society.
I'm so happy that what you embark upon humanitarian. All of you, my dear children, I thank you all of you for participating. What you are doing for the nation knows. You are the hero of our time.
The visit was not only symbolic, but also impactful. The cyclists expressed their readiness to engage with members of the local community, offer free consultations, and share knowledge about autism. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The member representing Ovia Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Barrister Mosede Gabriela Igbenedion, has reassured constituents of her commitment to addressing the deteriorating condition of Udo Ofuma Road. In a statement posted on her social media page on Thursday, the lawmaker acknowledged the widespread concerns and frustration expressed by residents of Udo Ofunama and the wider Ovia Southwest area, describing the condition of the road as deeply concerning given its economic and social significance. Right Honorable Igbenedion clarified that the Udo Ofunama Road is a federal project under the Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC), noting that she has consistently engaged relevant authorities and made representations amid to prioritizing critical infrastructure within the constitutional and including the affected road. She assured constituents that she is actively engaged with the NDDC and other relevant federal agencies to demand updates and immediate intervention. According to her, the matter will also be formally escalated at the National Assembly to ensure it receives the urgency it deserves. Forests are more than just a collection of trees. They are a vital ecosystem that regulates climate, conserves biodiversity, and sustains livelihood. This was the focus on a one-day workshop marking the 2026 International Day of Forest, organized by Igbenedion University, Okada. Jonah Mowa has details.
Observed annually on March 21st, the International Day of Forests highlights the critical role forests play in sustaining life on Earth, from climate regulation and biodiversity conservation to water protection, soil fertility, and the livelihood of millions. Forests remain one of the planet's most valuable natural resources. At the event, stakeholders and environmental experts emphasized the urgent need to protect forest resources in the face of increasing human activities. Delivering the keynote address, the Edo State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, represented by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, Inodolomayi Otame, noted that protecting forests is directly linked to protecting human lives.
This year's theme, Forest as Climate Assets, is both timely and compelling. It reminds us that forests are not just collections of forests, but vital ecosystems that regulate climate, conserve biodiversity, and sustainable livelihoods.
Contributions also came from industry and environmental experts, including representative of Okomo Oil Company PLC, the Natural Eco Capital, who spoke on forests as climate infrastructure and their central role in shaping a sustainable future. In a goodwill message, the chairman of the Edo State Forestry Commission, Honorable Valentine Aswen, represented by the Area Forestry Officer of Ovia Northeast Local Government Area, Joanne Akiri Omosigo, described forests as the lungs of life.
Necessary for governments, institutions, communities, and individuals to work together to ensure the sustainable management and protection of forest resources.
Earlier, the Vice-Chancellor of Igbinedion University Okada, Professor Lawrence Ezimoyen, represented by the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Professor Blessing Oligbi, expressed concern over the growing pressure on forests due to human consumption and exploitation.
Forests are not resources to be exploited, but they are partners in our survival.
Also speaking, the director of the Center for Climate Change and Sustainable Development Goals of the institution, Professor Spencer Wangu, revealed ongoing efforts to build research partnership in areas such as carbon sequestration and tree nursery development. The 2026 International Day of Forest, themed Forest and Economies, also featured a symbolic tree planting exercise involving representatives of the keynote speaker and members of the university management. The 2026 International Day of Forest is not about celebration, but a clarion call for action. From Igbinedion University Okada, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The late principal of Igbinedion Senior Secondary School, Akinkowo Olushola Ebenezer, has been eulogized as a principal and pillar of discipline and academic excellence, whose impact remains indelible. These were the highlights at the service of song held in honor at the Igbinedion Education Center in Benin City. The event was attended by dignitaries, including the Vice Chairman of the Center, Lady Cherry Igbinedion Ofere Neto, has details.
The service featured praise and worship sessions, special musical renditions, including a saxophone performance by a pupil, as well as Bible readings by family members of the late Akinkowo Olushola.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout.
Tribute from pioneer staff as well as former and current student of Igbinedion Education Center described the late Akinkowo as a disciplinarian, mentor, and father figure whose commitment to excellence shaped generations.
He pushed us, challenged us, and held us accountable.
He was one of those who stood by me when my wife was in the hospital.
Mr. Akin was a father, even to me.
When they hear the name Mr. Akin, everything will fall in place. We lost a father who IEC gave to us.
May the soul of the iconic teacher and principal rest in peace.
Your voice still echoes in our mind, reminding us to strive and never to stop learning.
In a sermon, the officiating minister, Pastor Austin Enoyoze, described him as a trailblazer. He reminded attendees that death is not the end, while urging all to live lives of purpose and impact.
This is my message to you that is alive. What is that one thing that will be said when you die?
In a vote of thanks, the Director of Administration of Igbinedion Education Center, Pastor Angela Igbinedion, appreciated guests for their support.
We are grateful for your prayers, your condolences, and your visits, that God will grant every one of them journey mercies back home.
He was a great man, a great disciplinarian, a great mathematician.
I can tell you he was one man. When you go to him, his words alone, you are comforted.
Prayers were later offered for the family as dignitaries, including the Vice Chairman of the Center, Lady Cherry Igbinedion, and the Executive Director, Operations ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbaide Umwonse, joined others in paying their last respect to the late educationist. From Benin, Ofure and Neta, ITV News.
Next is our Lagos studio with Oluji. With Aiwoje Huria.
Thank you very much, Charity. Moving on from our Lagos Network Center, the Lagos State Police Command now has a new Commissioner of Police, CP Tijani Fatai. The newly Commissioner of Police has reassured residents of his commitment to ensuring more peaceful, secure state. A guard of honor was inspected by the new CP, Tijani Fatai. He was received by the outgoing Commissioner of Police, now Assistant Inspector General of Police, Jimo Moshood. CP Fatai stated that his policies are clear, to build on the achievements of his predecessor and further strengthen security across the state.
It's not a new thing to me. That is the youth festival that we have in some areas like Imushi, Agege, Ajegunle, and the rest of it. I'm very familiar with it. And I know as well for a fact that policing that area is not going to be a thing for us.
The Leave Card promoted AI-said criminality brought under during his tenure.
Security will remain stable with no serious breach of public peace. Civil protests should protest professionally by officers and men of the command, preventing them from degenerating into arrest or being hijacked by major crime such as kidnapping were reduced to 0 level.
The newly promoted AIG Jimomo has since paving the way second commissioner of police to assume from Lagos Igboji Warrior TV News. Earlier, the Lagos Police Command sit as arrested 3 suspects below a syndicate specializes in securities, take fire to gain access into estates across the state. Police allege that the suspects used this method to vandalize several vehicles in different parts of the state. Addressing journalists, the newly promoted Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 2, Jimomo Shu, said the suspects, who specializes in vandalizing vehicles parked in estates, used improvised firearms to intimidate their victims. The arrests were made following investigations and credible information provided by members of the public.
Some gang of notorious and vicious gang executive vehicles vandals. They vandalized vehicles in some estates in Lagos State. Before now, around last week, several into about 8 of them, and we prosecuted them in court. They are currently remanded to prison custody, and the prosecution to the matter is still ongoing. So we are building on that successes to other members of are equally branded up.
You're still watching the Network News on ITV. We will bring you more stories after this break. Stay with us.
ITV.
Many thanks for staying tuned. And now talking politics, we're guest on the current affairs program 60 Minutes Nigeria on Thursday made valuable comments on the shifting political landscape in Edo State ahead of the 2027 general elections. In this report by Ace Unamure, expert highlighted the growing intensity of political activities as party begins early preparations for the poll. And our report will be brought to you subsequently. And now moving on, the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, of Yan Northeast Chapter, Okada, led by its chairman, Mr. Clement Agbalao, says the Esama of Benin said Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, his father figure and a philanthropist who immensely transformed Okada into a town with modern facilities. He made a remark during a courtesy visit to the Esama of Benin at his Okada country home residence. Pius Nsogo has details.
A former two-time governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, joined his father, the Esama of Benin, to receive the August visitors. The branch chairman of the Nigeria Union of Teachers, NUT, Ovia Northeast Chapter, Mr. Clement Agbonlaho, said he led a delegation of the NUT to the residents of the Esama of Benin to inform him of the proposed NUT Secretariat to be located in Okada and to seek his assistance. Mr. Agbonlaho noted that the Esama of Benin has single-handedly put Okada on the world map and must be commended.
We are trying to erect a teacher's house building in his local government. Just came to Soki, let us see him and explain things to him. He shows a good and perfect hospitality. He's a man of a beautiful heart, and may God give him more grace.
In his response, the Esama of Benin thanked them for the visit and commended the group for their foresight in planning a befitting secretariat for their union in Okada. He assured them of his support to achieve the laudable initiative of the NUT. The Nigeria Union of Teachers, NUT, Ovia Northeast Chapter, over the years, has been operating without a secretariat of their own. From Okada, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The Diocese of Benin Anglican Communion has continued its 2026 combined Lenten service with a Week 5 program held at the All Souls Anglican Church, number 4 Isoban Avenue, off Epatro, GRA, Benin City. The Lenten season, which brings together clergy and worshippers from across the diocese, is focused on deepening spiritual reflection, strengthening faith, and preparing Christians for Easter, the celebration of death and resurrection of Christ. The report filed by Esther Ogoro is presented by Jolade Ojo.
The service emphasized a renewed commitment to holy living and propagation of the gospel. Preaching on the theme, Bearing the Cross, Bearing Fruit, Reverend Canon Enofe N. Iyekipolo delivered a sermon titled Sharing in Christ's Suffering, drawing from 1 Peter chapter 4 verses 12 to 13 and Philippians chapter 3 verses 2 to 11. He encouraged believers to embrace the joy found in sharing Christ's suffering through prayer, sacrifice, and total devotion, noting that such experiences shape Christians into Christ-likeness.
Sharing in Christ's suffering is to be a partaker that what he has done, then we start from where he stopped and continue, that his work will not end.
Prayers of thanksgiving, forgiveness, dedication, and supplication were led by Reverend Paul C. Onu. In their comment, Dame Teresa Oselume emphasized the day's message, noting that suffering with Christ leads to transformation. The Vicar, Reverend Canon Anthony Akpojaro, reminded Christians of the symbolism of the cross. He stressed that endurance should remain the watchword of every believer in Christ, while the public relations officer of the Diocese of Benin Anglican Communion, Sir Osahan Obasui, encouraged Christians to remain steadfast and propagate the gospel.
At Easter tide, all of us will be transformed to be true Christians who take up the cross of Christ.
The cross is of two things, the suffering and the victory. So we should know that for every suffering that a child of God is going through, at the end there is always a crown. We encourage Christians to be steadfast in the Lord. They should keep faith in God.
The service featured hymns, praises, and spiritual exhortations as Lenten activities continue across the diocese. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
In same vein, the spirit of unity and devotion was on full display at Holy Cross Cathedral, Mission Road, Benin City, as the Benin City Deanery held its annual Cathedraticum. Patience Orogura reports on the colorful ceremony.
Holy Cross Cathedral came alive as worshippers from the 46 parishes and chaplaincies alongside heads and representatives of 26 institutions gathered for thanksgiving and spiritual reflection. The Cathedraticum, a traditional expression of communion and support for the Archbishop ahead of the solemn celebrations of the Holy Week, brought the faithful together in a shared commitment to the growth of the Church. Presiding over the Eucharistic celebration, the Archbishop of the Metropolitan See of Benin City, His Grace Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Kubeze, urged the faithful to deepen their relationship with God through total surrender and unwavering faith. He stressed that obedience to God's will remains the pathway to spiritual growth and lasting peace.
People pray and then pray. They think that by praying and praying and praying that God knows what we want, and God knows the best for us. When you pray, let your will be done, and His will be done, no, not based on you, but Him.
In his remarks, the Dean of the Benin City Deanery, Reverend Father Charles Omogiate, described the Cathedraticum as a symbol of unity, responsibility, and collective stewardship among Catholics.
We have come to show our cooperation and our support and loyalty to the Archbishop, to support him in kind, and to thank him for all he does in this Archdiocese of Benin City, particularly towards the work of evangelization and mission.
Chancellor, Catholic Archdiocese of Benin City, Very Reverend Father Michael Oyanuafu, and some parishioners also shared their reflections on the significance of the celebration.
They came out, despite the difficulty in the society, to give out willingly, deliberately to the Archbishop so they can share to the poor, the less privileged, and the needy.
What happened today was very wonderful. We lay faithfuls were able to give our bishop our gift.
We didn't owe ourselves. It's God that is providing. The more we give, the more God gives to us.
High points of the celebration included a special thanksgiving with parishes presenting cash donations, food items, and other gifts in support of the deanery. Prayers were also offered for peace, unity, and the continued growth of the Archdiocese. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
And now back to our earlier reports. The says guest on the current affairs program 60 Minutes Nigeria on Thursday made valuable comments on the shifting political landscape in Edo State ahead of the 2027 general elections. In this report by Eisu Namuri, experts highlighted the growing intensity of political activities as parties begin early preparations for the poll. The report is presented by Ikmawosa Ugiagbe.
Political analysts Ehi Igareva, Elvis Brown, and Okoro Osaho Baraye, alongside the Edo State chairman of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Kennedy Odion, who joined virtually from Abuja, examined the factors likely to shape the electoral outcome. They emphasized that party unity, effective grassroots mobilization, and the emergence of credible candidates will play decisive roles in determining success at the polls.
It behoves on the leadership now to ensure that whosoever is not going to be nominated is placated one way or the other.
You feel this guy has everything it takes to win election. He has the funds, he has the popularity, then he should go to the field and prove it.
Politics money is not refundable. You don't write it there, it's not refundable. If I come to visit you and you give me 5 million to say, let me do this, let me do that, I'm at the gate, I tell you I won't do it. That's the end of that money. You can't say bring it because you didn't tell me this is what it is. So it's risky. So the party also knows who is the best.
You know, it's not just about politicking without considering the people. Because what I understand about governance is about the people.
Participants further called for a shift toward issue-based campaigns, urging political actors to prioritize policy discussions and voter education as the election cycle gradually gains momentum. Ikmamosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
You're on to ITV News. We'll take a pause to stay. Many thanks for staying tuned. Moving on, Edo State Police Command has arrested 4 suspected courtists and recovered firearms during a coordinated operation in Uromi, Asa Northeast local government area of the state. In a statement issued by the command's public relations officer, ASP Eno Ekeredem, the suspects identified as Solomon Oboigbe, Fidelis Omale, Julius Osenwomo and Abraham Iremoseli Momo were apprehended in the early hours of March 24, 2026, following credible intelligence received by operatives of the command. During the operation, 4 English pop action gun, 9 live cartridges and 3 expanded cartridges were recovered from the suspects. Preliminary investigation revealed that the suspects were allegedly members of the AA confraternity, with indications that the recovered firearms were acquired through illegal means. The suspect has since been arraigned in court following the conclusion of investigation. The Commissioner of Police in Edo State, Monday Agbonika, commended the operatives for their swift response and professionalism, reiterating the command's commitment to intensify the crackdown on courtesim and other criminal activities across the state. The City Boy movement arrived in Meaba and Ukbekwe community in Asako local government area of Edo State during the week for the distribution of palliatives and other food items to the elderly, especially women. Emmanuel Akpololo reports that the coordinator of the movement in the local government area, Mr. Roland Igbadume, used the opportunity to thank the people for voting for the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpebolo, and implore them to continue to support him. The report is presented by Joy Obaisiagbon.
The City Boy movement, powered by Mr. Sheyi Tinubu, one of the sons of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was in Asako East local government area to celebrate the Eid al-Fitr as well as prepare ground for the coming Easter festivities for the women. Elderly women at Imia Kebo Ward 9 and Okpekpe Ward 10 rose up in joyous mood, singing to appreciate Mr. Sheyi Tinubu and the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpebolo, for remembering them at this period.
Thank you very much for the people who bring this food for us. Both the governor and president and our children were there. We thank you.
Roller and City Board movement. God go bless her. God go carry her up. God go provide for her. God go bless her all. Now no see bad in our life.
These people will bleed this last for us. He not go up. He not go down.
I pray for them that whatever they are doing, when they will rule, by the grace of God, God will be with them.
The coordinator of the City Boy movement in Asako East local government, Mr. Roland Igbadume, addressing the beneficiaries, used the opportunity to thank the women for voting massively for Senator Monday Ukpebolo, adding that he came on behalf of the governor to appreciate and also appeal to them to do more in the 2027 election for the president and others.
We are here to come and tell our people thank you for the last election where they support our governor, Senator Monday Ukpebolo. We talked to our brother, our friend, the son of the president, Sheyi Tinubu, and he supports us well for us to take care of the old people, the women, the local people, to reach the grassroots.
The City Boy movement distribution of palliative continues. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
We'll take a pause for some commercials to stay. The Ohe Ovia chief priest of Unuame community in Ovia North East local government area of Edo State, Ohe Igbinesige Noma, says he remains loyal to the Oba of Benin, Ewai II. Ohe Igbinesige Noma, in a statement, said as a loyal subject, he will continue his service to the ancestors and the Benin monarch, Oba Ewai II. The Ohe Ovia of Unuame community in Ovia North East local government area of Edo State said he has agreed with the decision of the palace of the Oba of Benin on the issue of Unuame community. He said he has been and will continue to work with the palace of the Oba of Benin to promote the Benin culture and tradition to ensure peace in Benin Kingdom. A legal notice has been issued to the general public, prospective land buyers, real estate developers, corporate organizations, and all concerned persons warning against unauthorized land transaction in Aho community, Umuode local government area of Edo State. The notice issued by Usagi Igbinowaya and Co., barrister and solicitor, states that all solicitors of Aho community, presented by the Nogi designate Kedrick Omot Utowa and Notowa, the Ojonwe Pa Uduwari Eyorobo, and the Council of Elders. According to the statement, the community continuously and currently has no land for sale. It therefore cautions that any individual, group, agent, or entity, including persons purporting to present a so-called Evo or Ka community, which is described as non-existent, who claim to sell or allocate land within a whole community, are acting without authority or approval. The notice further warned that anyone who purchases land from such unauthorized persons does so entirely at his own or her own risk. The community will not be held liable for any resulting loss or disputes. It also clarifies that our whole community does not currently recognize or operate the offices of Okaigili or youth leader. There has been a change of leadership in Obazua community in Ovia North East local government area following an appointment of a new Okaigili. The Ojonwe of Obazua community, Pa Roland Amawosa Onyerese, has approved the appointment of Idausa Nusakai as the new Okaigili. The decision, contained in a statement signed by the Ojonwe, follows the outcome of the palace investigation carried out by the committee led by Chief Osaro Idao, which validates the appointment. According to the statement, the appointment took effect from March 24, 2026, with Idao Sanusakai taking over leadership from Odaro Peace. The Ojonwe has called on members of the community as well as security agencies and the general public to recognize and accord the new Okaigili the necessary support and cooperation. For the latest in the world of sports, let's now join Solomon Aino.
And on sport news, fans from several countries heading to the 2026 FIFA World Cup could be forced to pay up to $15,000 just to enter the United States, in a move that is already raising major concern. Supporters from nations including Senegal, Algeria, Ivory Coast, Cape Verde, and Tunisia are affected by a new visa bond policy introduced earlier this year. Under the rule, travelers applying for standard tourist or business visas must deposit between $5,000 to $15,000, refundable only if they leave the country within the visa term. The situation has become even more complex with no clear exemption currently in place for players. According to reports, FIFA is working behind the scene to secure waivers for official delegation, including players, coaches and staffs. However, there is no guarantee this will be approved. U.S. authorities have confirmed that all visa applications will be assessed individually and there is no procedure to automatically waive the bond requirement. That means even footballers from affected nations could theoretically be required to pay the same fee. While negotiations continue, it appears highly unlikely that fans will receive any exemption. The policy also applies per person, meaning families traveling together will each need to pay separate bonds, further increasing the cost. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon. I know.
Many thanks, Solomon, and as a size of a package on ITV News. Now I'm Oluije Uihokaide. Have yourself a blessed night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
Abba, ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. And the next 60 minutes or thereabout, we're taking a look at issues bordering on this nation. All right, today we're zooming into Edo State and our political situation in Edo State ahead of 2027. And of course, if time permits, we'll dive into the issues surrounding fuel pump price. You know the story so well. But for now, dynamics, political dynamics, and of course development is what is really taking shape in Edo State. It's morphing into something that some persons understand, and of course some other persons are trying to understand the dynamics, why some don't give a hoot about what is going on politically. After all, for what they are saying, electioneering, politics doesn't concern them. But you should know one thing: whether politics concerns you or not, whether you're interested in politics or not, politics is interested in you as long as you're a citizen of this great state and of course this great country. So it should concern you. All right, with me here in the studio to talk about this, he is was one time, yes, chairman of Ego local government and of course political analyst. Join me to welcome Honorable Ehi Igareba. Honorable, thank you so much for coming on today's show.
Oh, thanks for having me, Wilson. Good afternoon, viewers.
All right, so very close to him, vibrant political gladiator. Yes, you get to hear about the obedient movement, but I don't know where he is right now. Elvis Brown, thank you so much for making our time to join us.
Thank you very much, Wilson.
All right.
Good afternoon, viewers.
All the way from Abuja via Zoom, he is the chairman, ADC Edo State chapter, Honorable Kennedy Odion. Kennedy, thank you so much for making our time to join us.
Good afternoon, my good friend Marshall. Good afternoon, viewers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, you may be surprised to see me here on set. Not to worry, Mr. Gosagbalo is out there trying to gather more intel to give you a blast next week, Thursday, when he's back on this particular platform to bring to you 60 Minutes Nigeria. But as I say, in broadcasting, the show definitely must go on. Let me start off from you, Honorable Ehi Igareba. What do you feel right now about the political dynamics in Edo State, knowing fully well that you are still a card-carrying member of the APC?
Well, standing from the federal government through the state and to the local government, APC is in control, you know, with regards to Edo State. And we have, especially at the local government level, we have acting council chairman, and there's an election which is forthcoming, and the primaries are in the horizon. Also, we have we recently had congresses from my political party, and I think with the new electoral law, almost all political parties are duty bound within a certain time frame to also, you know, conduct their congresses and where needed, and of course their primaries to elect their candidates for next year's general elections. We will not, of course, have a gubernatorial election in Edo State because we have an off-cycle one. However, there's a lot of heightened activities around the emergence of candidates for positions from the senatorial position to the House of Rep positions, and of course the State's House of Assembly seats. To the best of our ability within my party, the politicking is ongoing. People are doing their best, contacting, consulting to see that they are the chosen one. You know, however, there's always the temptation, you know, within the Nigerian political space to sacrifice competence on the altar of loyalty.
We'll come to that, because that seems to be what is bothering some political parties in Edo State. I'll be mentioning names and, of course, you know, political antecedents and all that. Well, Elvis Brown, what's your own take on this particular discussion? Because political parties are beginning to, like, you know, like what you rightly said, going up towards 2027, getting up towards election, chairmanship election, councillorship election, congresses, primaries, you just name it.
These are basically the political calculations you will have at a time like this. You know, every political party is strategizing, and everyone is looking at how best they can position themselves to win the election. But you cannot also give it to the one particular political party right now, because the way it is going, you're still going to have betrayers. You're still going to have a lot of calculations that will go wrong, you know, along the line. So whether you like it or not, you can't say for sure that one political party, you know, has it figured out right now as it is. So these are the process will still continue, you know, but eventually we'll get to see how these things play out. And that's what I have to say for now.
Okay, fine. Now let's move straight down to Abuja, where Kennedy Odion is standing by. Kennedy, I believe you've been following the trend of this discussion. I know you have so much to talk about the political landscape in Edo State, projecting towards 2027. As a party chairman of the ADC, how is your party faring so far?
Thank you, my dear brother and my colleagues, my friends in the studio. The truth of the matter is that where we are right now is a build-up to 2027 election, and every political party is busy, just as my brother said, strategizing on the best way, the best tactics, and the strategy that can be best applied for them to be victorious in 2027. So many things are ongoing. Political parties are having their congresses, just like we had our NEC meeting yesterday in Abuja, where we also approved some of those guidelines that will take the party to the next line of actions. So what we are equally doing in our party right now, because we understand the problem already, the Nigerians are not ignorant of the ongoings in Nigeria today. So we are also trying to find a way to be able to bring proper solution. You know, it's not just about politicking without considering the people, because what I understand about governance is about the people. Anything that cannot bring the people forward to own the office, then you are wrong. So right now, what we are doing is what is the best way for the people to own government. So I think that's what we are doing right now. So we are busy strategizing on the best way to approach this election 2027. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your opening remark. As it stands right now, some are saying that the battle might just be between the ADC and, of course, the APC. For PDP, Wike, and the faction are trying to bring them back together. For the Labour Party, we've not heard from them for now, but anything can happen. Like I said on this platform, we'll be diving into this particular issue. Take a look at what is happening in each political party. The allegations of imposition of candidate, allegation also of having an anointed candidate as against other persons. You know, it cuts across political parties, not only the ruling party. When we return after this break, we will delve totally, fully into the discussion. Don't go away. Just joined us. This is 60 Minutes Nigeria, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. Join us right now in the studio. I call him the voice of the masses. He is an activist, an entrepreneur, and of course a politician. Join me to welcome Okoro Osahon Obaraye. Thank you so much for joining us here, comrade.
Thank you so much for listening.
All right. Okay, so let me come to you, Honorable Ehi Igareba. But before that, I want to throw one question to Comrade Okoro Osahon Obaraye. They've made their opening remarks saying that the political parties, they are working, you know, to make sure that the candidates are well positioned, how will I put it, that the aspirants are well positioned to become candidates and all that. But there are one or two complaints emanating from some quarters. Let's take a look at the APC. Thank you, we have the chairman of the ADC. I will go direct. As it stands right now, from the grapevine, they are saying that Comrade Adams Oli Oshomole was given a clean bill to rerun. no interruption. And of course, the chairman also, Tenebe, also was asked to come back unopposed. And some persons are not really happy with that because of the conditions given to older aspirants, saying that others, you have to go fight for your slot. Do you think that is healthy for a political party?
Yeah, thank you so much. Depending on the angle you are looking at it from,
yes.
Sometimes the voice of the people might not be the voice that will win. Sometimes the voice of the few might not be the voice that will win. So, in a sane society, in a sane climate, I'm not sure someone like Dr. Aliyu Oshiomhole, from the way he has been internationally, I'm not sure he should come for his screening whatsoever. If I was in his shoe, we must allow ourselves the truth. This is a man that has intimidating credentials. So if he decides to seek a re-election, I think he should be given the go-ahead. I think the party also didn't feel fit to say, though we know you are good, you talk, but we don't want you, other people are interested, we want you to go. It's the party. It's not an individual thing. So if the people come, if ITV decide to say, Wilson and Marshall from now henceforth, you will now be saying the news in the morning, no longer in the evening. Before they decided that, they might have seen one or two that you didn't see to that effect. Are you getting it now? So on others, though some of us don't believe in a few people deciding who becomes a candidate. Yes. But sometimes it is juicy for the party. Sometimes it's also risky for the party, depending on the template and depending on where it's being searched for. If the party also sees that, Wilson Obacha has been very, very good, it's good, but this time it will not be able to run. This is who we want. And the party decide to do that. Good for them. Are you getting it now? Depending on when the time comes.
All right. Do you feel the same, Honorable Higariba? Because some are saying that you cannot give some persons clean slate to just come back without jostling with the others. Why is it that there are no equal opportunities for aspirants in your party?
Okay, I'll take it this way. You see, let's start from Comrade Adams Oshiomhole. Before the emergence of our governor, he was the leader of the APC in Edo State and also a former governor. And given his pedigree and intimidating resume, it's only right that he's given the first right of refusal, the right of first refusal, only when he declines before other people. And in any case, to my knowledge, there is no contender for the position up till this moment. So it will appear.
Are you sure about it, Honorable?
To the best of my knowledge. If you
best of your knowledge?
Yeah,
okay.
If you know any, please let me know who is running for the Senate position in Edo North. Okay. I do not know of anyone within the APC rank who has signified interest. Then if you come to within the party, why the party chairman probably was asked to return, you have to also understand that sometimes it's good to maybe just say thank you to certain individuals on the back of their performance, given that he just ran election against an opposition party, led us into victory as the chairman of the party against the PDP in this state. And it's only right for party cohesion that is allowed to continue, since he's having a winning spin and the party wants to continue winning. So why change a winning team?
So you say, like, party come together and say, look, we have to satisfy these persons because of what they've achieved in the past.
On the back of their achievements, recent achievements.
Yes. I'll come back to Honorable. Well, Comrade Brown, do you share their sentiment before I go to Abuja to ask all the same question about this political party? My
opinion is that the APC usually don't consider what is fair, what is on the side of justice, equity. They believe in what wins.
What wins?
If the formula wins, whether or not it is fair, it's usually not the problem. And that's basically, you can give it to them. They probably would have seen that, okay, with this person, we're going to get that slot. We'll win Edo North Senatorial District. So it doesn't matter if people now line up to want to take part in the process. They could be robbed of that chance. They could be denied that opportunity to also try themselves in the process. Otherwise, whether or not he was a governor, the moment you finish your tenure, you become a citizen. You fall back into the system. in some climes where these things actually work the way they ought to be, he ought to go back and follow the same process that ordinary Nigerians would have followed. But the moment you start placing them at that level, it reduces the chances of others to contest the same position you are contesting. I'm from Edo North, and I can tell you that there are 1,001 persons who are interested in that office. But now they cannot go. They have to shut up and fall in the line. Because, of course, the powers that be have spoken that this person is going back. I don't have anything against it. Like I said before, it is what works. With that, they're going to get the result, so you can't take it away from the APC. So that's my opinion on that.
Okay, let's move straight down to Abuja, where Kennedy Ojo is standing by, the chairman of the ADC. If you take a look at the news a few days ago, well, I said last week, you get to see some of your party members carrying placards saying that your party is imposing candidate, well, I use the word aspirant right now on them. They were on TV, on social media, saying that what you guys are doing right now is against the tenets of democracy. What's your reaction to that, Honorable?
Well, you know, like I said, democracy is a process that allows everyone to participate. So their participatory role is to be part of the conversation of any decision that the party wants to make. So a situation whereby people were not part of any conversation and they discover that the decision has been reached, it's their right to say, how did you get here? So if you see some people carrying placard, it's part of democratic process, saying we are not satisfied with the process that happened in that order. And it also boils down that the party should be able to also call those persons and say, this is how we come to where we are right now. This and that was what we put together to arrive at this compromise. We didn't impose. We look at the best bet for the party. We are looking at the possible way of winning. Because in every political party, the best foot forward is their best bet. Because if you don't win, you can't be talking about governance. If you look at what some other persons have just said about what the APC is doing in Edo North, they didn't impose it simply because it's the only man that is there. They are looking at their best bet. Who can win for us? Is this man have the capacity to win? Who is it that have that capacity that can be able to help us deliver that St. Peter district? So if this man have all it takes to do that, we're going for alternative. So I think political party, in their wisdom, they can be able to go in that direction. But what I don't like is don't impose candidate on people without bringing them into the conversation. No matter how ugly the conversation may look, let them be part of the conversation. Let them be part of it. Let them know the process that led to that decision. Because by the time they are not part of it, they reserve their right to also agitate and say, we are against what you have done. So what you saw in our party some few days ago, where you see some people were carrying placards, to say we won't allow a candidate to be imposed on us, is just the same issue as they were not part of the conversation. And I believe by now they might have been considered and their opinion have been taken, and they have also been made to know the reason why such decisions were taken. So that is how political party runs. As an administrator of political party, what we look at in every election is this person, what is his pedigree? What can he do? Is it generally acceptable by the people? Does he have strict credibility? If we feed this candidate, how do we show what will be the outcome of that election? So these are permutations that we put on the table to look at. So by the time you are able to explain all of this, before you know it, you discover that people will begin to say, oh, this person is credible. Then if you feed this person, even people from the other side of the divide will vote for him. So that's what we are looking this time. So for our party, we are not imposing candidate on anybody. We are going to be fair in our all our dealings. And if there be any reason for going against the tenets and the democratic principle, definitely people will react. If I'm even in that shoe, I will also react. So that's what I believe.
Thank you.
Okay, I will come back to you because they are still saying that I'm not in the picture of things. Well, Comrade Obaraye, if you take a look at political party right now, like what you're pointing out, literally what both of you said about putting your best first foot forward. But some are saying that this might just cause trouble at the end because you have so many dissatisfied or unsatisfied members of political party. Take a look at permutation and, of course, a combination towards 2027. Is it going to help your party?
Wilson, let me also guide you.
Yes.
First of all, politics is a place where you have serious, unserious, and never serious people.
Serious, unserious, never serious people.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you can see some people now, they go and print poster for governorship. You on your own know that person cannot even win the unit, the street, the house where he or she is living. But just because of one or two issues.
You just hold on now. After this break, you express more your opinion, right? If I want to take a short break, when we return, we'll continue with this discussion. Do not go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. Still drilling deeply into the conversation about political permutation ahead of 2027 across all political parties. I have my analyst with me in the studio and one joining us via visually all the way from Abuja. Comrade, you were making the point before we went on that particular bit. Could you please go ahead with the point you were doing?
Politics we have serious,
serious and never serious.
You see some people who print posters who want to contest an election and the person cannot even win his or her unit, neither his or her even if you decide to put an election to say this man has 6 children, maybe 2 wives, that's 8, and you put an election in that house, the man will still lose the election. But you see that same man shouting outside to say you want to become this, want to become that, just because politics is for everybody. In a same line, don't you know who will win an election? If you say you have other candidate that want to contest that Gasali or Shomole and they do not, in a same line, will anybody want to pursue? Because you know later they'll come and call you maybe former senator, or because politicians will not come to say let's settle. That's what some people. It's business for some people. Just because some of us have integrity. You print poster and the next they tell you how much is your bargain or what will you get. That is what people do. To become a senatorial, to win Senate in Dona or anywhere in Nigeria, you need over $1 billion naira. Then a man that has stay in one room in his father's house, where you want to become a senator, how? You should tell me, Wilson, how much is Jingo in ITV if I want to do it for 1 month? ITV will not collect $1 million naira for me. If you want to do it for me, 60 seconds for every day, you won't collect. That one is one poster. We're meeting people.
So are you now weighing candidate according to the financial muscle of the party?
It's not free. Don't let anybody shy away from that. It's not free. Don't let anybody pretend. Are you getting it now? If I decide to contest tomorrow, if you are going to greet me, you should know that if you come, I want to give you something to go. Never, don't pretend. If I don't give you, you are going to go to the gate to say, now this one I want to win election. This one will come greet, so they tell us bye-bye. Now Baba will not chop. You will say it.
All right.
Just few individuals will not say it. So if the party decides to say, okay, let's also weigh those that have integrity. Let's also weigh those that will have what to bankroll this issue. Because the party don't even have the money to give. So you that want it, first of all, will say, this is what I have.
All right.
So that when the time comes, the party will not be now left alone. Okay, I asked the scenario during the break. I said, where are those who want to be labor?
We'll come to that.
They vanished because now they've eaten. So now they want to now start politics. Then they didn't play politics.
Okay.
Now the game has started. They've now gotten base. They now have foundation. So they want to start
politics.
Are you getting that?
I will come back to you, comrade.
So those type of political mistakes happen once in a lifetime. It does not happen like that again.
I will come back to you. You may call it political mistake, but to them it's providence. It happened. It can still happen. It may still happen. You never can tell. Honorable, some of the people that you have some external factors, external influence vis-a-vis some political bigwigs outside Edo State influencing the decision made by the APC in Edo State. After all, this Saturday, it is going to be hot, hot, hot in some climb and cold, cold, cold in other climb because of what is going to happen in your political party.
Well, we have the national convention of our political party this weekend, and it will more or less be an yes votes for the incumbent national chairman who is returning, and the other positions as usual will be zoned. We had the zonal congresses just yesterday, and and of course the president has been endorsed across the 6 geographical zones. But again, when you are winning, seemingly, it's the time for you to be more cautious. It's the time for you to imbibe more democratic tendencies. And we have an example to learn from the PDP that thought they could be in power forever, because at the time, if you were not a member of the PDP, you couldn't win elections. But all that is like history now, is gone. So what happens to the PDP should teach my party a lesson not to fall into certain booby traps. Because of the PDP scenario, we now have certain political cultures that were not there before. And if you see why we have 2 ways for candidates to emerge now, a consensus, and of course, going before all the members of the political party. A consensus presupposes that you bring all the aspirants together and respectfully carry them along, assuage their concerns, and the party, with utmost discipline, the core word being respect, tell them this is our decisions, this is why we hope that you guys wait for another time. You know, this is what you must carry them along, because at the end of the day, the first issue, I'd like you to take your mind back to, at a time in this country, in the Southwest, SDP was reigning supreme. And in their most popular state, where they knew they were going to win, they lost, which was Lagos. Why? That was Sarumi and Professor Agbola Jobi. They were in court over the candidacy of the SDP. And that's what brought Chief Otedola as governor of the NRC. Majority of the members were of the PDP in the House of Assembly, but he won. Take us back to recently, even in our APC, you know, via federal constituency, where we had Engineer Osaon locked in with Charity Amanyawe in this APC, over litigating over who should be candidate, because the leadership failed at that point to arrive at a consensus, to carry both of them along, to strike a deal that will leave nobody aggrieved. They will also now have instances of party members feeling justified, because giving ticket is only one step towards an election. And we saw that how fast the Labour Party was organized across the country within 6 months. We are still close to more than 6 months to an election. Therefore, when you are a ruling party, it's a time to be humble in victory and in leadership, and so don't dare people.
So are you saying right now in your party, people are being dared, people are not being respected, people are not being carried along in this decision?
No.
Is that what you're saying, Honorable?
No, my advice is that my party should tread with caution. Imbibe all the democratic tendencies necessary. Even when we're arriving at consensus, we must go the extra mile to bring in all those who showed interest, whether they have the means or not. It's also a defect in the Nigerian political system that even as rich as Donald Trump was, people chipped in $2, $10 towards his election. And that is how it should be. Because many of our party members, unfortunately in Nigeria, don't believe they should have any financial responsibility towards the party. And so easily the money bags will grab it. But you should know that if you are expecting dividends of democracy, you should part with some money to support your party.
I will come back to you, Honorable. Well, Comrade Brown,
Yes.
you've heard both of them. Let's come to your party. You're still a member of the Labour Party, right?
Yes, I'm
Because
still in the
like
Labour Party.
most of them that won in previous election, they are no longer with you. What is really going on? Like what he said off camera, is there a Labour Party in Edo State? Others are getting set.
Labour Party still exists.
In your heart or
no?
where?
No. Labour Party has structure in Edo State, for instance.
Yes.
We still have social across the local government, across the world. Meetings are still going on. I can give you that for free. But the point I want you to understand is that I think if you had asked me a month ago who was going to win the 2027 election and with what margin, I would have told you without sentiment that it was the APC. And I'll give you reasons. But as of today, I can't say the same thing. Now, because in my opinion, the APC has made a mistake.
Which is?
So, which is the injustice. Within the party, there are a lot of things that have happened that have created division, that a lot of persons are disgruntled right now. And I can tell you for free that the same way that most of them exodus into the party, that's the same way they're going to leave before the election. A lot of persons are going to leave the APC to go to other political parties, not because they don't want to be a member of the political, but because they want to show you that since you feel I'm a nobody, I want to prove to you that I'm somebody. In politics, it's about making impression. It's about impression. You have to show your capacity. So, if I am desperately wanting to be a member of the Federal House of Representatives, maybe representing Ego Ekpo, for instance, and I put him to want to contest, and you say, no, relax, it is not your turn. You still playing the politics of the late Chief Tony Aneni, the late this man from Oyo State at the time. You still playing that kind of politics in 2026. A lot of persons will not be happy with you. And the party, for me, as of today, I can tell you that that sweep that we're expecting, that massive win we're expecting, is reducing. And the reason it's reducing is not because other political parties are not becoming stronger. It's because within their own party, they're already losing their members to these parties that are forming and these parties that are existing. You find some of these persons that are in the party right now who will go to ADC, those who will go to Labour and other political parties to contest. And that is also disintegrating the base because they have their own support. When you live with your 10 members, and this one live with his 15 members, they go to other political parties and they come together. They can even decide to support the candidate that's already there just to make sure that they are not with you on this one. Because you actually told them to their faces that they had to wait for someone to go before they can go. If you feel somebody is popular, like we said about Oshomole, if you feel this guy has everything it takes to win election, he has the funds, he has the popularity, then he should go to the field and prove it. Primaries is a place where you prove that, look, I'm actually popular with the people. And once you're able to do that, then everybody that participated in the process will now support you that has emerged. It doesn't matter if I had 1 vote or if I had 10 votes. If you win at the primary, then I support you. If I still decide to leave after participating in the primary with you and you won and I lost to you, then it means that I'm just not satisfied with whatever comes.
All right.
That's what I think.
All right, correct. I will definitely come back to you. Have so much to react to. But let's get straight down to Abuja, where Honorable Odion is standing by. Now, let's take a look at your political party, the ADC. Some are saying that it's not going to be a walk in the park for your party because of factions that came into your party from various political parties. They've opinion that some are loyal to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, while some are also loyal to Gregory Peter Obi. And of course, we have David Mark. Don't forget to mention the former governor of Rivers State, yes, Amechi. Now, how are you going to bring these factors or these people, this faction together to give you a resounding victory come 2027?
Yes. These are parts of the democratic process we are talking about. We understand those tendencies in politics, and as people will often say, that politics is all about interests. And those persons' interests, if they are not captured, there is every tendency that they are not able to work together going forward. You know, what we are doing as a party and at the leadership level is to ensure
Okay, fine. Maybe when we're able to establish contact with him, you get to hear his own reply to that particular question. Let me come to you, comrade. As it stands right now, some members of the party that are now in your party, Right, we have Senator Nedai Mousman, right? If I'm making a mistake, I stand to be corrected. We also have
Richard Edosa.
Richard Edosa, you just name it. And they are saying that in some week you do have an interest in Owedo for a constituency. And if you bring in this interest of Mr. President, and of course, Mr. Minister also talking about the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, bringing it together, having this intercourse with Edo politics, do you feel that there will be commotion in your party?
I don't foresee commotion. What I don't foresee commotion is that if the best candidate comes out, we are nowhere to will we deliver the person. And still, I also trust the leadership of nowhere to who believes that the best candidate should be. You know, politics is about rumor. Sometimes I think if I also wanted to turn myself to a laughiston, I have so many friends at the leadership level who told me to come and contest election. And I wonder, I said, don't tell me. I'm managing myself now. I know the risk involved in trying to win an election. I've seen people who once owned businesses, grasslanded just to try. Why some who never ever participated from the village went to Abuja? So if you are not well calculated, you take the risk, you might not recover because politics money is not refundable. You don't write it there, it's not refundable. If I come to visit you and you give me 5 million to say, let me do this, let me do that, I'm at the gate, I tell you I won't do it. That's the end of that money. You can't say bring it because you didn't tell me this is what it is. So it's risky. So the party also knows who is the best. If you, after serving 16 years as youth leader in Owedo, if you give me somebody that I don't can't deliver, it will be hard. I get it. The one my very good friend Brown is saying, I think he knows more about the APC, not even knowing more about the president, what his party where is. So I think he would have been able to.
No, that is a low blow. That is a low blow, bro. Come on. You see a Labour Party Facebook.
I'm not saying it's not. I say he now know more of what is happening in our party APC than what is happening in his own. For him to tell me Abu Mary is of no value now in the present Labour Party structure, not to tell me that I'm not sure he knows where the present party issue. They were still telling me that they have structure courts around. They still hold meetings. So that we should not say that publicly. It's impossible for them because people don't sit down. People don't sit down. People don't sit down. Leaving their businesses to come and sit down to do what? If these people you just named now have left the party, those are the people that were oiling the party. The party must be oiled. At least 1, 2, 3 weeks they are coming, they know they are leaving. If it's biscuits, not those things you call irrelevant, and what those people take for value, they will leave their business in millions and come and sit down for 1 or 2 hours and they are leaving. That peanut you give to them, the mother is dragging. This one on my own. So if it's not there, don't tell me the party is ongoing.
All right.
As you just said about people interfering, people must interfere in politics because it's not a secret society. Even if we are going to do a secret society election amongst us here, somebody outside will interfere to say, I for like make a rival deal. You know, say in get that international level. People will want to. So in politics, people have their own tentacles. If I decide to contest election tomorrow, we see more. I also want to speak to say, if only this party can give to Sahara Barayi because I know it. I get it. But the best you can do is to advise. Not Wike is not coming here to vote or participate. If he's going to buy the conscience of people, is to tell them, I for one to not impose. Gone are the days of imposement. He have told you the blow you receive when you impose. The blow when you receive when you impose is worse. It's catastrophic. It's not what you think of. And the leaders are aware because it is easier for Sahara Barayi to quickly fall in line if the blow falls than a leader who has no other business, who is known as a politician. His address is a political address. To come back, to fall back, because first of all, there's a shame. They have their business to maintain. Why we can just throw to say, I got no verse, not be play, all the follow you they play, all those one who talk for talking sake. We can quickly adjust. For them, it's hard, so they will not also take that risk.
All right.
But they might also want to try it to see who will chicken out. That's politics. Okay. Sometimes you try to say, "Which come out there? Do you have money? Live there." And then you see what it that. Oh God, this say he leaves. You know, this one will be checking out. So rumors come. the time is coming by, you hear people even telling you how these people were born and bred. They will tell you the boxers in war, the day they got married. The time is coming where lies will now also come. Because some people are mastered to that, to tell you, because you are shouting because I have not lied against you. Don't worry, I will tell them how you married a prostitute. And your wife is a lawyer or something. They will just formulate that story, and the next you start trying to deny before you deny that move. So politics is intrigues. You have just said one. And that one you said, we still have more.
That will come up. All right.
You cannot sit down to tell me that the governor of the party is the leader should not have an input. You cannot sit down to tell me we have other people that would have contested why if you know so you're popular, why you not go free?
Okay.
Why will a man who believes in politics, who is a politician, tell you that?
I'll come back to your buy if time permits. Honorable, as it stands right now, because we just can't take a look at Edo State politics without taking a look at what is about to happen in Owedo. You saw the news, was it a few days ago or last week, where an aspirant, yes, Osaro Baza of your party, called the leaders to address them, saying that, look, we have been here for quite a long time. No other politician or brother or having a same political party would take my place. You saw also the declaration of a party, former commissioner for education, saying, look, they are vying for that same position. These are the permutation. You also have issues where we have an Ogbede Yama, two guys were mentioning names. Ogbede Yama saying, look, he's going for this particular position. And of course, one person is saying, I am interested in that particular position.
Honorable, to add, yes. For the rep, you didn't add the present person. It's a tripod.
A tripod?
Yes, because you might have mentioned 0/2 at the end of the day.
Okay.
It's a tripod.
All right.
It's a presenting who has interest. So
okay.
It's 3 people.
All right. So, how can you settle this?
Okay, you know, during the course of this conversation, what I've harped seriously on is the need for my party to be respectful of every aspirant and to learn how to manage the aspiration of all of these aspirants with a view to ensuring that those who are not nominated remain within the party because they feel like they have been respected. You know, we have 3 strong contenders for the House of Rep position in Owedo, which is the incumbent who joined us from Labour, Esosa Yahweh. Of course, Honorable Sarah Obaze, who is a former council chairman, a formidable candidate, a grassroots politician. And of course, we have Dr. Paddy Yamwe, current Commissioner for Education, who has been also very wonderful, you know, as a cabinet member. Therefore, it behoves on the leadership now to ensure that whosoever is not going to be nominated is placated one way or the other. And for Ogbede Yama, it's almost laughable for people to say that he's being suggested by the minister as though he was not the James Breaker of Owedo, the first person to win Owedo House of Rep twice back to back against sitting governors Oshomole and Obaseki of different parties. He's the only man that have done that. So it's not like one unpopular person.
So it's not a pushover, it's not a walkover. So how are you going to settle this? Because they won't take it lying.
I'm amazed when people talk as though they have brought somebody with no name from nowhere to come and be a senator. He ran for governorship. And yes, was going to get a PDP ticket.
And you don't sense trouble brewing in a political party with these gladiators.
It's always going to be done. You know, the day where we used to do it, even in the days of Comrade Oshomole. Comrade Oshomole, I think they should take from that. Always called all the aspirants for every position for a meeting. And spoke to them why he believes the party should go in. The leaders of the local government sometimes are even called. Once the decision is made and the leadership of the party arrive at that decision, he sends for the aspirant.
Our time is up.
Personally speaks to them.
Our time is up.
A long way.
I just wish we had enough time, but we have to respect it enough time. But for you, bro, just 1 minute.
Okay,
what advice do you have for political parties?
All
1 minute.
Is that my leader said I know more about the APC now than I know about the Labour Party. It's okay. But the truth is that, you know, within the APC, you find this division, this group attacking this group, and so people are definitely going to move with their people.
All right.
That is the way it's going to go.
Thank you. Could you re-establish contact with Ken, Odion, talking about the ADC chairman of Edo State? You would have had so much to say about the big wigs also trying to grab the soul of the party ADC, but it's all that. Some are saying they sense trouble brewing because it's not going to be a walk in the park for any of these aspirants. But given the governor, the chairman of the APC, and of course the 7th Senator, Adams Aliyu Shomole, straight ahead, clean bill right to go ahead. What about the others are saying it's not fair? Others should go and try their luck. Anyway, we may have a part of the discussion, but for next week, Mr. Egosa will be on the ground to take you through another round of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Once more, gentlemen, thank you so much. I appreciate the wonderful analysis. See you guys some other time. God willing. Bye for now.
Ẹgbẹ́júwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́júwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
First now, good evening. The program they watch now, Udwater. Udwater means heart of the matter. With the original from Independent Television. We do this every Monday, this kind of time, because we always bring different issues. You will see different things in the morning, how it happen. In the evening, we'll give you updates and also add to some of the things that happen, or give you the developing stories about those things. And also we see they do. This week we get another fresh discussion. We'll see more give now, what's happening now. This evening I hope see when a body transfer for inside cloth. Yes. Many thanks to everybody who say they always watch this program. And yes, our team of engineers don't put everything in place. And next week, yes, I'm very sure that yes, as we talk, you will talk to us back by calling our telephone numbers. Okay, my name is Mark Pololo. Yes, with the Uzi, I did with now here again inside this program. I did with my brother Victor. I don't know, Victor. Good evening.
Good evening. You are good evening at home.
Okay, we see the expectation of our brother Ichoya Iwobe, and he will soon join us either via Zoom or he will come join us live for Inside. But why the program they call make we start like this? Many issues we have for inside politics for Nigeria. We will start from the home throne. Victor, my brother, the way the way to come, you did surprise say the almighty Bala Mohammed of the PDP and the former or the chairman of PDP Governors Forum were JNPC.
Number one, there is no more governor forum because there is no governor. PDP governor again.
I had talked the video before.
Okay. Two people will not form there. Follow. Okay. I am not surprised to be candidate. I am not surprised. Because what has been happening is a revolution, political revolution. The agenda that has been going on, and I know it will get to this stage. Even the last man standing, don't be surprised when you hear him say he's going to join the ruling party. Why?
Who is the last man standing?
It's Makinde of Oyo. He's the last man standing now. As of today, as PDP is concerned, we have 4 governors who have not defected yet. Makinde of Oyo, Anambra, Oti of Abia,
yes,
and Osun.
Yes.
So these are the 4 governors who are not there. By tomorrow.
But Osun just go do accord now.
It's not with the ruling party. I just mentioned.
Okay.
Governors, the 4 governors that are the
ruling party.
Each party has one governor.
That's true.
So the 3 parties, the 4 of them is one governor each. So the other 32 plus Abuja are with the president. Why? Because what we not come to know as the Tinubu carrot. So, according to what they have been said, they say it's irresistible.
Irresistible.
It's a honey that is sweet. It is a honey that is sweet. It's a honey that is sweet and medicinal. It's not a sugar.
Irresistible.
Irresistible honey.
Because for someone to carry the almighty Bala Mohammed,
the carrot is irresistible. And if that go to you, he said it's your choice. Take it or forget it. You will still get your state. What will you do? You look at it. And political survival is also a part of it. If I say take this carrot, I see they guarantee me political survival. Okay, let's look at the Bala Mohammed case. When we are able to see that according to the agreement, they are making him to move, it is a 60-40 arrangement. 60-40 arrangement. Senatorial ticket has been offered to him. Senatorial ticket. The city governor has not finished his tenure. And the only unresolved issue within them now is who is going to nominate the successor. That's exactly what they said is outstanding. Even in spite of that, all things being equal, by tomorrow, there's going to be official declaration for him to finally join.
My God, speak pidgin. Okay. No for that.
So now tomorrow they say he will go join them. So he already arrange everything. Now only one thing never arrange. Now they say who want to appoint the successor. So that irresistible kind of women person of the throw away. The way aroma they shake everywhere. So that way aroma they shake everywhere. Come make and say once they show it to you. You have no choice but to don't go meet them.
Yes, sir.
That is why all the whole government in Nigeria, they have to work. Okay, they don't go one direction. They never see this kind of one before. No country, I don't know, Nigeria is turning to have become a one-party country, one-party state. Now so we come to see here today. Now waiting with a look with this. It's unfortunate.
Okay. Going by this arrangement, they talk about one man standing. That one man standing, by history, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu be did like that for the Southwest. Yes. It was really one man standing and a comfy stand. You believe say Seyi Makinde go fit?
The Seyi Makinde, Bola Tinubu of the old. Because now my person that time of the old, they are not the same at all. Because now Tinubu that time have godfather, they get godfather. And the godfather that time, Ibrahim Adesoya did for grand well. So and he carry people. The tsunami, that time they call it the tsunami, the political tsunami that wiped everybody away from Southwest. Therefore, they could build supporters again. But I'm not sure Makinde can be able to do that.
Why?
Because I did not see him as a person who get that ability to mobilize people. Because if he had that ability to mobilize people, PDP would not have crumbled the way it crumbled. The other one, Tinubu, the election will still happen. It happened for by-election. But this one, you days there, they carry your people. You can't do anything.
Well, let's look at the problem of PDP. What will really be the issue when they not resolve?
Okay. You see, PDP problem now self-destruct. Now then, it's self-affliction. It's a self-affliction. Political rascality and political gangsterism. Now it kill PDP. PDP get opportunity to have repositioned the party and made the party the darling of everybody. But they squander that chance. The way Nigeria squander oil windfall, Operation Desert Storm. You know Operation Desert Storm?
Yes, no, so
Nigeria make so much money. The money was squandered. That political capital for PDP was squandered like that. Now, when you know Obi was in PDP, Obi was campaigning from state to state until they could tell and say, "Come, we like you, we like your style. We go only vote for who give us money." That was one piece. We no go give money. Now he pull out for PDP. They don't tell him. Then yes, Wike is so say, okay, fine. No be money they want to do the thing. I go spend the money. I want contest. But make una know say, nah, nothing I just dey finish presidency now. The next position should go to South. Now so we take arranger. It's called gentleman agreement in PDP. When Obasanjo was president, when he went back going, Peter Odili already win ticket finish. When Obasanjo call and say, "Come, Odili, I be Satana. I just finish 8 years. You a Satana cannot take 8 years. Cannot take the president. Pack your load, go house. Now I'm not Tana. Now I'm not this thing go. If whether now know how you do it, anyhow when you do at that time, Odili for win the ticket. But Obasanjo stopped him and said, "Go home. This position is good to North. After it will come to South." And so we did the arranger they go. But the Northerner through Atiku, when he was greedy for power, say no. Kabwa, who betrayed Wike,
how is it no.
Okay, now the political primary when they do for Port Harcourt, yes. When Atiku win the ticket, Kabwa was become the no certain contest, and Wike na sponsor Kabwa. 100%, every money that was spent, set up delegate, everything. Only a few candidates, they beat Kabwa. Now we can now sponsor. Now when it's now they talk for a Satana to contest, all of them still come, say they want contest. That time, the Satanans, all of them say, may no Satan person contest. This position is for a Northerner. But when you read to say it is for Satana, that is number one betrayal. Number two, Wike when sponsor, when he reach ground of election, he say he has something to say. After everybody has spoken, everybody don't talk finish. Nobody is supposed to talk. That is a ringing. It's a form of ringing. He said he has something to say. Then they give him a chance. He said, now I'm standing down for my brother Atiku. Those who wanted to vote for me vote for Atiku. That was a open ringing. Because everybody don't talk finish. Nobody is supposed to talk at that stage. So somebody who is sponsoring against Atiku before, you will not telling people that you will come vote for Atiku, not vote for any other person. And
I think the national chairman at that time, called Hog and say you are the hero of this convention.
Yes.
Which means that it was prearranged.
Thank you. Now, so that is a two-way betrayal. That is what made Wike to be very, very angry against PDP. That will make Wike to be very angry with PDP, especially Tambuwa. Say, okay, if you wanted to say you are stepping down, you would have been, okay, I'm stepping down, I'm no longer contesting. I leave it for my brothers and let them, I will vote, I will vote, no vote for me again. Vote your choice. That would have been better. They would have kept their friendship. But when you make pronouncement, this is a particular, all my candidates is a particular person you must vote for. That's an open ringing. So that was how he betrayed Wike. The 5 governors who saw this as a slap said, no, we will not support our party. That was where PDP killed themselves. Now, the final leg to the coffin was choosing vice, to choose vice presidential candidate. Then they now hold a meeting. They now say, okay, fine. In order to pacify Wike, what happened, may they choose Wike as vice. They were grouped like that. So then Atiku now said they should not give him 3 candidates. So Atiku, they now pick Wike, they pick Okowa, and pick other person. But the rumor has it, it's a rumor, but from the grapevine that this man, the governor, was now pushing money to settle people and said he can bring a substantial amount of money to support the campaign. So finally, Atiku now keep picking Okowa instead of Wike. And that one said, it be like a fire when already they burn. They don't even add kerosene, they can't add oil. So where the breeze reach, now so you burn reach. And they say, okay, since that is how you want it, we will burn the house down. That's how the problem they start. Because if you really have leaders who were serious within the party, who can mobilize, immediately you would have said, okay, it's still like this. They would have put their feet on the ground and said, no, you can't go like this. Let me give you an example. When they did 1999, when they did primary for Lagos, Tinubu no win primary. Governorship primary, no winner. They did primary. Now this year I can say, maybe the councillor, we will do consensus. Tinubu came through consensus. As a come through consensus, so they have to look away to pacify every camp. Then they had to go and bring Kofo to become his deputy. That was how Kofo became his deputy. You know, it's not an arrangement. When you are doing things like this, you must have a political sense, what they call political sense, common political sense, to say everybody is important when you come to politics, because politics is by number. Then you can say you can go to hell and burn to ashes. We don't care. A real politician don't talk like that.
That is what and it says. I think recently in an event, this current president, yes, he jammed he and Lai Mohammed and one other person for one gathering. But this person, I'm trying to recall the name, and this person, as they come, he has been in the opposition. They talk against the president before. But when he when the president told to Hoga,
yes, exactly.
Then was this man knows your camp to do. Let the matter so don't be camp to do for politics.
No. These are the things, these are the lessons these politicians refuse to learn. Now, if you look at it, okay, look at, for example, Arigbosola.
Yes.
Arigbosola is from Osun State, but Tinubu gave him a commissioner position in Lagos. Groom him and send him to Osun to go and contest. And he contest and won. What of Ondo? I think yes, Ondo. I think Mimiko. Then look at it was a little, just say a little something that make James did not become governor of Kogi State.
Yes.
Like representing Lagos.
And they say this can't die.
Thank you.
The former governor now dies. They don't finish.
They don't already announce results. They have not
yet. The man can't die.
The man can't die. And that there was a lacuna in the law.
Yes.
The lacuna was that the law did not specify what happened if they have not been sworn in, and the principal that what you do, what you will do. But common sense would have tell you if they have been sworn in, the deputy to
automatically.
But automatically the deputy to go. So they play a very dirty and dangerous politics.
Yeah.
That one I give rise to people like Yaya Bello. You know, these kind of people that comes like this, they are very, very dangerous. And I'll give you history. Amechi did the campaign. Amechi is a Central Supreme Court governor. He did the campaign, he didn't win any election. It's Omeya that campaign and won election. So until they used Supreme Court to remove Omeya and brought in Amechi, Amechi didn't have a good record. So if people like this, that Supreme Court to bring it to power, okay, they call one another Supreme Court governor there now. They call him. No. They talk and say na Supreme Court governor. I don't know where the Supreme Court governor is. But go and check the history of the. So they are always like this. So politically, they did not do it well. PDP people did not do it well. Where a person like Sheyi Makinde, if he had influence, we were able to mobilize people, this thing would have been able to be resolved. So
no. But another question is, because let me just take as Dame as a leader, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, you know, if you resolve PDP problem, you can't go AGC.
Yes.
Then how will people now look at him as somebody who will say, well, rule the whole country? If you resolve the PDP problem, does it really mean say now really selfish interest in the try to pursue?
You see, these politicians, I can tell you, 90% of Nigerian politicians, they are driven by self-interest. You know, there are some self-interests that can trickle down.
Yes.
This self-interest is not the one that trickle down. It's a dangerous, primitive self-interest for wealth accumulation. They just want their own. Because what Tinubu did, how many politicians in Nigeria can do? Look at Atiku now. He's running. When they are telling him now, it is a certain position. Look at Tinubu. When they say it was a northern position, he brought out his money and ensured that Buhari become president.
Yes.
He didn't contest. Even in that election, Tinubu, I think, also contest against Buhari.
Yes.
In that first APC election.
Yes.
Say, okay, fine. Go and check whether certain are there among them. They say because this position right now is for the Northerners. But when you now come to say, okay, let it put to be certain, they will say, no, we don't agree. We go do it. It not be money we will put on. And what they have shown is a lack of capacity to manage situation. If there was problem, go deal with the
where are our elders in PDP, like people like Bode George, our Papa, because
reason that people
Bode George, Sule Lamido, Audu Ugbe, all those people, where are all of them?
Sule Lamido. I was looking at what Sule Lamido said today. I read what he said today. He's saying that we should come together. Everybody now should embrace Wike and let all work according to Wike condition. I read it today. I'm telling you now. He was addressing people the breaking of Ramadan and all that. He was addressing them.
But a very smart person. Before you continue, a very smart leader. Unless the person just want to be, may I not use all those kind of bad on television. Unless the person just want to pretend. Therefore, no say wicked they aggrieved. Why they not call that man say, okay, true, this is the way we do you, it no good.
Okay.
No good resolver.
Thank you. He's not a smart leader. Even that, what do they call him? Sule Lamido. Then you will go and you compare wetin talk when wicked dey vibrate, say this thing we una do. Now we want me to destroy it. May we pull for this umbrella, may not contain anybody. He say, who be wicked? Who be wicked? Wicked without wicked, PDP is going to where they want to go. The motor move anywhere now. The motor will be crippled. The umbrella, even there is no strength in the umbrella at all. Now only the pipe remain. So when they started, they were arrogant. They were grandstanding. This thing will have offended you. But what does it take? You see, when you are talking about politics, political strategy, you must put everybody's interest into it and say, look, if you do this one to this one will go away. Watch Tinubu, for example. Go and check since Tinubu become president, whether he have castigated anybody. He don't. Because he is still finding a way to make that person to join him. He has succeeded to do what has never been done in Nigeria. That one president, the only person who did it was Abacha. And was the background. If you don't join us, so the whole political party now nominated one person as a presidential candidate. Is there going to be any no election again now? So this one now is not doing it by gun. He's doing it by strategy and carrot. So he's the only man who have been able to sit down and say, this is the direction I want to go. I want to do it like this. But all of them that were in PDP, they were blindfolded with power. Say, we are going to take the power. We are going to be, the people are suffering. Yeah, the people were suffering. But then you were by yourself putting fire in your house.
Okay, let me take you down memory lane as a student of history. In Jonathan time, many governors joined PDP. But you know what?
No. Jonathan time is quite different from this time.
Okay,
Jonathan time there was also grievances.
Okay.
The grievances was that Jonathan was going to contest second tenure.
Yes, sir.
Which is so Northern account leader as third tenure.
Okay.
Because I finish this person who Yanadua he can't do one tenure. And they were saying Jonathan should not contest. That is now a time for the North to take position. Jonathan said, by constitution, I can still contest election. So there were grievances, even within the party. So those grievances were not resolved. And Atiku was at the brain behind the grievance was Atiku. Atiku, then Amechi was scattering the certain part. He was the chairman of Governor Forum, Nigeria Governor Forum. He was the chairman. As a matter of fact, he took Jonathan to court. When they look at the case in court, he's got to win. Jonathan had to beg him that they should remove the case from court for amicable settlement, out of court settlement. And you see, all the whole thing, they now form APDP. APDP. This was where they buccanized, they destroyed PDP and make Jonathan not to win the election. But however, Jonathan actually won that election. He was hold on, he didn't go to court. If Jonathan had gone to court, Jonathan would have been declared the winner of that election. But Jonathan refused to go to court because Jonathan was white. The country has been put under siege. That is the insecurity we have been seeing till today now. The country have been, you have a security report. As a president, every security situation of the country is with you. You have seen it, see where they came from, what the whole thing that was going to happen. Even if they were declared him a winner, the country would have boiled. So you now say, okay, fine. No Nigeria blood is worth my political ambition. Maybe take it away. Let me give you an instance. In Kano, they have 2.something million votes in Kano without no single one voted. Where you want to say that one? In Kano, 2015 election, Kano had 2.something million votes for Buhari without no single voted vote. What does that show you? And guess what? What? The INEC resident official of Kano and his wife and children were burnt alive.
Yes.
And we all know all these things. What do you think that will happen? That is, in case this man go to court, any eye that can provide serious evidence should be eliminated. We all know this. If you have a serious case in court, you have destroyed the evidence, the case died. They natural death. So you're sleeping at night, they burnt everybody. That man was wiped out the surface of the earth. Did Nigeria talk about him today? No. Who paid that supreme sacrifice? So it's not that we don't know what happened. Then Nigeria have been spilling blood since they have been able to contain the situation. No, it would have been worse if Jonathan was there. In terms of insecurity. But maybe he would have been able to, because he has already made arrangement for bilateral agreement with other nations and bring in mercenaries to deal with the situation. But unfortunately, he decided he don't want to contest it and he didn't go to court.
Alright, if you just join us, the program of Udota means heart of the matter, and when they go down memory lane, when they go back to history. Fortunately, now only one governor na PDP can get right now. All the other governors don't come out, and we're not going to know where that governor may be Sheyi Makinde. And so it's time for politics. Many things they happen. Program of Udota and Udota from Independent Television. Don't forget to star 347 star 732 hash. We will give out 2.5 million. Make you be part of the people who say to enjoy that money. A lot of people don't you feel be the next person. Star 347 star 732 hash. ITV radio has a time. That's our raffle draw. Just enter and you go enjoy and say yes, you should to be part of that program. All right, make we take one short break. The program Udota will continue after this break. Okay, if you just join us, the program Udota means part of the matter, and we're original from Independent Television. Every Monday, we call it the vibrate, we call it the vibe. We talk about issues we see they happen around our country. And you will say they watch us for us, obviously they follow up for this program, and like I talk, from next week or Tuesday, Monday, you will also be part of the program with the open our lines for you so that you will come. But then before we enter the next part of discussion, Victor, now where we do right now, a very dangerous one. PDP don't go. You know, as a Labour Party don't enter home. We know you have Labour Party again. Now, the only part when we see if they come out now be ADC. As at last week, what do we name now? Some 9 senators decamp to the ADC. 9 senators decamp to the ADC. I think last week or within the week or so. That's a very good sign. But my colleague, a very senior colleague for that matter, for our sister television for Arise, you know, they call File Seni. It mm. only talk say the ADCs, they look them like jokers. Say because they say what they're supposed to act, they're not act. Do you see ADC as the Messiah number one? Is there any hope for ADC the way they go?
As a matter of fact, I don't talk this thing many times. ADC never do something when they take them serious. As of today, now only one person they get, which is Peter Obi. Now only one person they get.
But they don't know what they talk yesterday. Say make they make what do you name? Atiku president. Then either Obi or Amici to be vice. That is the only way ADC go stand. And the body language of the party they speak so.
Yeah. But what are we even hearing in the news? That even the South, and doesn't Amici not Obi. I don't know whether it's true. But if what we are hearing is true, so when you look at it, you discover that as of today, there is no sign of seriousness within them. Because if there's going to be a sign of seriousness, you will know, you will see it now. Okay, for example, I have not seen the NDC put up the advert saying, this is our party, this is what we stand for, to start educating the people.
But they see the phone news, I look at 5 TV news.
Yes.
Like time when Obi come, when Obi come Bini, when Olumide Pata the camp, when they destroy the office, when they go shoot them, all of those things, and they see them.
News.
Okay.
They have not put their own. You know, so the way you will break and say, now we be this, now we be this, now we this is how they take know us, and this is how we want to do Nigeria. They do opposition when not get direction when you want to take us go. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now these people, this current leadership in Nigeria, they are taking us to nowhere, from one hardship from fire to fire. Then they say we don't even know where they want to take us to. What are the programs you want to put on ground? As of today, how many months to election? There is no program ADC have brought out to say this is what we entice the people to the party. That will make them vote for the party. The only thing that make them today to talk about ADC is that Peter Obi, what I'm talking about just now. But if you remove that one, who remember them? Who remember the ADC what they talk about? That Dele Momodu is almost like a servant to Atiku. So you know it's what political interest is talking about. All these politicians, majority of them, 90% of them don't think about Nigerian interests. It's only about their own interests and what will benefit them. And this is how they run the country they are running aground. Even when you know that you cannot perform, you cannot do, but we'll put you there. You say now you will put, because now you will satisfy our interests. If there is somebody who can do and will benefit everybody, they will not bring that person. Because they will not say, we are not looking for a person who will satisfy everybody. We are looking for a person who will satisfy us. So that is how Nigeria has been wrong. And they are doing like that, they continue like that, and they are... See, ADC, PDP, APC, all these parties, they are just one and the same thing. Because when a purpose is not known,
abuse is inevitable.
Abuse is certain. So this is where I said ADC is not a serious party. As of today, maybe they will change tomorrow. Hey, by now, ABC jingle should be on no radio and television station. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. When they form APC that time, immediately they form APC, they throw jingle and start letting people know what they want to do. They come with the mattress of change. We want to change the government and make it better. So now we don't have anything about them. What do we know about them? What are they telling us? Nothing. They are not telling us something. So you just think that people will not come out to say vote for ADC. How are they going to do that? And these people are ready. APC, did you know how many trillions have been set aside for election?
I tell you, say they set serious.
Oh.
They show you the passbook?
No. Okay, look at it. Right now, do you know how many trillions APCs cannot account for? Under this administration, yes, they can account for trillions. What do you think? You think say the trillion just walk away with that?
They say they cover for the lapses of former President Buhari.
They are covering for the lapses of former President Buhari. And then you take that one, hook, line, and sinker. No. What are they covering on? Tell us. We are not talking of hundreds of billions. We are talking of trillions. tens of trillions that they can't account for. We are not talking about the hearsay, audited report. Audited report is a legal document.
Yes, sir.
Saying this thing is missing. This one, they are waiting for election. That day on election day, one person will be getting 100,000. Vote for just APC, 100,000 take. You will look like this. I have not worked this one for the past 3 days. That is why they have weaponized poverty to subdue the people, and the people will submit willingly. And they know what they are doing. These people.
All right, we just watch again the program of Daughter with the Ishna from Independent Television. We must talk about politics, we must talk about governance, we must talk about government, we must talk about institutions, we must talk about the people, we must talk about poverty, we must talk about hunger, we must talk about leadership, we must talk about control, we must talk about schools, platform, universities, anything, because this is the center of the world. All right, like I told, star 347. Star 732 hash. If they watch us now, just dial them. Your name will just register for there. We won't give out 2.5 billion. So you'll be part of the people when we say either you carry 100,000, 50,000, 200,000, 250, as the case may be. So now, try this whole thing. Okay, Victor. Another problem don't hit the world, which is US, Israel, and Iran. Yeah. Where is the world today? The world is suffer.
Well,
as of today, a couple that says some other countries they try to release their reserve to cushion the effect of the
oil price,
but this no work. If best it go down small, it don't come up again.
It will be like that. Because 30% of the world oil,
they pass through Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you. They pass there. And Iran have authority over that place. They are the one, Iran say it's...
They say whoever pass there, they go bomb up.
It is closed. Who you want to try?
They don't put some, what do you call it, landmines for that place.
There are mines.
Yes.
They are planted. Now, you see, when fight comes, you use everything you have to fight your enemy. That is also a part of what they have. Since you are fighting us, we don't get power like you. We will do it that the whole world will feel the impact. Next time you will reason twice before you try us another this way. Now, when you look at it, Saudi Arabia oil passed through there. Iran oil, Iraq oil.
Yes.
All those
Gulf states.
The Gulf states.
Yes.
They all pass there. 30% of the world oil. Then talk about the natural gas, liquefied natural gas. They pass through that place. What is the alternative? Alternative is to come and pass through Africa with a high cost.
Yes.
Pump through pipeline. They have Saudi Arabia have pipeline, and that pipeline can only deliver 7 million barrels a day, whereas through the canal, through that they have about 21 million barrels per day move through daily. So it is going to be a problem. That is why we draw that line. See, let's involve the whole world. Now, those crude mainly are going to Asia. And that is why what they said, America is approaching China now. Because China is still a friend to Iran, to try to see if China can be escorting a ship across that place. So they will not become... EU are reluctant to join.
Yes.
Because when Trump became president, he shit on all of them and mess up his own allies that would have given him a very broad support. That is why many people sometimes they destroy what we help them. Because of one naira, you are destroyed 2 naira, and everybody is feeling the impact. But unfortunately, the manager of Nigeria economy did not prepare for a situation like this. So everybody, including Nigeria, we don't supposed to suffer anything. Then why are we suffering? Why is so much impact in the Nigeria economy?
Japan say you know go carry them because when Donald Trump could appeal to all these their allies, like Japan, Australia. Maybe they carry their warship till they escort oil past there. Those will say that they will do.
Yes, they will not.
Why?
Because Donald Trump did not treat them properly, treat them well when he became president. He was hitting them with
tariff
here and there. So the people you have messed up like this, go back to them to beg them for help.
For the first time, price of petrol come increase for America.
Yes, this is going to be like this until they resolve this matter and irritable. Now the thing there is this: I'm not surprised things go like this, because America is a country of war. People don't understand that. It's a country of war. In their life, there is always be war.
Because even as we speak, we never even finish it one. Donald Trump, they're talking about Cuba. That Cuba now be the next target.
Thank you. So it's always a country of war. Did you know? If you know the history of America, you will the other thing that is happening is just a child's play. That is their nature. When America got independent, 1776, they got independent. They declared independent. They didn't even get independent. They declared independent. They were just 13 colonies. 13 colonies, which are equivalent to 13 states. How many states in America today? 50. They are trying to make it 51 by taking care of Canada. Yes. So all other states were acquired through war and buyover. For them, like Alaska, they bought Alaska from Russia. They bought some from Spain, and from Britain they bought some, and they declared war. California was California and other states around California were part of Mexico. California cut themselves out of Mexico through war. America supported them. Immediately after a year, they acquired California, and they declared war on Mexico. They took Mexico 55% of the whole country. They harnessed it and added it to America. They have been their lifestyle about war. And what I've seen is that, especially when it is a Republican leadership,
yes,
they always fight war. And it's no different from Donald Trump today. Gulf War, Desert Storm, yes, it is them. Everything, this always has been like that. But my prayer is that they will not plunge the war into Third World War. Because this small thing now, small Iran, is affecting Nigeria. If Third World War starts, you know what it's going to cost? It's going to be a devastating one for the whole nation, including Nigeria. Because our manager of economy are not preparing. But this thing like this is not supposed to affect us.
How?
The oil we are producing, who owns it? We own it.
Yes.
How do we own oil? Because oil is going up in the international market, we are pushing the oil to the international market to go and sell, to make money to steal, instead of them giving the Dangote to
make money to steal.
Yes, now, because the dollar is now coming in a bigger form, they are getting money to steal. There's no accountability in Nigeria. Go to APC is in a mess. I just told you, edited report of APC. Trillions cannot be accounted for. And now they are making more money. Are you seeing the money? Where you go to see the money? Where are we suffering? From our own thing. Your own property will be suffering from it. We take this, God give us this product. It's in our land. You take it out. Take it to market. It's like a farmer who produce yam or cassava or gari or rice or beans from farm, refuse to feed his family and take the produce to market and sell because he want to get money. Is that a farmer a good farmer? No. The way things are today, you say, okay, fine. Now it's like this. Dangote, there was oil this swap they made with refinery from Mota and other place, but during Buhari time. Why not bring that? Refine the agreement with the Dangote. Now, how many cubic liter or cubic of how many million cubic of petroleum do we need to consume every day? What is the how many barrel of crude oil that will produce that?
Yes, per day.
We'll give you. Produce it for Nigeria consumption only. We are not exporting that. We'll give you the one you will be using to do your export. What is wrong with that? So, but if you do that, it will benefit everybody. And Nigeria economy cannot run. Or those who are running our economy and those who are leading us, they don't want to pursue or implement a policy that will benefit everybody. They must make sure that people are subjugated, people are crying and suffering. Because it was a fella that once said, suffering and what? Smiling. We suffer and we smile and we say, this person is doing us a favor. Is it not the people that are supporting this government now? How much is a liter? A liter is 1,300. A liter of fuel in Nigeria. Somebody will say, other countries they pay more than that. The economy of that country, if for example, every day I earn maybe 300,000, just say 300,000, I earn it every day. A liter is 1,500, I don't bother. Put it in my car, fill my tank, I move away. How much will I spend to buy a full tank? Probably maybe about 70,000 or 80,000, or maybe 100,000. Out of 300,000, 500,000, I make 300,000. I fill my tank. That tank will carry me for 2 weeks. If I fill my tank, it will carry me for 2 weeks. For 100,000. I will not bother. But the people are suffering. They will not increase the suffering of the people because Nigeria economy is a fuel-driven economy. Anything that happens to fuel, every other thing is affected. They know this, and they are clapping hands. So, when I read the book, Audacity of Hope, written by Barack Obama, he said something in that book. He said deliberately, private jet will be given to him to use. He said we will not use them. Deliberately we use public transport and public airline. He said the reason is that he wants to mingle with people and hear their complaint, to understand what they feel. Go to public and interact with people. From there you can know what they are feeling, the feeling of the people. Then you act accordingly. But this we have a elitish type of this thing. They don't
you think say now so Donald Trump also be because for instance now this the American USS GL warship in the Gulf it cost them about $15 million to maintain it per day. What if they won't get where they spend that kind of money compared to $20,000 which the enemies are where around the truth?
Okay, now you see the thing there is this. If you understand, for example, how come that every business you want to do internationally, what currency do we use?
Dollar.
Why? And how did it happen? These are the things you must know. Dollar, the international business was dollarized. America did it purposely. And anything that will sustain this kind of advantage, will no matter what, at any cost, that is what they are doing. And this thing was coming from the Gulf. They used Saudi Arabia to do it and insist that oil must be sold in dollars. We only buy oil, we only sell oil if you are ready to pay in dollars. Everybody start agreeing and falling in line. Is it dollar is the highest currency in the world? No. Pounds and euro are higher than dollar. But that is how America told them, if you help us to achieve this, we will ensure your safety and security. America can spend anything in the Gulf because of Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has stand. Any government who want to bring an idea to remove dollar as the currency of international business, that person is gone. Do you know what happened to Venezuela president? When he say he commit offense, this is his agenda. The time has come to get dollar out of the business. They got him out. Dollarization of international business was enforced by Saudi Arabia. And anything they will do to provide security for Saudi Arabia, they will do it, no matter at any cost. No, doesn't matter who is the president of America. This agenda must be sustained. It's our national interest. Do we have such in Nigeria? No. We fall up on that. We don't have any politician or leader who have national interest. No, who fight for national interest. There is none. They all fight for personal interest. What I can get, what will come to me.
Which means that as it is now, there is no end in sight. This suffering will continue.
This suffering,
as we begin to
this suffering may not continue.
But there is any signs, any sign say the suffering will continue, never come.
Yes, why I'm saying this is that all hope is not lost.
How?
Thank you. Because 24 hours is a long time in politics. 24 hours. But it's like a long time in politics. Let's watch until primaries are done. Let's see how they do their primary. Let's see who is coming aboard, who is going to be candidate. Then what is the person going to be telling Nigeria? If anybody can bring out this fact, the atrocity these people are committing against Nigeria, and say, confirm, check whether I'm lying.
Anyway, but now, as we begin to wrap up, just in one word, you see ADC right now as a formidable opposition wey go fit rest power from this party. No. In one word.
No.
All right, the program of just how we from Independent Television. We salute everyone who joined us this evening. Our brother Musa Seidu, I greet you, and the family of Apollo, I also greet all of us. Yes, God knows why things happen the way they do. So make una take heart in the way una day. That's all I do. So all the Apollo family, I greet you this evening, because I also they watch this program. I want to salute you, especially my brother Victor, and every other person who say they watch this program for them. Well, like I promised, by next week, yes, our engineers don't devise. It means when we say you too, will they talk to us as the program they comment. Nigeria on our own will not get another country. Yes, even if you be cities or other place, like I talk to one Dr. Justa, he say as me and you they talk so. 8,000 America a day, you know if you talk to me, if they walk to me, if they walk. Me and if they walk and they talk to me, if they walk and talk to me. If you do another country, you don't feel receive call, you don't feel do it. So many things what you know if you do when you come out for this country. So Nigeria remains the best country for all of us. God bless Nigeria. I greet everybody again. God bless Nigeria.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Owa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
àrùnyùwò. Arọ́rọ́ àrùnyùwò. Arọ́rọ́ àrùnyùwò. Bóni kẹrẹ kú yóò gbó. Ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀dọ̀ dọ̀rẹ̀ dò ẹ̀dọ́ ní kẹrẹ kú yóò gbó. Orí ọba ní ká.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship. This is Akwa game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of famine. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Gbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugiawe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugiawe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Ọba tó pé Osanore Umadogemo Agboye ni awoge wae nori ọba Osanore ọba Umadogemo Agboye ni awoge wae